Good morning, everybody. It is May 15th, and I'd like to welcome you to the 2020-21 Special Town Council Budgeting Workshop. We're very glad you're here. I'm not sure who's here, but anyone who's out there, welcome. And we will go ahead and start the meeting with the approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting. Can I entertain a motion, please?
I'd make a motion
Call
to
first.
Oh, I thought we were doing, well, could we roll call after, and I'll roll call the vote?
Sure.
Okay,
I'd make a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting.
And I will second.
okay, excellent. So we have a motion Kohler and a second Reed, and we'll take a roll call vote. So Councilmember Hillman,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman,
Aye.
and Mayor Goddard, aye. So thank you very much. And let's go back and do a general roll call, even though you've heard that we're all here, but let's do that by protocol, please.
Okay. I will start with Councilmember Hellman.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Here.
And Mayor Goddard, all here.
I am here.
And of staff, there is the town manager, Garrett Toy, and I am here, Michelle Gardner, town clerk. And more staff will be joining later during the department budgets.
Okay, and well, I'm seeing that Maria Baird is here from the Recreation and Community Services. Camille Esposito. Would you like me to introduce them just because they're in the squares?
It's okay, we don't need them as part of the roll call, but we'll introduce them at the department budgets.
Okay, all right, excellent. So go ahead, Madam Clerk, and could you please read the meeting protocols and also how it is that members of the public can participate today?
Yes, we actually, this is a special meeting and we did not include the meeting protocols on this agenda. But we did include how members of the public can participate in this meeting, special meeting. We don't have an open time for public expression with special meetings. That's for regular meetings. For this meeting, you can participate on Zoom. And the link is on our town website on the homepage. If you just click on the Town Council May 15th special workshop, you can get to the link. By telephone, you can call in 669-900-9128 and enter the meeting ID. And actually, I'm just going to share my screen really quickly and show that to you. You can see there the Zoom link and the phone number that I was just reading, 669-900-9128, meeting ID 810-347-89033. If you would like to speak during the public comment time, which the mayor opens, if you're on Zoom, you select the little raise hand, you see a little hand, and that adds you to a queue. I can see you, and I will call on you in the order of the list that Zoom gives me. So it can take a little while depending on how many people are ahead of you. So please be patient. Please don't push the hand more than once because it's like an off-on button and it will take you off the queue. And for telephone, it's a similar thing, but you push *9 during the public comment period and you will be added to the queue. If you push it again, you'll be removed from the queue. So just push it once and be patient. And at the end of public comment, we'll ask just to make sure there's no one else out there.
So Michelle,
Yes.
just really briefly, if people go to the town website,
Yes.
they will find all this information and have the link to join the Zoom.
That is correct.
Okay, and then I would like to add that please, staff and council, when you're not speaking, could you please mute yourself, which will help with any kind of reverberation that happens. And I think what we'll do with council is just, Garrett, how would you prefer? Raised hand on the Zoom, the virtual hand raise, or can we just put our hands up? What's best for you? Because you'll be fielding this.
Well, as long as we can see everyone. Uh-oh. You know,
So-
I need to log off. Hang on.
Okay, so actually I'm gonna recommend, because we'll be looking at the screen, at the shared screen, you will not see all of us. I'm not sure what you see as staff. We don't see all of us, so I think we're gonna have to use the raised hand. Otherwise we have to scroll to see all of us on that right column. Does that make sense, everyone?
Are you saying
Yes,
you don't see
Yeah.
all the council right now?
Now we do, but when you're sharing your screen, we won't. We'll just be in the right-hand column and you have to use the up and down arrow to see everyone. So
Got
it's easier than to use the virtual hand. So I think we're gonna go that way. John, what's up?
I don't believe I have access to the virtual hand, or at least I just don't know where it is.
Okay, well then you just have to make noise.
so John, just go down to the bottom where it says participants and click on that and it'll come up.
Participants, okay.
So it'll come up and then you've got to move it so it's not in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, of
'cause
course,
it
yeah.
shows up there. Does that help?
Raise hand. Okay, perfect.
Thank
Then
you.
we're all gonna
Thank you.
virtually raise hand. We'll just wait for Garrett and we can begin. And Michelle, I think we should put up that screen every once in a while so people that are joining can see, and then they can tell their friends and things so we can avoid any confusion of how to get on. Okay, excellent. Garrett, are you back? You're mute. You're mute.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you can hear me now?
You're reverberating. Maybe that's because I'm not.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, perfect.
But now I can't hear you guys. Okay. So I'm having a little technical difficulties, so just give me a second to figure this out.
No problem.
Garrett, I see you twice.
Yeah,
So I wonder
it's
whether
not
you
on my end. It's
signed
not.
in.
I can't hear you guys. So I think.
Can you hear
You know
us
what?
now? Maybe not.
Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So my problem is I can't hear you. So here we go. Hang on.
It's okay. Just drink a little coffee, everyone. Thanks, John.
Okay.
Can you hear
Can
us?
you can hear me, but can you say something? See if I can hear you.
Do you hear me, Garrett? You don't hear me?
I'm not sure why
Dang.
this.
But what
isn't
about putting in
working.
your,
So give me another second. I was
earphone?
working at first. Let's try now.
can you hear us now?
How about now?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Okay. So I had tried to log on and do this a different way. So hang on. Sorry. I think I just need to double check when I'm logged on. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Barbara had a good idea of just wearing his ear things.
I don't know if that's the problem though.
Yeah, well, it's worth a shot.
And he was wearing them on the other meetings, so maybe
Yeah.
that will help him.
Yeah, exactly.
Does anyone
Hi,
have a
Stephanie,
poem?
you look cold over there.
Okay. Let's try that again.
Okay, can you hear me?
us?
Okay, there we go.
Excellent.
right. Sorry, I was, oops. Sorry, I was trying to use my regular screen to share screen and then get the audio and camera this way, but turns out it creates too much, creates a problem from the audio perspective. Okay, so Michelle is actually now gonna load up all the PowerPoint on the share screen, but maybe I could just start without having on the screen, just to give you an overview of your meeting today. So in essence, we think this will run till whatever, 3:40 or so. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go over and give an overview of the budget, general fund reserves, the budget in terms of overall expenditure and revenue assumptions, where we think that's going. Then you hear presentations from the departments. Oh, there we go. And then we'll have a lunch break, and then we'll go over general funds and special funds. Then we'll go over the 5-year CIP, which is the capital improvement program. Then we'll have opportunity to talk about funding activities, funding requests, priorities, goals from the council. Then we'll talk a little bit about the next steps, which is we're talking about a proposed mid-year budget review, probably about, there we go, probably about 4 to 6 months from now. How we see this working, and it'll be different than if we could actually meet in person. Normally you'd have public comment at the end of the day, or depending how many people showed up, you know, if it's 1 or 2, you would obviously ask for their comments whenever you like. But this time, because it's remotely, what we're gonna do is we set it up so you'd have public comment after each section. So after we talked about budget and general fund reserves, and you get the overview, you ask some questions, then you'd open it up for public comment. Same for after all the department budgets and so on. So that's how we see the day working today. So are there any questions before we move on?
Nope. Sounds good.
Barbara?
Of my arm. Garrett, there's a lot of things in this budget, given the rush, that need correction and maybe updates. Is your plan for the June council meeting to have everything rectified so that it's more clear to us as well as the public?
Yes. So our goal would be, and we would touch on that, our goal would be we would continue to further refine and modify the budget. So as we go through this stuff, we'll find that, you know, we'll talk about year-end estimates, and pretty much our year-end estimates, we haven't really had a chance to really drill down and take a closer look. Just in the rush, and obviously we would talk about this, but it's been challenging to do a budget remotely. Normally you print it out, you know, it's 100 pages, you print it out, you go through it, you normally sit down, you go through the pages, you ask why certain numbers seem a little odd, then you have to run separate reports on the expenditures. Oftentimes things are miscoded. Oftentimes for year end, there's expenditures that we pay in May and June or haven't been billed yet. And so maybe that's not reflected properly. So that's the stuff that, you know, in another week's time, we could probably take a closer look, and hopefully those numbers would be a little more accurate. This budget workshop's a little earlier than usual. And like I said, just having to meet remotely makes it a little tougher. Plus, you know, Janet Garvin had retired, so she's not here as much. It's harder to run reports. It's harder to ask questions. It's just harder to run a lot of reports, and a lot of reports you just have to run here at Town Hall. So,
okay, well, thank you very
long
much.
answer to the question.
Thanks to you and Mike for doing the best you could during this terrible time.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, so Michelle, next slide. Okay, so the general budget overview. So what we thought we'd do is we kind of touch on these baseline budget principles, which we had talked to the council at your April and May meeting. We thought we'd go over kind of our operating revenue assumptions, projections, same for expenditures. The projected year-end expenditures and revenues we would touch on, and we just talked about that, where it's been really hard to drill down on some of the numbers. But in essence, what we do is we really compare to the adopted budget. So everything as we move forward, these are approximate numbers, and we're comparing to the adopted fiscal year 1920 budget, not to projected. And the reason for that primarily is projected revenues, expenditures go up and down depending on the year. We're still working on the numbers. And so what you really need to compare is apples to apples. What you thought you would do last year and what you're thinking of doing this year. And on the average over the last 7 years, it goes up and down, but some years you spend more of your budget and some years you spend less. And a lot of that is actually driven by the weather, because then you find you're doing more tree cutting, you're doing more road repair and so on. But we could touch on that more when we get to that. Then we'll talk about general fund balances, what's that's really working, what we think we're going to end the year in terms of reserves. And then it's an opportunity for the council to talk about year-end expenditure adjustments. Is there something we should be doing that we budgeted for that we should be spending? And then you could ask more specific questions. And again, just to point out, our year-end estimates are still a work in progress. So next slide, unless there's any questions on this one. Okay, so baseline budget principles. So we reported to the council in April and May that there's really the unknown fiscal effects of COVID-19. We don't know how long lasting that will be on the economy, on our revenues. Short term for sure, long term, not so sure. So what we did in going into this budget is we didn't add any new programs. We did our best to eliminate one-time expenses and reduce discretionary expenses. We did not put in any major equipment or vehicle purchases unless that was required, and we'll touch on that later. The budget does include increases for retirement, health, MOUs, and any step increases someone might be entitled to. What we did was we kind of used the general fund, about $500,000 to fill the gap between expenditures and revenues. We're not including a 5-year forecast. In CIP, we really limited to grant funding, projects with grant funding or had restricted funding like TAM Measure A/Measure A funds can only be used for transportation. And the whole purpose of this baseline budget is that it's kind of a it's like a placeholder budget for the town. And then in the fall, whenever that is, whether it's at September, October, then the council can meet, have a regular budget workshop, have a 5-year forecast CIP, and then really take a longer term evaluation of what we think the effects on the economy would be. So next slide. Okay, so your fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. General fund appropriations, that's your operating budget. It's about 11.1 million. CIP is dramatically lower, that's only 1.2. Special funds debt service, the debt service primarily, that's what you're paying on the general obligation bonds and the financial structure we set up for the retirement side fund and pre-2013 unfunded liability. That's about $1 million. Total is about 13.3 million. It's about 400,000 less than last year's budget, or fiscal year, I should say, 1920. Our current fiscal year, but probably most of that is because of the CIP. Again, in a few months in the fall, budget will be further refined. Actually, the budget will be further refined once we have the public hearing in June. I anticipate from this meeting we'll have to make some adjustments. And again, we pointed out, and we'll touch on this more, that we're dipping into general fund reserves, which is a whole slew of funds, of about 500,000 to balance the budget. So next slide. Okay, so let's talk about our general fund revenue assumptions. So overall, compared to the adopted fiscal year 1920 budget, revenues are down 100,000. Doesn't sound too bad, but there's some anomalies in that. So it's about 1.4%. So sales tax, what we did, and that's based on discussions with our sales tax consultant, is it's reduced by a net of 20%. But what we do is when we went through there with the sales tax consultant, sales taxes by categories, like there's a food category, there's a transportation category, there's a business-to-business category, or retail category. So you look at each category independently and try to determine what the impacts would be. So food is really grocery stores and restaurants. So while restaurants may be really down, the food category is slightly up, and that's our largest category. And so that kind of balances off some of the reductions in the other categories. Like transportation, that's gas. That's way down, and so on. So that's in essence what we did. Now, well, something to keep in mind too is not only does the town have what we refer to as the regular 1%, which is called Bradley Burns, but we also have the add-on sales, which is 0.75% add-on. That one, what it really captures is it captures online sales and auto sales. That's the largest categories. It also captures the food, the regular stuff, but it actually captures other things in the 0.75%. And so obviously auto sales are going to be way down. Food is up. So by the end of the day, when you net out all the numbers, it's about a 20% reduction. And that's actually on the lower end of the spectrum. So typically what happens is we look at, the consultant comes up with a pessimistic and an optimistic range for sales tax. So this is much closer to the pessimistic range than is the optimistic range. So anyway, net reduction 20%. Now property taxes. Property taxes are actually estimated by the county assessor's office, and he thinks they'll go up. I think his estimate he gave us is 4.4. We use 4. Now, something to keep in mind about property taxes are based on assessed value set in January of every calendar year. So for 2020, it's based on assessed values in January 1st, 2020. So your property taxes you pay in that ultimately are due in April and due in December, those are all based on those assessed values. So that's something to keep in mind. Plus, the other thing to keep in mind is the county's on what's something that's called the teeter plan. What that means is that if people don't pay their property taxes, the county actually makes the municipality whole. So we get all our property taxes we're entitled to. The county then collects the late fees, penalties, and ultimately any back taxes. And at a certain point in time, theoretically, the county can sell property for back taxes. But so we're made whole property tax on the county. Anyway, that spits up 4. Now, we did do some major reductions in the other categories. We have TOT, which is in essence hotel tax. We reduced that actually by 80%, but that's a fairly small number to start with. Impact's not as great. Utility user tax, that's the 4% tax we put on energy and telephone. That's actually down by about 20%. Garbage franchise, we're actually anticipating a drop just because we believe Marin Sanitary's probably lost a lot of commercial customers who have to build back that revenue. So there's a drop there. The next larger category is actually interest. Obviously, when LAIF, which is our key investment fund, local agency investment fund, at some point that was like at above, I think, 2%, something along those lines, much higher number, but now it's like probably almost 0. And so obviously interest has dropped down because it's probably gonna be between 0 and 1%. And the recreation revenues, that's actually going to be dropped significantly and probably even more than you see in this budget, just because today, I believe, the county health officer is coming out with guidelines for summer camps. So we've significantly reduced the size of camps, and you might have a provision that requires your camp to be so long, so it's the same kids and same counselors for the same period of time. So that's going to change that dynamic. But when I talked about the reduced revenue of 100,000, it's a little skewed because we actually have some new revenue in the budget. One is MWPA, which is Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. That's a tax that was adopted in March. Our local share, that 20%, it's estimated at about $96,000. So that's new revenue coming into the town. And we're obviously using that in essence for our chipper days, which means we're not using general fund or other funds for chipper days. And we have a one-time shot of SB2 funding, about 160,000. That's for different planning studies that the state will pay for. That's offset on the expenditure side. That's one time. But if you didn't include the MWPA number or the SB2 number, your revenues would almost be down about 4.9%. So that arrow, oops, the arrow is supposed to be a down arrow, not an up arrow. But so you would have a pretty significant reduction. So if we go to the next slide, Michelle. So generally it always, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, before you go from slide to slide, if council has questions that, we're not gonna keep going back. Just real quick in terms of property tax. You said that the county's gonna backfill. This isn't what they normally do. This is because of some of the waiving of the deadlines for property tax payments, right?
No, they do this all the time. If you're in the teeter plan, which I don't know how many counties are in the teeter plan, I assume it's most of them. It's a plan that was established, and Michael could chime in with the history, but no, that's a standard thing they follow. So every year, they pretty much make us whole with whatever property tax we're entitled to. And then they're responsible for collecting from the person for property tax. So that would happen no matter what.
Okay, but in this situation where they're going to be short even more in terms of delays in property tax collection, is it going to affect that? Are they going to keep the same process?
No, same plan.
Okay.
It's not affecting it.
Okay.
Yeah, basically the plan puts the responsibility for collection on the county. The trade-off is that if there's late fees or anything that's being paid, the county gets to keep those because they're doing all the collection efforts. The advantage to the cities are that once they've determined that you know what the amount of property tax that's going to be collected or being charged to citizens, that you're going to collect that at predictable amounts during the year. In December, we received 55% of the property tax, regardless of whether they've collected it or not. In May, you collect about 45%, and then you get another payment of the remainder. That's not to say that we won't be back charged at some point. If they're unable to collect a tax, then there is adjustment for that. But as you go along, this was designed to make it better for the budgets of towns and to help them with their cash flow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is the pie chart we always contain in the budget, and really where's the money come from? So you can see property tax, it's about 57% of our budget. That it doesn't also include the retirement obligation parcel tax that we have. Measure J is a large part, or Measure C, I guess now.
No,
Almost
it's
7%.
Measure F. It's
Measure
not
F, that's it.
Measure C is the sales tax.
That's right. So anyway, it's
And we
Measure
correct
something.
that.
It's a special municipal tax. It's slightly, this year it actually goes up by $5 per dwelling unit. Sales tax is almost 11%. Usually it's more like 13%, but because we dropped it by about 300,000 or 20%, it's a larger share of the pie. And then you can see how kind of all the other numbers roll through in terms of revenue. Next slide, Michelle. So let's talk about our expenditure projections for fiscal year 2021. So we see general fund appropriations, and this is our operating budget, up by about 3.7% or about $400,000. In comparison, last fiscal year, when we went through this for fiscal year 1920, we actually projected about a 5.5% increase. So this is slightly lower than that. So how does that break out? And what we did was we took a look on in your budget, you have the one page that does expenditures, and we call it by object code. And that's actually on page, sorry, I'm looking, that's on page 9. But how it works is overall salary increases are up by about $144,000. And that's per MOU, any contractual obligation, step increases, that's about 4.4%. Benefits and payroll are estimated to increase, and payroll expenses that are related to not to salary or wages, but just what we have to pay in terms of payroll taxes. That's up by about $105,000 or almost 10%. Retirement and side fund obligations increased by about $69,000. That's about 5.8%. Professional services increased by about 5.1%, $190,000. But that's somewhat skewed because that includes that SB2 planning grant I mentioned before. That's $160,000. And then fire went up by about 3%. When we get to fire, we could talk about that a little bit. But that's about, I don't have a number in front of me, I think that's about $70,000. And then supply, question?
Yeah, I just have a question. So the retirement and side fund, and I think it would be good if we stop calling it the side fund because it's not clear. I think we're talking about the pre-2013 unfunded liability that we refinanced. So is that because we have a $69,000 payment? I don't understand why we're saying, I get that general CalPERS after 2013 would increase, but why would the side fund, which we refinanced and we're making payments on, why would that increase?
Oh, sorry, the $69,000 is cumulative. It's both retirement and side fund
Well, what
together.
is,
That's the
but we
name of the column.
refinanced the side fund, so why would that have increased?
Well,
We should be calling it UAL, which is the amount
but
that
it-
goes
sure.
up and down. The side fund is a specific amount that we refinanced already.
And I
right, so
just
it's
think-
both. It's
For-
so let me go back and clarify. When I say retirement and side fund, that's just the label of the column that's in the budget. So retirement, we have retirement payments we make on an annual basis. Plus that includes unfunded liability at CalPERS, and that's a different thing. The title is side fund, but the side fund is actually side fund, which is the pension obsolete fund, plus the side, not a side fund, but what we call unfunded liability for pre-2013. Those were all into one financing obligation that we restructured and financed under a lease agreement structure, which is the fund later on that we can talk about. But this is the cumulative increase within that column, because what happens is every department gets a share of that debt service obligation related to what we finance, the side fund in pre-2013, and there's the retirement. Most of your increase is from retirement, current retirement obligations, but the 69,000 is just a total for that column, so you can see how it compares year to year as opposed to a specific just for the side fund or just for retirement.
Okay, just one request that I've made before is I don't think members of the public nor most of the council members understand the side fund. So I think for purposes of just making it clear to people on the outside, is it possible we could just call it unfunded pension liability or something like that, just so that
We could put a different name. The only problem is it's just a column heading. So we'll look at what's doing it. If we wrote the whole thing in the column, it wouldn't fit anymore on the page. So maybe we just, we'll figure out something. It's just the column heading. That's all that is. Oh, there's another question.
Yeah,
Bruce?
great. This is the first time that the raise hand function has worked. I've hit it a number of times. I agree with Barbara in terms of that. But also, I think another thing, in 2008, they reduced the assessed value of many properties that had recently sold, and we should probably take that into account going forward. It's another thing that's going to hit us, and as long as we've got something to you know, just have a placeholder for it. Obviously, it's not going to happen for a little bit, but I fully expect it to happen.
Hey, Garrett, can you hear me?
Mhm. Yes.
Could you might have mentioned this, but I didn't catch it. Could you expand on what the benefit increases were in that 9.9%?
Sure. Michael might have to help me out here. Some of that's medical. We usually project medical going up by 6% or so. So that's probably a large part of it. Sometimes people change their benefit status because we do, you know, depends on when you started working, but we do pay equivalent of Kaiser family. So if you came in and you were Kaiser single or Kaiser plus one, and then you added family, then that obligation would obviously impact the budget. But I don't know, Michael, if you have anything specific you can add. Oh,
We have a couple of elements of it. One is things that come through in the MOU in terms of, you know, when you have increases that happen as a result of salary or longevity, et cetera, increases, then we have increased Medicare costs and other payroll type costs, PERS costs that come in as a result of that. We also have the, as Garrett mentioned, the medical increase. We get billed on an annual basis, or, you know, a rate that's figured out in January of each year. So when we're doing our budget in May, prior to that January increase, we have to guess what it is, and we usually go by some historical increase. It's interesting to note that our actual increase this last year was quite minimal in that it wasn't as high as that we had originally projected, but I think it's wise to be conservative in terms of saying it. And who knows what effect the COVID costs on the medical system are going to have on medical rates. I haven't seen any analysis of that, but we go ahead and budget for a potential increase there anyway.
But we can,
Garrett, I'm sorry. I know that, but perhaps I've just heard from Michelle that there are some members of the public. I just want to remind people that we began at about 10 after 10. And so we budgeted an hour for this first part, and then we'll be taking public comment. So if you would please write your questions down, we will go back and address those questions. Yes, we'll get to it, but please write your questions down, and otherwise we're not going to stay on schedule. So thank you for that. Okay, Garrett, sorry to interrupt.
okay. So, where are we? Oh, questions. Okay, so where we fire went up. Oh, supplies, tools, and others. Okay, so that actually went down by about $80,000 or 6%. We'll probably have to take a little closer look. Janitorial service within this category is actually slated to. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question from Bruce? Michelle just pointed out.
Thank you. Yeah, I have both my virtual and my real hand raised, but yeah, sometimes we can't all see each other at the same time. Could you just clarify for the two things? One is when we refer to benefits and payroll, that's referring to just mostly for the public, because I think this is the case, but that this is referring to everything that's already been negotiated. So these are automatic increases, longevity increases, that sort of thing that's already been negotiated. This is not new negotiation since the COVID started. But then the other thing, this is a question on my part, if you could speak for a moment about how the discount rate or the rate of return on CalPERS investments is affecting us. Does CalPERS see now, just since the COVID started, a lower rate of return, and that is already affecting us, or is that maybe somewhere out in the future that it might affect us as far as increasing the amount we need to pay in?
Okay. So if I understood the question, so our estimates under salaries, benefits, and payroll, that just is based on current MOUs. That's not assuming any additional COLAs or anything like that. In terms of CalPERS, there's a time lag. So we know what our payments are for the fiscal year. However, I think CalPERS indicated they thought they lost about 4%. This is a point in time now. A few weeks ago, they indicated they lost about 4% in their investments. Ultimately, what happens is they do another recalculation, and that will hit you somewhere down the road, like next year is typically how it works. Now, what will happen is, one of the things the council did at your May meeting is you talked about exploring options related to your unfunded liability, your current lease agreement that pays for the side fund pre-2013 UAL. So if you were to refinance everything and say you came up with something, then you could theoretically experience great savings, because CalPERS discount rate right now is 7%. So obviously, if you're not getting 7% and they're getting 6%, then what happens? They do a readjustment, and then your unfunded liability is going to go up in terms of the portion of the payment. If you refinance all that, then they're charging you, let's say, equivalent of 7%. If you're paying a net of 4%, you're going to experience that 3% savings every year, which can be pretty substantial if it's based on, say, $9 million or something like that. But anyway, that's something we're exploring to have great savings. But to answer your question, there's usually a time lag between when CalPERS takes a look at its investments, does its adjustments, and passes that down on to the municipalities.
Thank you.
Okay, so Where was I? Oh, janitorial services. So yes, so probably what we'll end up doing is we'll do an RFP for janitorial services because we pretty much doubled up and changed what they do. So before we used to only clean 3 days a week. Now we clean 5 days a week, and we have them do some additional disinfecting type services. We anticipate once we're reopened, we're probably going to have to do this for the Pavilion and Women's Club. And so there's going to be some significant expenditures there. But we'll do an RFP for janitorial services since we haven't done one since way before I've been here. This janitorial services, I don't know how long it's been here, but it predates a few people that have been working here. So
Okay.
next slide. Yes.
Jared, just real quick, if you're going to use acronyms, and I know there's a lot of them in the budgeting process, but if you're going to use RFP and things like that, there may be people who really are trying to understand this. So just go ahead and say what those things are.
Okay. Well, RFP is request for proposals. Basically, we'd be asking for quotes from businesses to see what it would cost to do what we need to have done.
Thank you.
Okay. So where does the money go to? So no surprise, over 60% goes to public safety. That's police and fire. And then the rest is just spread out under the different departments. So the next slide. So expenditures by categories. Again, typically all your costs are in personnel. So almost 50% of our cost goes to personnel. Contract services, and we'll touch on that. That's always a little skewed because 2/3 of contract services is for fire. We're part of a fire joint powers authority, a fire JPA. That's with Ross, San Anselmo, and Sleepy Hollow. And so that's a contractual arrangement, but it falls under contractual services. So next slide. So contract services. This always comes up that we're paying too much for consultants. We're spending all this much on contractual services. Again, 2/3 of that is for fire. That is pretty much a fixed cost. That's to fire. Now, if you break it down even further, you have a contractual town attorney. That's about $190,000. And then if you go further, non-departmental, which looks like a large percentage, but that's actually for all the different fees you paid for your JPAs, like Marine General Services. Humane Society is a large number of that. For animal control, that's probably $70,000, $80,000 a year. That includes your contributions to Yellow Bus. That includes our insurance payments, includes our worker comp payments. And so all those numbers are in there. Their numbers really, it falls under this, but it's not really for professional services as much as for those obligations that you have to budget for. Public Works, again, those services are for engineering services that we don't have in-house. A lot of times it includes the tree contractors, includes additional pavement work if we need, that's outside. Planning and building is higher than usual because that includes the $160,000 for the firms we're going to need to retain for SB2. Parks and Rec, that's for your instructors and so on. And in other, large part of that is the auditor's contract. That's like $50,000, $60,000 a year. And some of our other obligations that we have. So we don't really, when you really break it down, we don't really spend a lot of money on like what people would call, you're spending too much money for frivolous professional services. There's really not a lot there. So unless there's any questions, go on to the next slide.
Just one, maybe just a comment. I think the other thing we pointed out is we use consultants judiciously where we don't have in-house expertise. And by doing so, we're saving on the benefits, by having more staff. I think we have the lowest per capita number of employees of any city or town, but we're saving on the extras, the benefits, the CalPERS, all of that. So we continue to hear that, but I think that's something we need to point out is we're just using them where we need the outside expertise, and we're not incurring having additional staff that we have to carry all the extra load on as far as the bennies.
Good point. Okay,
And-
next slide. Oops,
And
sorry.
we only use them, we only need, if we don't need somebody in a particular month, we don't pay anything. So, it's quite efficient.
Okay, so the next one is projected general fund reserves. So we use the term general fund reserves, and in our budget, we have funds 1 through 8. Those are what we refer to as general fund reserves. General fund is your operating budget. That's what you use to pay for all your operating expenses. The main fund is Fund 01, and that's our main general fund reserve. But if you add them all together, to start the year, fiscal year 2021, we think we'll have general fund reserves of about 3.4 million, about 33% of your operating budget. At the end of the year, we think we'll have reserves of about 2.9 million. That's the end of the year fiscal 2021. And that will be about 27% of your projected operating expenses. And so both of them are above the council's minimum of maintaining at least 25% of operating reserves based on operating expenses. What we did this year is we transferred in more money from the retirement reserve. That's Fund 06. We actually, as you'll see in the budget, we actually show dipping into the dry period fund, which is the fund that was created for economic downturn. So it's really established for this purpose. And one of the things that we did this year is we actually transferred about 600,000 from general fund reserves over to Fund 52, which is storm recovery. That's where we have all the projects related to FEMA. What we're doing here is we didn't really have a time to kind of go in and better track. We think there's some miscoding because I know in Fund 52, there's some projects we completed, I know receive revenue, but sometimes what comes in, we get a check, it may not be coded properly. So we just have to go back and figure out where that's at. So in that sense, I see that as a temporary transfer. Some of that may need to stay there because obviously we have a share of all these storm projects we have to pay. But once we get reimbursed, then that will go back in to the general fund. But for budgetary purposes and accounting purposes, you really couldn't have this large negative in Fund 52 for storm costs. Unless there's any questions, next slide. So budget year in fiscal year 1920. So again, oh, sorry. Yes?
Can you go back? Is there anything in here, Garrett, do you have any assumptions in here about getting funds from the federal government? Anything that we've seen in the last few days that we know is going to be coming to local government?
No. Obviously the House is voting today on the $3 trillion budget or measure. My understanding is obviously there's opposition on both sides of the aisle. So now go to the Senate. It's not sure what the White House is going to do. So no, we did not include everything. If we did get anything, obviously it'd be one time. That would increase your general fund reserve. So you'd have a little more flexibility and a little more cushion related to that. But at this point, we didn't build anything in.
Okay.
So year in, again, as we pointed out, oops, question?
Yeah, if you could just clarify the difference, if there is, between the general fund reserves and the dry period fund.
Okay, so our general fund, how this is laid out, there's something we call general fund reserves. General fund reserves are a series of 8 funds. That includes the general fund, which is the main fund, includes things like the dry period fund, that's Fund 02. And we have later on in the day, we'll talk about all these general funds. Includes equipment replacement, it includes vehicle replacement, building improvements. There's this whole series of funds, including retirement funds. And those are all, while some of them are more restricted than others, those are all operational funds that you could use for general purposes, except for it's restricted. But the dry period fund was a fund that had $1 million in it that was created for economic downturns. It's part of the general fund. And so we're taking funds out of that specific fund to help fund the gap between revenues and expenditures for this coming fiscal year. But at the end of the day, it's all the same pot of money for those first 8 funds. So really you're just really looking at the bottom line number, which is you start the year at about 3.4. You think you'll end the year at about 2.9. So you're going to be dipping into all those general funds, depending on how you want to move the funds around, of about 500,000. The reason we specifically noted the dry period funds, because we wanted to note that that fund was created specifically for situations like this.
Thank you.
Garrett,
Okay.
Garrett,
Yes.
I think because I keep mulling this over in my head as you're speaking is you keep referring to the reserve as general fund. So there's the 3.4 million in the general fund reserves, but then you've got the sub fund for the dry period fund of $1 million. But then we've got the rest of the general funds, which is another 7.5 million. So I think that gets confusing when we're talking about, and we just use the word general funds versus the reserve fund, which at this point is what, 36%.
So
Am I making any sense, Bruce? I thought that was kind of what you were trying to get
yeah,
at. If we're talking
let me
about
see.
reserves, it's different
Okay.
than our general operating budget, which
Well, okay, let me try this. The general fund is your operating budget. It consists, in our case, there's 8 different, we call it 8 different funds, but forget about that. There's the general fund, that's for operations. And then there's reserves, those are your savings. So when we say general fund reserves, that's your savings that you've built up over time as to help with cash flow and for unforeseen circumstances such as what we're going through now. So you have your operating budget, which is called your general fund. When we say general fund reserve, that's what you have in savings. That's kind of your well, it's a reserve, it's a savings account. That's what you have that you're not spending. And what we're doing is we're dipping into that reserve or that savings account by $500,000, putting it to fund operations. So hopefully.
yeah, that's clear. I just want to make sure because it does get kind of mushy as you're speaking because there's just so many words. So I think that was super clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, next slide. Oh, got to go back one. Sorry. Budget year end. Okay. So again, as we keep on saying, the year-end estimates are work in progress. We really need to kind of drill down, make sure we're anticipating expenses in May and June. But the rough estimate that we had, and we had done this at the mid-year, and I think in February, or maybe it was actually in March, that we think due to COVID-19, general fund revenues will drop about $250,000 lower than adopted budget. Most of that is related to sales tax. We actually think on the general fund operations side that we'll have about $250,000 in savings compared to the adopted budget. And so they offset. So at the end of the year, we don't think, the end of this current year, 1920, we don't think we're going to add any surplus into our general fund reserves, but we also don't think we're going to have to dip in to general fund reserves. And so within this part, as we're still drilling down on year-end expenses, it'd be good to know if there's some things that we budgeted for this year operationally that the council would say, well, yeah, you should continue and actually spend that money. One of the things is, you know, we had budgeted some money for building improvements related to energy efficiency and what the CAC, Climate Action Committee, had recommended, but we somewhat put that on hold. So if there was a discussion, and I know Vice Mayor Ackerman had some comments on that, then that'd be good to know so that we could move forward with that, and that would adjust our year-end estimate. So that's really what that item is in year-end additions. That's the council to chime in if they think there's some things there. And then this is the end of this section, so then that would be the time to ask for public comment. So that's pretty much our little brief overview of the general fund operating budget.
Okay, Garrett.
Yes.
So as we spoke about when we organized the agenda, that this would be, we've done our overview. This is the general budget overview. We just did the projected 1920 year end. I would recommend before we go on to departmental that we take public comment. It's just we covered so much and I think people are holding on to questions about that general overview. Would that be okay? I can't hear you.
That's actually what I said. On that slide, if you looked in the bottom, it said, now this
Okay.
concludes our staff presentation. So after council questions, then it'd be appropriate to ask for public comment on this section.
I just wanted to clarify, so hang on out there, public. Okay, so I guess we're going to council questions.
Barbara had a question, I think.
Just a quick, maybe just a thought is that we don't know how long our COVID shelter in place will be in place, because the governor is granting variances for some of the rural counties. And we also know that our public health officer is pretty conservative. So right now, our picture is not that dire. But should this go on as far as the shelter in place with very limited changes, like the curbside pickup, which is not going to change things a whole lot, I think we would be looking at even a more significant reduction in revenue. So I think we need to keep that in mind, right?
Yes, that's why the suggestion is take a look in fall, see where you're at. Because right now, I think if we took the approach that let's even be more conservative and it's reduce revenues even more, I think then you'd be in a situation where then you'd have to take immediate action to address it, because I'm gonna make this up. If we said there's a shortfall of $1 million and we thought that was pretty solid, then I'd be coming to you with a whole slew of options for how you could fill the funding gap. But right now, based on these projections, it seems like at $500,000, we could probably wait a few months and then see, and you're correct. At that time, you'd have another budget workshop. And if things are really that dire, then we would have to implement another series of cuts, at least to begin the following fiscal year to address that. Or if things pick up, then at that time, you may want to do some additions to the budget or open up some more programs. So yes, so you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I think when we first talked about the budget review in the fall, I think our expectation was things would be better. But, you know, the governor's looking at a 10% pay cut for all state employees starting July 1. And obviously the state is in a different situation than we are. But I do think we all need to keep that in mind, that we just don't know where we're going with this. And we're lucky because we rely primarily on property tax. And with the teeter plan, we're not going to see a hit there. But anyway, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Okay, so let's keep away from the comments and go to public comment at this time. So Michelle, would you let us know who's in the waiting room or if there's anyone there?
We have 4 raised hands.
Okay, excellent. So let's go ahead. So these are live comment. Yeah, so let's go ahead and just take the first public comment, please.
Okay. It is Nadeem. And I'm unmuting him.
Great.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Hey, thanks for all the work you guys are doing on the budget.
You're welcome.
So I'll be brief. I just wanted to express, I live on Meadow Way, and I wanted to express a real concern that I have about the town's budget and finances in the future as it relates to the Meadow Way Bridge project. Also, I have concerns in that regard that the unknown impact of the coronavirus will have on state and local tax revenues in the future, and potential expenditures might be increased. So it kind of ties into that. But first off, I wanted to thank Garrett and the town staff, town council, for the work they've done over the past 7+ years to secure Caltrans grant funds for the construction of the bridge. Because I know this will save the town from having to spend valuable resources and keep money in the town's budget for its spending priorities, which are really important for the local community. You know, I'm concerned about delays that are being put up in the Meadow Way project that will jeopardize the Caltrans construction grant and therefore cause some extensive harm to the town finances and then crimp its spending priorities. Furthermore, I'm also concerned that the bridge project, the opposition is trying to force an environmental study that, as far as I understand it, will cost the town about $200,000 out of the budget. So I'd like you to comment on my concerns about the potential of losing grant funding should this project be further delayed? And then if that's the case, what's your plan to finance the building of the bridge because it has been designated for replacement? Also, I'd like to know whether or not that the town have to foot the bill for the environmental impact report? And then also, my last comment is I'd like to know how much the town has been spending on repairing the bridge to date, because I know that seems to be a continual project because the bridge is in pretty big disrepair. That's pretty much my comments, and I really appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks, Nadeem. Garrett, would you like to address this to some extent? I don't want to turn this into a agenda item about the Meadowway Bridge because that's not what's on the agenda, but I do understand your concerns, especially around grant funding, because we've already talked about how we're going to stick to projects that we do have grant funding for. Could you give just a brief response to Nadeem, Garrett?
Yeah, we would talk about this more in the CIP section, and I thought it'd be better just to hear all the public comments before we respond one-on-one. That might be more efficient.
Okay, Nadeem, then we're just going to write the question down, and we'll come back to it, and it may be that we address it in the CIP conversation, capital improvement projects. All righty. So let's hear the next public commenter, please, Michelle. You're muted, Michelle. Oh, you know.
Okay, how's that?
Great.
Strangely, it was not unmuting me. Okay, the next one is Pamela Miggs.
Hi, Pam.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good morning, all. It's a beautiful day out there. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm going to be relatively brief. I have a question. I'm just going to throw these out here and you can do what you want. But I wondered about the decrease in the discretionary expenses. Why is that happening? And what exactly is a discretionary expense? I mean, it could be from A to Z. That's one thing. The next thing is, it said there no 5-year budget. Could you clarify that? I would think most townships would have a 5-year budget, especially now, unless you're rolling it over sooner or later. I'm not sure what that meant. And then also I got confused, Renee, as on the reserves. So what I heard is 36% is the reserve fund. That might be wrong or right or wrong, I'm not sure. And then 27% is in the general fund. So if you could clarify that, and actually if you could say that in dollars, and then, oh boy, where am I? I think that's it. Oh, I don't know what a retirement services fund 06. Haven't a clue what that is. Is that an old something from 2006? What is that exactly? And that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Pam. I've got it. We've got it written down. So we'll come back. Michelle, next, please.
You're muted.
She
Hi.
knows.
Stephen Keys, there are 2 places to unmute myself.
Wait a minute. They're in the same household.
Different rooms.
All right, Stephen, please go ahead.
To prevent the feedback loop and the screeching stuff. Yes. All right, so a word of caution. Measure C specified that the 20% funds, the $96,000 that we're thinking about, needed to be new project-oriented funds. So it means they can't be general funds. They need to be projects funds or reserve funds. And second is, there was the requirement that they be new projects. So certainly the chipper days fit the fire preparation and prevention, but the fact that the town, I'm not sure about timing, but that the town had been funding this type of project before may make it questionable about whether it qualifies as a new project. Anyhow, one other thought that you might, it may not make any difference to you because it's a timing issue. The operations committee of the MPWA has hired a firm to work on the calculations about taxes, including senior discounts and abatement, I don't know what you call it, cutting back on the fee for seniors and low income people. The actual amount won't be known until probably the end of July or so. So anyhow, that's it. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Stephen. Michelle, next.
Does that work? Okay, next is Jody Timms.
Hi, Jody.
Unmute myself. Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes.
So thank you everybody for all your hard work. And I hope I'm on target here with what I'm sharing at this moment, because I've been bouncing in and out with the Marin Conservation League morning meeting, their Zoom call and yours. But I believe you're on the agenda item for year-end expenditures. And I just wanted to put a plug in for, if at all possible, retaining that $20,000 for the Climate Action Committee that was allocated in this year. I know this is going to be a tough day with lots of difficult decisions, but I just want to put a plug in for that. There's a number of ways we could spend that, and I'm sure that Bruce will be able to detail those, and I may not have them perfect, but $20,000 for the I think that we have 3 requests. One of them is to hold on to that 20,000, which could either be used for the microgrid project and some carbon offsets, or out of the last year's budget or the next year's budget. The other request is 20,000 for the part-time coordinator. I have been sitting in on the San Anselmo Sustainability Commission meetings, and they also have 20,000 for a part-time sustainability coordinator, who they have someone in mind as well, who's an excellent grant writer. And we really, I know you all know how important climate change is and how we need to stay on track with that if at all possible. San Anselmo is hoping, you know, they have their budget discussions, I guess, in the next week or two. They're hoping to get that funded. I think if we could put some money into that as a shared position, shared part-time position, we could try to get some grant funding that Huffman assured me is coming, that perhaps we could move forward on some of these longer term issues that are just as critical, if not more, than the current crisis that we have, which is of course gigantic. So I may be back for public comment later in the day when it has to do with next year's budget. But I think for this year's, if this is about ending the budget ending, I just want to request that that 20,000 that has been in there for energy efficiency is somehow still maintained so that we can move forward in one way or another. So thank you.
Okay, Jody, thanks for that. And we will see you or hear you later. Is that it, or has anyone else joined?
Yeah. Oh, we had one more. And, oh, here it is. Okay. Michelle R.
Okay.
Hi, it's Michelle
Michelle.
Rodriguez on Frustic.
Hi.
Hi, thanks very much. I like the budget principles. I think they're very good. I think my caution right now regarding the actual year-end revenues is that I think that they will be much lower than the 20% that's estimated. And I like the idea of that Garrett mentioned, kind of tightening that up when they're able to, when Janet's able to run those reports and coming back at the June meeting with some year-end actuals that are better reflective. I also just think that the projections that we really need to get a much better handle, given the fact that we've been essentially closed for 2 months. And kind of, I think that extra time will give us a much better handle on whether the federal government is actually going to distribute any money to the local municipalities. My concern is that the 33 or the 30% reserve is low, and it seems like half of the additional dry period fund of what was $1 million, 500,000 of it would be used for the balanced budget. If I understood what was said, I'm concerned that that reserve might be too low, but I think that buys us some extra time to get a handle on what's actually coming in and better projections, and you'll be able to look at alternatives the city manager can provide you. I think when you come back in June, it would be good to get more information from Michael on the teeter plan and what's the likelihood of the county actually back charging folks on the property taxes, because by that time they'll have a much better idea who's not paid and who has. And I also think you shouldn't be relying on CalPERS giving any investment savings back to the municipalities. I think that's an unlikely scenario. But just thank you to staff, Mike Garrett and Michelle and others for the hard work that they're doing, as well as yourself and the hard decisions that you're making. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Appreciate your service. Michelle is a planning commissioner. I believe she's speaking for herself, but she's very knowledgeable. So I just want to let the public know that she is very involved and we appreciate her service. Michelle, is that it?
Yes, that is it.
Okay, so Garrett, can we come back, and some of these questions may be for Michael to address or for you. I'll let you guys work that out, but have you written them down, or should I run through what it is that people are wanting responses to?
We wrote them down. Oh, I wrote them down, but
okay.
I know Janet Garvin's writing them down too. But
Janet.
So,
okay, perfect.
Yes,
so if I go through in the order, Meadowway Bridge, we were going to talk about that at CIP, but in essence for Meadowway Bridge, the answer is question, we have no idea, and the council still has to decide what to do regarding Meadowway Bridge, but we have no idea at this point what impact, if any, there would be to future Caltrans funding related to that project. We're talking to Caltrans right now, so we really don't know. We spent about $90,000 to date on temporary repairs for the bridge, probably anticipate another $25,000, $30,000, but later on this afternoon, we actually will have a little more discussion on Meadowway Bridge within the CIP. With regard to Pam Meg's comments, let me clarify in the reserves. What we're saying is for the beginning, for fiscal year 2021, we believe our general fund reserve, total reserves, will be about $3.4 million for general fund reserves. And that's about 33% of the operating budget. So at the end of fiscal year 2021, we believe those general fund reserves will be reduced to 2.9 million, excuse me. These are all approximate numbers, and that's about 27% of the operating budget, still above the council policy of 25%. So I think that answered that portion of the question. We just indicated for this placeholder budget, which we call a baseline budget, we're not actually including a 5-year forecast. However, when the council goes back and reviews this in the fall, at that time, we will do a 5-year forecast. I think that answered that question. Oh, retirement fund. Retirement fund, actually, that's a restricted fund. And how it works is that residents actually pay a retirement parcel tax based on their assessed value. That allocation goes into retirement fund because it can only be used to pay for retirement expenses. That is a portion of our general fund reserves. Let's see. Question, I believe there was on MWPA, the Marine Wildfire Prevention Authority.
Just Garrett, I'm sorry. Pam also asked about the decrease in discretionary spending.
Oh,
Wanting
yes.
to know what that discretionary spending is.
Yeah, discretionary spending is things that we're not obligated to spend. So like conferences, meetings, maybe even some tree trimming. So what we did was on those numbers, we may have cut just a little bit here and in there. I mean, in order to give an exact number, we'd have to go through line by line to compare to last year what we cut. But that's kind of the discretionary expenditures, which are things you don't necessarily have to spend on, but you normally budget. Even if you know you're going to incur that expense regularly, like tree trimming, you could cut the tree trimming budget. WMPA, that's Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. Yes, that is an estimate. The local share is 96,000. That could be lower depending on whatever the assessments actually come in actuality. It's a placeholder right now, and we do know we'll need to spend it as however you can spend it, whatever the operational committee and actually the board comes up with. So we're not so worried about not complying with the requirements of MWPA. And I think those were really the questions that were asked.
I'm sorry, I did write them down, so I'm just going to make sure we're thoroughly addressing these things. So Stephen also was commenting that the funds would be specified for new projects, and just wanted to make sure that, you know, if we're putting these allocations toward chipper days, that would qualify. I think he said he believed it would, but there may be questions about that.
Yeah,
Already.
so I guess I understand he was listening. I'm on the operational committee.
Right, I know.
So obviously, and he commented, but yes, I think what I was saying is we will spend the MWPA funds as appropriate and how it's allowed. But for now, it's budgeted the way it's budgeted. Okay,
and Jody's comments, well taken. Thank you, Jody, but there were no required responses. So, okay. So going forward. We're finished with public comment. Any other comments from council, having heard public comment?
Yeah, I think it's just worth noting that the CalPERS investments are notoriously optimistic. They have a lot of their money in Wall Street. And, you know, it's something that we've been hit with before often, especially I've seen it come through in the fire department, where they will raise everybody's contribution levels year after year, depending on the outcome of their falling short on their estimates of income from various investments that they have. And they tend to estimate a little high, in my opinion. And so I don't know that we can reflect that in terms of actual numbers right now, but since it did come up from Michelle's comments, I thought it would be worth noting that it's a volatile situation, and it probably is only going to go in one direction, and that's not in our favor. So they end up asking for more money year after year for us to contribute to their CalPERS system. So just to comment on that.
Thanks, John. So Garrett, moving on to, we're moving to department presentations, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So Michelle, if you could put the PowerPoint back on. And then we just need to go to the departmental slide, which is, oh, there we go. Okay, so departmental presentations, and actually, oh, well, we're not too bad. It's only 15. We thought maybe we get to it a little after 11. It's about 11:19. And so what we thought we'd do is to go through departmental presentations, and what we do is we typically just go through it the way it's laid out in the budget. So we start with administration. That's on page 13 of your budget, and that starts not with the narratives, but starts actually with the financial information. So administration, obviously that includes the town council, town auditor, town treasurer. But if you start on page 13, town council budget, at the bottom line number is actually just a couple $100 less than the previous fiscal year. Town treasurer, same thing. It's a few dollars less than the previous fiscal year. And I'm not, unless the council wants, I'm actually not going to read the numbers, the bottom line numbers, unless you like me to. Obviously, it's a little more complicated this year because typically if we're in the women's club, we'd have it there. We could actually show the different spreadsheets on the screen. But in this case, I'm just kind of walking through the pages unless there's specific
Yeah,
questions.
Garrett, I think that's fine. Barbara has something to say, but just real quick for the public, obviously these numbers and these lines are available to you. So if we're not going to go through them like this, understandably, then just make sure that people know where to find them.
Okay. So,
can I just make a comment? So Garrett, I think subsequent to this meeting, I'm willing to go through the budget page by page, because I found things like the accomplishments were not, the old ones were still there. And then I noticed the independent auditors, which I think is kind of the pages you're talking about, went up quite a bit. So I mean, I'm willing to sit down with you and go through this page by page rather than bring this up, but that's just one comment I had. Thank you.
okay. Yeah, we do know that on some of the sheets, the activity descriptions may not have been modified, even though we had notes to modify them. The narratives, we tried to, obviously for the council, we didn't do anything at this point with accomplishments and goals and priorities. We could talk about that later. We tried to do it for the departments, but we probably missed some things. The auditor, you can, I think that's fine. I mean, Michael, if you have questions, that's on page 15. The budget for the auditor overall went up by, that's a question, like $3,000. How the projected works is obviously, it just split over the two line items, but it's roughly close to what was the adopted budget. But if you have, once we get through, if you have specific questions on the auditor, you should just go ahead and ask Michael the question. Town attorney, we kept pretty flat at $190,000.
Yeah, Garrett, do you want me, can I say something about the audit? Our
Sure.
contract is up with the auditor with, this audit. And so at some point we can do an extension with them, but there is I've built into there that there may be an additional cost based on the extension, et cetera.
Okay.
But what is the high? It's Stephanie. What I'm looking at, this is 822, right? Line, the professional services line. Is that where the auditor goes in?
Yes.
So we're going from 31.9 to 52.5. Is that all auditor increase?
Yeah, you can ask Michael. Yes. So auditor, that just the net number, the total of 63,000 plus, that's the total cost for the auditor. And it just gets spread over those two lines. Compared to last year, it was about 60,600 something. So you're talking about a $3,000 increase. So it's the whole bottom line is the cost for the auditor, regardless of how we split it out in terms of some of those
I'm not
costs.
following that, Garrett. I thought the auditor cost goes into the 822 row.
It's both 821 and 822. Because what's happening is the auditor provides Michael a series of services.
Okay.
Where single audit, state controller's report. At one point, we talked about doing some type of CAFR, the Gadsby, which is General Accounting something board, standards board. That's it. Reports that needs to be done, and then the actual audit for the town. So the auditor, Michael, you can chime in, has a whole series of services, and the bottom line is it costs $63,000. Projected cost $63,669. It's just he's spreading the different services of that contract across the two line items, 821 and 822.
Yeah, it also includes the fact that we have other services that we need to pay for in terms of the audit. As an example, we have to pay CalPERS to run specific reports so that the auditor can put the required representations in their notes. So we do pay other agencies other than just the auditor in order to do the audit. This may also include other audit type services that we have. We have the well, I was thinking we have a gas tax and other things that have specific audits, and those may or may not happen. But this includes the well, as an example, single audit. We have a single audit fee that is charged if we have capital expenditures over $750,000, which we did a year or so ago. So we had a spike in the audit expenses before that didn't happen this year because we didn't spend over that limit in capital improvement projects.
Those are for grant funds, so federal grant funds, and so the bridge funds cumulative, if it would exceed it, if the threshold was 700,000, Michael, then we'd have to do a special audit just for the use of those funds. Is that correct, Michael?
Yes, that's correct. Well, it's required that once you exceed the limit in federal funds that you use, then they require that the auditors do a special audit called single audit, so that these other agencies don't come in and have to do their own audits. This single audit gives them the information that they need so that we're not constantly being going through the process of doing audits with all the different agencies that provide us our grants.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we move on, so within admin, we also have talked about the town attorney. That budget stayed the same. Town manager, the increase there is related to my contract. That's the primary increase. Then we move on to the town clerk, which is page 20. It's only slightly higher. It's 180. It's basically $4,000 higher than the adopted budget from the previous year. I think all we did, if I look at this, I think most of that's related. Some of that, at least half of that increase, is related to internal service charge that's related to maintenance. And we'll talk about that later in the day. Obviously, we don't have Hannah in this budget, but we kept a little money in there for part-time salaries. On to elections, and that's
Could I add something, excuse me, about the town clerk?
Mm-hmm.
I just noted that the updates to the narratives on, I don't know what you call it, the activity description and the notes at the bottom needed to be corrected. It shows that ABAG is hosting our website, and it's actually Proud City. And that's a different cost. I just wanted to note that. And
so we'll have to update all that stuff, which I think Michelle did. We just didn't get it into this version.
Exactly. No, it's ready, but just not quite there yet.
I think there's also something on the goals where you have conduct in November 2019.
Exactly. Yeah.
2020.
That was just my own personal typo, but yeah, I'll be doing the 2020 election.
Okay. So elections, actually, I believe elections page 21, that's the one that's going to be an adjustment. We thought it'd be less than 10, but it's going to be what, Michelle, 16?
So I communicated with the registrar of voters yesterday, and it sounds like they might be required to do something called voting centers, which would be like satellite offices for the elections department, and that will cost them staffing and space. And so we might be going up as high as $3 per election, per registered voter, instead of the $175 that we had been budgeting. And the reason that it was so much more last year in 2019 was that it was the odd year election. We've been switching, everybody in California had to switch to even year elections, and so the last couple of odd year elections have been more expensive because there were fewer districts and towns participating in those elections, and therefore not sharing the costs with us.
Michelle, I have a question. This is Janet. I'm taking notes. So the projection is going up from 10,000 to 16. Is that what you said?
Yeah, 16,000.
Okay.
Change. They're just waiting to decide. Everybody's wondering what's happening with the new social distancing and how we're going to handle elections at all, really.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just say one more thing about know we're allowed to maybe highlight one or two key accomplishments. And I just wanted, and Camille's going to talk about this later, but I did want to say that the website has fallen under my department since I've been town clerk. And a couple of years ago, we moved to a new platform, Proud City, and Camille took on the webmaster role. And I just wanted to say that I think we, in the last year, have really gotten our website up and running, and it's a great resource and tool, and I consider that one of the key accomplishments of the department. So that's all.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so that was elections. Now personnel, page 22, we tried to keep that budget about the same, so we did some slight reductions. But what this is personnel costs, and the bulk of it, I spend my time, and some of Michael's time is spent doing the HR functions. But the bulk of it is we have to consult out for some HR things. So with COVID-19, for example, I had to get memos out and policies and things out to all town staff, such as dealing with the federal leave requirements and sick leave requirements, emergency family leave, and some other things as required. So at times we would consult with legal counsel on some of the HR functions. So that's in essence what the bulk of the expenses are in personnel. And now it's on page 22. And now, unless there's any questions on admin, we'll move on to the finance department, which is page 25 in terms of the numbers. And with that, I'm going to start to turn this over to the different staff of the departments to talk about their budgets. So I'd like to turn this over to Michael.
Great. Well, thank you, Garrett. This is an interesting budget year for the finance department. One of the things that's happening is we're going through really a lot of conversion over in the office here. Janet is backing out of her position as the part-time accountant, and we've hired another part-time accountant who is going through training, even though she hasn't been in the office yet because of the current way that we're doing, occupying the office. So the personnel is going through turnover. We have 1.5 persons in the finance office. One of the things that we're going through this year is that we've got the new computer system, new accounting software coming into place. This is called Tyler Encode. It's a computer software program that's similar to programs that are being used by other cities in Marin County. It's going to give us a lot more ability to do the accounting in-house rather than using the myriad of different accounting programs that we have been using. This program has, we've been working on getting it, keeping it on time. We're looking at it going live in July with this next fiscal year. So we've been going through training in the office with Tyler systems or technology, and we have Leslie doing her training also over at her home over in Petaluma. So that's going on schedule. So with this year's budget, I've noted that there's an increase in the amount of outside services that we've got. Let's see, let me get to that page here. So professional services, and that basically reflects the new annual fee that we're going to have for Tyler Encode. The unique thing about this particular year is that we still have to keep the old system going. So we still have support fees for things like our BDS system and a few of the others as we convert over, just so that we have historical numbers still available to us when we're, you know, going through the process of using the new software. We'll be doing payroll in-house, so a lot of our fees like ADP are not going to be there. We're going to have an improved system as far as business licenses, permitting, and we're adding additional functions that we're looking forward to, including a real purchasing system and fixed assets system in-house, and the project accounting system that Garrett has been really looking forward to having. So I'll entertain any questions that people have on any of the lines or functions that we've got within finance.
Barbara?
Yeah, a couple of things. Well, first of all, I want to say great news on Tyler Encode coming in, and thanks to you and Janet staying on to help. That's great. I remember when I was mayor, Renee was vice mayor, we met with you to talk about that system, and it's great we're almost there. Just a question or maybe a comment on the accomplishments as well, is that the first bullet on the accomplishments talks about initiated process to refinance lease financing with Capital One, etc. And I think we need to change that, because that's not what we did. We initiated the process to look at new ways to deal with pension debt. And we have not arrived on anything, and I don't want to give a perception that we did. Sorry, which was one of the discussions. I think one of the other accomplishments that I would include when you update this is we updated and implemented the new master fee schedule, which I think was quite a feat as well. And one question on the professional services, at one point, are we going to be able to turn off BDS, which I think is the old system, or whatever the old system is? Are we going to be able to go back prospectively in Tyler Encode so we won't have to be running two systems, Michael?
Yes, that's a great question. One of the things that we did when we committed to doing this with Tyler is we are asking them to import about 3 or so years of information so that we can actually go back a certain period of time within Tyler to be able to research certain things. So that ability will be there. Some things they're not going to be able to import, and so we're going to keep BDS as a backup to certain historic information that we've got. That doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to be charged for fees on it. If we're not using the support function, we can, well, BDS doesn't cost that much. It's about $2,000 a year for their support function. So, you know, we have to weigh that off against the benefit that might be received by having access to historical information. So yeah, we are looking to be able to not have those fees in future budgets, but this year being a transition year, we want to be able to keep those. In addition, some of these fees don't overlap. In other words, the fixed asset system, as an example, is a fee that's coming due, but it's not going to be online with the new system for several months because the core financial part of it is live in July, but some of the peripheral systems will be a month or two away from that once the core system is working okay.
Okay, well, thank you. And congratulations on hiring Leslie. And thanks to Janet Garvin, who stayed on to help us get to this point.
A big thanks to Janet. She's been an invaluable person in this office.
And can I just comment that, Barbara, thanks for calling out some of the big things that need corrections in the accomplishments and the goals. But just for everyone's information, in reviewing these, please don't I hate to say this, but please don't pay too much attention to these accomplishments and goals at this time, because we will go through each and every one and make sure it's trued up to the actual fiscal year. But just wanted to say that, because there are so many accomplishments, and we do have goals going forward outside of COVID. So stay tuned for that. And but then again, thank you, Barbara, for calling out some of the big ones, so the public isn't looking at the wrong accomplishments and goals. Okay, Garrett.
Sorry to go back. Okay, so next up is planning and building. And actually the budget sheet actually starts on page 28. And so Ben, are you on the phone?
I'm actually on the computer, but
Okay,
how's the volume?
it's good.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Now we have video. I just got promoted. Let's see. Well, you can see me. I can't see myself. I'm hoping.
No, we can't see you. We see your name.
Okay. Well, in any event, maybe it'll come on at some point. So as you can see, this was a really busy year for planning. A whole array of regulations that we got through, many of which promoted streamlining or clarification of our existing regulations. And we also are participating, there we go. Thank you, Michelle. We are also participating in a 10 jurisdiction effort here in the county under the auspices of a Senate Bill 2 grants. And those are providing us with the ability to develop objective design and development standards, accessory dwelling unit information, and to develop an inclusionary housing ordinance. And so these are all improvements, as your council is aware, because we had the memo to your council at the recent meeting. Objective development and design standards are basically the only way we're going to be able to evaluate multifamily developments going forward.
Ben, I'm sorry. Could you please just a brief description of inclusionary zoning for housing?
Yes. What inclusionary zoning will allow us to do is charge market rate developments an appropriate fee in order to provide affordable housing. In some instances, if a development is large enough, the anticipation would be that they would be tasked with actually developing affordable housing, keyed into the various Bay Area income levels. But the town currently lacks an inclusionary housing ordinance, and the expectation is within this upcoming fiscal year, we will have an inclusionary housing ordinance.
Perfect. Thank you. I just think for the public's benefit, we should, some of these things we throw around a lot, but the public needs to understand this is really important. Thank you.
And another thing that we're anticipating proceeding forward on at long last is the Miranda Heights subdivision of the Wall property. We're getting some indication that will be proceeding. Look for that to be on your agenda in a meeting soon, possibly even June. And as your council is aware, the town has selected an environmental impact report consultant. So that's something that staff will be spending a lot of time on. Other things that your council has seen include various zoning map updates and corrections. These are just cleanup items that staff has noticed and is improving. A lot of this has been in hand with having a GIS professional assisting the town. It's really neat to see some of these, for example, early 1970s planning maps digitized and able to be applied. So that's something that's been fun. In terms of permits and plans in planning, It's been a little bit of a down year. Going back, gosh, 10 years. It's hard to say what drives planning cycles, but this year has been a little bit down. The number of construction permits under building has also been down. However, our revenues, taking away Victory Village, are actually up 2 million from this time last year. And so we anticipate working to develop our online and virtual permit processing abilities. We're taking active steps now, for example, to do credit card payments online. We continue to be very busy with information requests. As you know, we have a very complex and comprehensive regulatory arena in Fairfax. And people are constantly calling us, and we believe that's an important part of what we do, is to provide people with information, whether it's regarding applications that they're considering or following through on enforcement complaints. That seems to be an uptick as well. So, and then the other thing that we're doing is switching to our virtual/remote capability. This, of course, has been a town-wide effort. With the Planning Commission has already held one meeting, and we anticipate continuing to do so in the future. And I'm ready to answer any questions you may have about particular aspects of the budget. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Thank you so much, Ben. That was a perfect overview. Bruce.
Yeah, I just wanted to call attention to this. You've described a lot of work that's being done, and thanked you and the planning staff for that, but also a lot of this involves the Planning Commission, and I just wanted to extend our thanks to the Planning Commission for continuing to work very hard to not only handle applications, but to be doing involved in many of these changes that get recommended then to council. And it's just been uniform that a lot of thought has gone into them, and the recommendations are very well thought out. So thank you all for that.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor, for pointing that out. I consider the Planning Commission unsung heroes. They get a lot of very controversial things on their desk, and will likely continue to do so in this upcoming period. We are dealing with state regulations that are directing towns through their planning operations to make many changes. And so the townspeople will be seeing that. In addition, we have, of course, this major subdivision that we anticipate will be going active very shortly. So we've got a wonderful commission, and I speak that from my heart, and I look forward to working with them this year and going forward.
Okay, any other questions? So let's keep to questions, because we'll take, oh, actually, I'm sorry. We will take public comment after all of the department things. So Barbara.
Just a question on the budget page 28, and this might be for Mike rather than Dan. On outside services, we have 200,000, and that's basically looking at consultants. But it would seem to me there needs to be either a line item, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice, or a place in the notes to talk about the SB2 grant is covering 160,000 of that, right? So I think we need to make that clear so it doesn't appear we're taking that out of our general fund.
Yes, this is an opportunity that we took advantage of. It's a very rare state grant, and we are collaborating with other jurisdictions. So not only is this something money that's coming from the state, but this collaborative venture is saving this town considerable money and getting a more comprehensive work product in the areas of objective design and development standards.
I completely agree. I'm just saying that on the budget page, we need to make it clear that there is a grant that's covering that, so nobody has the idea that we're taking out of general fund.
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you, Barbara. So there is a note, but it doesn't specify that, because that line item's going up 154,000, but you're saying 160 of that 200 is sourced by a grant?
Yeah, it's SB2 grant. So I just think if we can clarify that so people understand where the money's coming from,
Right.
that would be
Yeah,
helpful.
we'll add that into the notes. That's an adjustment that we have.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And I didn't hear you. Could you repeat, please, what you mentioned about Miranda and a June meeting? You said you've gotten indication of what? Could you say that again, please?
Yes, we've received recent word that the applicant is prepared to go forward. There's some details that need to be addressed, but we anticipate that we will be going to your council for approval of the environmental consultant contract and for them to initiate work, potentially as early as the June meeting, certainly, or not certainly, but if not June, then more than likely July.
Okay, so he's agreed to fund the EIR.
Excuse me?
He's agreed to fund the EIR.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ben, oh, anyone else before I ask questions? Okay. Ben, related to that, that was my question. I want to request that you guys update the Miranda Heights area on the website immediately. Because there are, as you know, many concerned residents. And I think, you know, the sooner we do it, Garrett, you've already thought of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, so some of the things that Ben talked about this, but that's our impression at this point in time. So that's why we're hedging whether it's June or July, because there's still some details to be worked out. So I'm just a little hesitant. As soon as we put something and it doesn't hit in June, then everybody thinks something's going on. So I'm just saying that's the tentative. Still some details to be worked out.
Yeah.
We could put something on the website, but it may not be June.
Okay, that's fine. As there's unknowns, but we need to keep the public updated about the unknowns.
Well, certainly the public will be very interested in knowing that he has agreed to pay for the EIR. That's a significant update.
Right. But again, that's a tentative that we've just gotten. So what they say and what they actually mean, those are the things that we're trying to clarify. So I'm just trying to be a little cautious on what we're saying, but no problem putting something on the website, but we just literally heard, so.
Right, no, I understand. I just think, for transparency's sake, there are times when we don't know, but we can express that we don't know that this is, where it's moving toward, and that it will come, as soon as the final, however it is, but we just need people to know that we're not doing anything without them knowing about it, because we're not.
We find a way to transmit to everybody who's signed up via email, for example, that, this is a tentative thing, but that there is a change in the status.
That's great. Yes, I had one other question. So as things are moving quickly in terms of how we are going to address some of the financial crisis for our small businesses, this relates to planning in that some of the regular ways that we do things as businesses are scrambling to try and figure out how they're going to either expand their footprint in order to accommodate more customers or more diners. There's going to be a lot of moving parts coming, and quickly. So I just want to point out that I'm hoping, we will all work very closely with planning in order to, this obviously I've been discussing with Garrett, in order to look at whether we have some fee adjustments when people submit, design for plan reviews for things that are going to come. And everyone knows it's no secret that towns and cities all over the country are scrambling to figure out how to deal with social distancing and still accommodate business and customers. So I just want to make sure that planning is gearing up and ready. And I understand there's policy considerations for us to be able to accommodate our businesses, and it's emergent and urgent. So we're going to have to then, when we look back at the mid-year, look at what we're doing in terms of, fees and how we're going to adjust that. to meet the urgency. That's just
Thank you,
comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. We heartily concur. And in fact, we've been prioritizing in our building inspection division efforts to assist people with their housing circumstances, in particular in regards to COVID-related issues, making sure that people are comfortable in their homes, et cetera. So we understand this is definitely an all hands on deck situation, and we'll do what we can to assist people in the town and businesses.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else from council before we move to the next department? I think we're on schedule if we keep going. John, did you have something?
Yeah, it was just basically to back up your comments. I mean, I think we can certainly talk about this as a council in terms of having a policy where there are certain situations where it can devolve to an over-the-counter permit, which, you know, fees are either greatly reduced or waived in order to get businesses able to get on their feet. And there's some specific space-related things that you alluded to. And I think having that permit process be rapid, and, you know, we can set some parameters as a council, but I think they need to be fairly lenient so that we can make this work going forward.
Right. And that is in process and beginning in discussion, and then we'll come to council ASAP. Garrett?
So all the towns and cities are all working on these same issues. Thought pattern is definitely something would come to you in June about whatever actions the council needs to take regarding some of these different matters. And so we're working on that.
And the reason I bring it up is in this context is that it will affect some of the budgeting, you know, assumptions going forward. So, okay, I think we're ready to move on to our next department presentation,
Which is police. Now we'd start at page 32. Oops, sorry. So it starts on page 32, and the chief will be speaking about police.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council, and Lieutenant Tabaranza should be on the line here too in case I need his help. You there, Rico?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So I can be very brief. The police budget is basically the same as it was the current fiscal year, other than contractual increases. The increase, we're roughly about 229,000 higher than last year, but that is all, most all of it is MOU driven, and MOU being including benefits, which Garrett's talked about earlier, PERS and side funds and all that stuff. We have no control over that cost. So the increase is based on things that are MOU or contractually governed. Out of personnel costs, the increase to the budget is about 10 grand, and that those items are things like the MIRA emergency radio fees that have gone up roughly $2,500. Our body-worn camera system had to go up $4,500 due to storage capacities and legalities and how long we're supposed to keep certain videos. So that's where those extra increases come from. But basically, the line items are all the same. I have not increased any line items, whether it's gasoline costs, vehicle repairs, office supplies, etc. As Garrett mentioned earlier, we're not putting in the budget any vehicles, I think, townwide, including the police department. So vehicle repair costs will go up with aging fleet, but I've kept the vehicle repair line item the same because it's an unknown. Cars break down, you don't know what's wrong. Maybe we'll have a better year. Currently this year, I think we're going to end up being about 3,000 over on vehicle maintenance costs, but that's all manageable. So that's the bottom line of that. Of the total police budget, roughly 3.5 million of that is personnel costs. The remaining 300 and something is everything else, which again is not really any discretionary spending. It's the same budget we do every year, and we try to hold the line items consistent. I just want to point out, as I do every year, to remind us that we have revenue from the dispatching contract from the college and Ross. This year it's gone up $5,000. So the revenue for the dispatching contracts of those agencies is $98,000. And Michael, Vervet, if you want to make a note on one of your budget sheets, or the revenue sheet on your budget, it's showing it at 96K. Not that 2,000 makes a big difference, but every dollar counts. So we have that revenue. And again, like I do like to say every year, that revenue doesn't cost us anything in personnel costs. We're able to service those agencies with no added cost to the town. So there's no back end extra cost. So that's actually 98,000 in revenue to the town. Next year it'll go up a few more thousand on a built-in contractual raise with Ross, or the college, I'm sorry. I think that's all I really want to talk about. So of that increase, and we'll know in a few months, we could potentially reduce our budget. I think it could be between $50,000 and $80,000 based on personnel anticipated personnel changes, which would involve salary savings as we replace those bodies, and depending on what the person that replaces an outgoing person. Usually it's cheaper. But I think Rico, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're projecting maybe when Garrett does another not necessarily mid-year, but in a few months, we could potentially reduce our budget between 50 and 80,000. Is that right, Rico?
That's correct, Chief.
Okay. So I just want to point that out, that we should be lowering that a little bit. I'll leave it at that and answer any questions you guys may have.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Very clear and very succinct, much appreciated. Any questions of the police or the lieutenant? Barbara? You're muted. Barbara?
I'm here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Do I wait on asking on page 34 on disaster prep? Is that somebody other than the chief?
Sorry, yes, I'll go over that.
Should I ask you now, Garrett?
Why don't we wait till we get to that sheet, and let's just wait for.
Oh, I didn't know if that was a department. Okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Questions?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the revenue section. I'm not seeing it. Where is that?
You're looking for dispatch fees?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you would go to your revenue sheet, page 6. I think, not page 6, sorry. Page 7. Page 7, and if you go down to the bottom section, the number's 01080-804, and I put in 96. I couldn't remember it was 96 or 98, and then in a hurry I forgot to double check. So the 96 would be a 98. The 85 for projected really is 93. So those are little adjustments we need to do.
Okay, any other questions of the police department?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, have a great day.
Okay. Well,
Garrett, before we
Yes.
continue, I'm not sure if I just saw a member of the public. I just want to remind people that we're going to go through the rest of the department presentations, and then we will come back and answer all of your questions. So please note them, and we are doing the same. Okay, thanks. Let's continue, Garrett. Thanks.
Okay, so if we go to page 34, that's disaster prep and ELC. Just wanted to point out, on the projected budget, you look at that and you go, wow, why is that so low, and why is the draft 2021 so high? The 2021 budget is the same as the adopted budget. The projected is an example of estimated costs where we just didn't go back and double check. So in the line item that's 821 for outside services, that includes what we pay the county sheriff for emergency services, county disaster-wide coordinator position, we pay a share of that, and then it includes whatever our disaster preparedness materials are. But we haven't been billed for some of these services yet. And sometimes for, say, the evacuation maps we've been working on, maybe we haven't been billed yet, or maybe we were billed and we paid it and we miscoded it. So that number, in that line item 821, the 3,400, that's completely low. It doesn't reflect all the costs that we know we're going to incur, because I think the number is going to be closer to the 12,000 that was budgeted. So that's just an example of the year-end expenses, that why it's projected year-end, but why we're always trying to compare the proposed budget to the adopted budget, because that's a better reality of what costs really are typically. So that answer the question that might come up on that line item.
Barbara?
Yeah, that answered that piece, but the question or the issue I wanted to bring up was something called the Neighborhood Response Group Coordinator. And when at one point we were going to have a retreat, I had submitted a proposal for a 6-month position for somebody very part-time that would cost about $5,000 to $5,500 to start that ball rolling. And I realize we don't want to take on new programs, but this is important given that we're looking at the hottest year on record, we think, and wildfire season going to be bad. So I would like us, and I know you've talked to Jody. Jody and I have been kind of working on this for a while, but I don't think it should be town staff, and I think we should look at somebody as an independent consultant. I know there is somebody that has been doing this. Is that the right person, or is it somebody else? But my proposal was really looking at 5 hours a week, a total of 20 hours, and not doing a gold-plated thing, but really just getting the ball rolling with the Firewise groups, maybe in particular focusing on the worst areas, Cascades in particular, rather than coming over here where we've got a couple of Firewise groups. They're still important, but so I want to put in a pitch for that, and I don't know that this is the right time, but it seemed to me like it was the right time, and it's only about $5,000, and I think we could get a lot done in a short period of time. And also to mention on our community-friendly evacuation maps, I don't think we've been billed on it because we didn't finish it. We were close to that, and then Todd was going back with Michael St. John to the person we were working with for more edits, and then everything sort of fell apart with COVID. So I'm done.
Barbara, you raised an important point. Sorry about that. So in terms of when, I know there's a couple things on the table or floating around in the air in terms of programs that we maybe believe we should add because of the emergency. So when would you like us to deal with that? It made sense to do it because we're talking about disaster preparedness, but there's a couple other things. Jody raised several of them. So when would you like to do that?
Our recommendation is, at the end of the day, we have this section that talks, it's council priorities, goals, objectives, new programs. And so what we can do is we could take notes on this, which we've wrote down, and that would be the time to talk about everything that you're proposing, whatever that is, and then you can address it at that time.
Okay.
That would be our recommendation.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Sorry to go out of order.
No, that was good. We needed to clarify. So let's continue unless other thoughts from council. Okay, seeing none. Garrett, do you want to proceed?
Sure. Now we'll go to Ross Valley Fire. That's page 36. So as we had indicated, we're part of a Joint Powers Authority, a JPA, Ross Fire Department, at Sleepy Hollow, Ross, Fairfax, San Anselmo. And for this year, it looks like our contribution is going to go up by a smidgen over 3%, about $74,000. And within that's our contribution to Ross Valley Fire. In our specific budget, though, in addition to that, we also have, typically we put aside $15,000 for facility repairs. That's the fire station here on an annual basis. And we also included the $40,000 that we use for vegetation management, for right away and so on. That's actually what we put that actually in the fire budget. In our portion of the fire budget, that actually doesn't go to fire, but that's just our portion that we reserve for those costs. Fire prevention, inspection, and defensible space inspectors, that's actually where last year we had the budget for our share. That actually now, we're pretty sure this is going to be the case, is that will be handled by Ross Valley Fire, and that actually will be funded by MWPA, the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. So that's going to take care of that expense because that's more of a regional effort. So again, it's about 3%. When I look at our projected, that needs to be cleaned up. And the adopted, I think we just how we spread it, we missed a couple of numbers there, but it's whatever it is, but definitely projected to be cleaned up. And overall, fire's gone up about 3. That's actually not bad considering last year, I think it went up by over 5%, maybe even closer to 6. So unless there's any questions, that's pretty much it for fire.
Questions? Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so now we move to Public Works, and that is page 39. So the Public Works budget, the main change here is typically we budget about $80,000 a year for professional services to help with projects, capital projects, whether or not you say someone's acting as a equivalent of a public works director type position, and we spread that among the public works departments. But what we've done as a council, you may recall, what we did was for the supervision of the public works crew, which is 4 people, that now the police chief takes over that responsibility in lieu for some salary consideration. And so we've been doing that. That's actually included in the police department's budget. And so what we did is we took that out of the public works department. So where before we used to budget about 80,000, we only budget a little over 50 for assistance on public works director type positions. The chief's portion actually doesn't cost that full 30, but we just cut the 30 out for a little more savings. Other than that, we try to keep all the other expenses consistent in public works admin, which is page 39. Page 41 is referred to as public works street maintenance. That's where they're doing the paving and the striping and so on. In essence, we did the same thing there. We slightly reduced the cost there for a public works director position. And then we tried pretty much to keep all the other costs about the same or slightly less than last year. And the issue we always struggle with the street budget is it's very weather dependent. So when you get a lot of rain and storm conditions, we probably spend almost the entire budget that year, just because you're always have to cut down trees, you got to do more paving and so on. But if you don't get a whole lot of rain, then you don't do as much, at least as it comes to the pavement maintenance side, because the roads aren't falling apart just because of that water infiltration, although you still may be doing the trees. And so that's page 41. Page 42 is what we refer to street lighting. That's where we pay for our power. We pay for the maintenance of the street lights and the signals and so on. And that's all done. For the street lights, the maintenance is done under a master contract with the Marin General Services Authority. That's the MGSA. We pay that, a portion of that, and then we pay for extra services for the actual street light maintenance. We pay for that, and then traffic signals and so on comes out of that budget, and that stayed the same as last year. Page 43, we could probably get rid of that in the future, that storm damage FEMA. That was kind of an old number and fund that we used to use, but now we moved it into Fund 52. And then parks maintenance, which is page 45, and that's predominantly what Rudy does. You can see we don't have any of the public works director type money in there, but in essence, we tried to keep that fairly consistent. We did have some bump in, I'm trying to see what was the main change there. And I think we'll need to, yeah, that's something we need to look at. This is one of those things, anomalies, where our health insurance and some of the number line items we have might be slightly miscoded in terms of, well, for the last year's adopted budget. For example, we have, the number's a little over or a little off because it has overtime really high and health insurance really low, and those numbers should be reversed. So again, it's a little cleanup on our end, but that pretty much is the public works budget. Are there any questions? Okay, not
Yeah,
seeing it.
sorry, I do.
Oh, okay.
On page 30, I guess it's 39.
Okay.
So the increase in part-time salaries, the 411, and then the note. So what this says to assist with capital projects. What are the capital projects? What is the assumption there?
Yeah, so this is for an outside person we contract with to help with capital projects. So scenic road, upper scenic road paving, had somebody sort of manage that. Some things we have delayed, but someone working on getting the other, what am I thinking of? The electric chargers back into the parkade and those type of things. That's based on a contract. And so we budget, you can see in 1920, we budgeted like $50,000. It just depends as needed. So that shows 17. That's actually not updated. And then we've reduced it now down to about 38. So those are type of outside services. Typically it's an engineer or construction manager that's retained to help facilitate these projects, whether it's not working with another engineering firm to try to get the plans and specs for different street improvement projects and so on. And that's in essence what that's for.
But isn't it also, Garrett, since we don't have a public works director like every other city in town, predating Stephanie by a number of years, we've been pushing you to hire somebody half-time as a consultant engineer to help you because you're wearing too many hats. So finally, I believe that happened last year, right? Along with our town engineer, consultant, contractor. But isn't that where that's all captured?
Yes, it's when I bring in someone to take over the help with public works director functions related to capital projects. Obviously the supervision now that's handled by the chief. So that's what that line item was for. And it's strictly a professional firm that we're retaining as opposed to hiring someone that's actually a part-time staff member.
I have a question related to that as well. So if you look at the public works, the accomplishments, and I know those need updating, so I just wanted to get clarity. First, it's page 37. In that first paragraph, it says the town retains an engineering consultant to assist with the management of the projects. And then it says the budget continues to provide funding. So is that the funding that we're using for that part-time engineering consultant?
Yes.
Or
So
are they still not being used?
yeah, so the best way to describe it is that line 411, regular part-time salaries, that's just where we put the money for the person that we retain via a firm to serve as the public works director for capital projects. So it's not really half-time per se anymore, but it is a part-time, and that's where we happen to put it. That's where we just log it under the regular part-time salaries, but it's not an actual employee. That just happens to be where we actually bill those services.
Okay.
It's like, for instance, Wayne Bush for the pavilion. That's the example.
Right.
Yeah, well, actually, Wayne Bush gets charged down to the bottom. This happens to be Carl Biarchi. I think if you met Carl, that he gets charged to the top part. So that's just the way that it's set up. I mean, you could put it anywhere. If you put it down on the bottom, I guess oddly what that'll do is that will increase your line item for outside services or professional services. The thought pattern up top was, maybe we could hire someone part-time. Did try that at some point. Couldn't really find anybody, or anybody I found actually found a full-time position. And so it didn't work out. And so we decided to go through a firm. In this case, I think it's Municipal services, municipal advisory services, or something like that. And then through them is how we got Carl, who's a retired public works director, to do some work for us.
Great, makes it work. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that we'll bring that back at the end of the day, which we have been since I've been on council for almost 8 years. So we could have a discussion when we talk about other projects and priorities of council. Okay, great. So I think we're ready to move on unless anyone has anything else about Public Works. Okay.
Okay, so now we're on to Recreation and Community Services, and I think Anne, Camille, Maria are all on the call, but I'll turn that over to Anne to start with.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. So I will be very brief. The budget, I mean, it's a base budget, so it's based on last year for the most part. Here is what I think is going to be some big changes. Summer camp. We are moving forward with summer camp. Our revenue is usually around 20K for that. This year, I'm projecting 10K. And so that will be that's a big change. And then moving forward, I'm pretty sure our revenue for our rentals obviously are going to be a lot lower. Our classes will be a hybrid, I imagine. Just guessing, of online and in person based on what's possible. So those are the big changes. And you've seen all of our accomplishments and you've read all of that. So I don't want to have to go over that unless you want to discuss any bullet points. But, you know, as far as my job in particular, you know, I am a part-time, and with the COVID, like this past month, I'm not working as much. So, you know, there'll be some reductions in how much I'm working, I imagine, unless we ramp up to do something else. I'm not sure. So that's kind of how I am anticipating the future.
Can I ask a question specifically of Anne, unless other council members first? Barbara?
Just, I know that we're looking at a decrease in revenue for summer camps and rentals, but forgive me, I didn't see that in the budget sheets. And what I did see is building grounds maintenance went up twice. Power went up an incredible amount from 1,700. Oh, maybe that's, we haven't projected that right. But anyway, it just seems like I'm missing, maybe I'm just ignorant because I was doing this at 11 o'clock at night.
Barbara, the revenues are on page 7.
Oh, so that's a different place.
Different place. Revenues are on different place than the expenses are.
Thank you.
But it says summer camp fees go from 10.5 to 17.
Yes, we had originally anticipated that the fees, summer camp fees, were going to be, you know, we budgeted for higher. We recalculated those to be down in the 10,000 range for this fiscal year because we're not, but for next fiscal year, we're really projecting what's going to be happening in the summer of 2021.
I see.
Okay. Oh, John?
Yes, you know, this could be brought up in a number of different places, but since it's listed here in a few, well, at least in my notes in a few places. And one thing that I've been getting requests from a number of people, especially in light of the fact that the evacuation maps are, that Marin County Fire, I mean, not Marin County Fire, but the Fire Wise has been working on evacuation routes, and a lot of people are
That's
asking me
not,
about.
excuse me, that's not Firewise. That's Todd Landau doing that with Michael St. John.
Sure, but
Not through Firewise.
yeah, at any rate, I've been getting multiple requests from different people. Unfortunately, the map of the various trails around town, when it migrated to the new website, the resolution is horrible, so people really can't see it. I'm happy to work with, maybe it's you, Camille, but whoever, since it comes up under this thing, I thought I brought it up under this department. I thought I'd bring it up now. And I'm happy to work with anybody to try to restore as much information there as we can and provide it to the community in forms of a map. Obviously, it will also come up when Michael St. John's work with Todd Landau comes together. But people generally do like to have a comprehensive map that they can see where their house is and where the whole network of trails are, especially now since lots of people are walking around for exercise. It's a very good way for people to get around and also to become familiar with routes that could be useful in terms of an emergency.
John, are you talking about updating and making changes to the website and where the maps are depicted, or are you because I'm not quite sure how this fits right here?
Well, it is listed in a few places in the report in terms of, supporting the trails program, providing, through the Fairfax volunteers or various things, but the website is the place where this master map lives right now. And the resolution of that particular map is not of a high enough quality where people can actually use it. They can just kind of see that the map is there, and then they zoom in and they can't see anything. So
okay, I understand.
I'm just, saying I'm happy to work with anybody.
Great.
Yeah, so the recreation department is sort of divided right now into 3 different areas. One is the programs, the recreation, and then Maria oversees the events, the community services like Chipper Days and Firewise. She's getting more involved with that. And then Camille is communications, and she's now overseeing everything for the town. So her job has vastly expanded, yet she's still under recreation. So because we just have limited time, my section's very small. Maria also is very small, I think, today, but Camille deserves some more time. So if there's any questions about recreation and online programs and how I'm moving forward in the new fiscal year, I'm open to questioning around that kind of like the recreation piece of it. And then Maria will talk a little bit about what she's been doing, and then Camille.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to jump the gun then.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you guys so much, because your transition to the virtual recreation classes was beautiful and seamless and very Fairfax. So really meeting the needs. I understand that the chair yoga with Tamala has just gone, through the roof. And so thank you all for making that happen so seamlessly. I did have a specific question about Perry Park. As you've been heading up the fundraising, how much have we fundraised total for Perry Park playground remodeling?
Yeah, I mean, we started our efforts in 2018, and we've raised, I think, a little over 10,000 for that, just with the GoFundMe. And then we have an enormous amount of Measure A money ready to go. But of course, the COVID has really put a damper on this. I don't think playgrounds are going to be open until like phase 4 of all of this. So
how much further do we have to go, dollar amount?
Oh, I mean, we wanted 25K is what we put it out for. But I mean, if we had everything in place, like the plans approved and everything, like we could start construction. But we're tied up right now. Where that project stands is the structural engineer finish the set plans, and now it's being bounced back to our architect. And our architect has not responded to me during any of this COVID. I've reached out a few times, so I'm just kind of not really sure what's happening with her.
Yeah, I would say to prioritize, since it is allowed at this step in stage of recovery, so that when we do get to the point where it's allowed, we can be ready to go. So Garrett, I don't know, I mean, just for you guys to hear that, I know this has, this has been going on too long. And despite all of your best efforts, I think we could do a lot to get ready. And I also wanted to say, you didn't put in your accomplishments, because I know you guys worked hard on these, your teen programming and launch of teen programming. I know we got stopped in our tracks, but boy, were we on a good track. So I'd love that to go over into the goals for next year, because our youth are out there and they need our services more than ever. So thanks for all you've done, but let's carry it forward.
Yeah, that's right. That I didn't, in all the COVID madness, I have forgotten that we even did any of that. So yes, I will add it into the future. And I would love to see things happening. Of course, I'm not like, I'm having to adapt to this online world, but I'm resistant. I'm kind of having a hard time with it. So,
well, you're doing great, and I love the idea of the stories through pictures and all the things you're doing. So thank you for adapting so well.
Thanks.
So are we moving to Maria?
Yes. Okay, hi everyone. So on the volunteer end, we're keeping the budget the same. We have $5,000 allocated, and that goes, same as last year, that goes to support the food pantry, which during this time is just so critical. We had an increase in 30% of the households that have been using the food bank since the COVID crisis began. It also goes to support the community garden, which is a nice outlet for the folks that have a plot there. And as far as the events go, at this point, I don't see the picnic happening since it is a very large event. Of course, we've canceled everything until Labor Day and kind of waiting to see what the county, what we hear from the county in terms of future events. But I imagine anything large of that caliber is not going to happen this year. We'll have to see by the time the holiday wreath making, potluck, caroling rolls around, what transpires. In terms of the accomplishments, one major accomplishment, thanks of course to you guys, the town council, has been launching the one-to-one volunteer program for people in need. We started that basically like 3 or 4 days after the shelter in place was issued. And we have 137 volunteers that signed up since then. And we have 34 people in need. So we've matched everyone. A lot of them are elderly, disabled population, people that really need the services during this time. They've all been matched with someone to do their grocery shopping and prescription pickups. And that program, we just did a Survey Monkey earlier this week, and the results were just astounding. People are so grateful. They're so thankful to have someone in the community that they can turn to during this time of crisis. So I'm really happy with the way that's turned out. And then of course, last summer we did Chipper Days. We had expanded the program last summer to include the door-to-door pickup. We got an incredible amount of fuel reduction accomplished through that. And I think we really greatly reduced our fire danger in town. So for next fiscal year, just a couple of things. Prior to the COVID shutdown, the volunteer board had an idea to do an incubator project. This was kind of like the brainstorm of George Taylor, our volunteer chairperson. And we had to stop it, but the thought is that it would provide, the volunteer board would provide a place where people from the community could come to if they had a pilot project they'd like to launch. So hopefully after the shelter in place is lifted and the group starts meeting again, we can kind of proceed with that in that direction. So I think that pretty much wraps up everything. Of course, we'll be doing Chipper Days again this year. Not sure yet what the pickup portion is going to look like, but we definitely have Let's see, I believe it's 7 days scheduled starting June 20th. I noticed there was a little write-up in the Marin IJ on it yesterday. So we're starting to get phone calls and people responding to that. And I think that pretty much covers everything. I'm happy to take any questions from the council.
Any questions, anyone? Barbara?
Thanks to everyone who worked on the one-to-one match. I would just suggest that maybe thinking about, Maria, working with the volunteers on capitalizing on that group of something like 130 plus folks to look at what the volunteers used to do, which is thinking about having a cadre of volunteers that aren't on the volunteers to work on these projects. So I'm hoping when you guys get to meet in the future that you really agendize that and really talk about how you want to do that, because I think the volunteers were able to accomplish more in the days where they would pull in a lot of folks. So thank you to Stephanie and Renee for getting that going and for you working with them. But just, I know I've mentioned this before, I'm sorry to keep bringing it up.
Anyone else for Maria?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Maria. She's been phenomenal and a real pleasure to work with. And Camille, you have been very helpful too. Thank you so much with the survey and getting all the content on the website and so forth.
Yeah, well, and one of the benefits actually speaks to what Barbara's saying. We created special lists in Constant Contact. So we now, the volunteers have an extensive email list, but now we have the people who've been served, the people who signed up to volunteer. And if through this process, it's gotten more specific. So we can move forward with contacting people about future needs much better.
And yeah, just to point out, because this is ongoing, we meet weekly, and Maria's been awesome on this force that put this together. But I want to point out that it speaks to the importance of having staff do something like this, because I know we're very, very short-handed, but it made all the difference. So it really, the efficiencies of having someone do this, and it's very part-time, but because you've been so efficient. So thank you. I think it's a model for projects going forward that we're going to have to put together on an urgent basis. I mean, like you said, 3 days into this, Stephanie and I were able to reach out. Garrett, donated your time, and it's been great.
Thank you.
So I'm going to talk more about communications, which is perfect what Renee just said. If it's okay, I'm going to read what I wrote.
Actually, Camille, can you hold just 1 sec? Okay. So within recreation, we have rental facilities, sorry. And that's on page 53. And so in that includes some public works staff time and the janitorial service. So that janitorial number has doubled up because this is the pavilion and the women's club. And so we only clean them 3 days a week. And so now we're going to need to go probably to 5 days a week, set aside what we do for summer camps. And so that includes the increase in what we're going to need to be done with janitorial services. So I just wanted to point that out. And the other thing on the recreation revenues, generally last year we budgeted roughly $150,000 we thought we'd collect in recreation service revenues. We've actually cut that by about 25% or $37,000 for this upcoming fiscal year due to this uncertainty of COVID-19. And I haven't read the order yet, but I think there's going to be some guidance on summer camp. So again, this is going to change how we do things. And so, and in looking at that, I also saw that maybe we need to do some cleanup on projected revenues for this year end. But before Camille starts, what we did is we created a separate section for you to hear from her that we're calling communications and technology. And so right now, Camille, and she'll probably go in there, but I should say, when we restructured recreation and community services, we created more of a communications effort, which Camille was focused on, and her doing the website. Because as you recall, when we were looking at redoing the website, we decided to go a non-traditional path and use Proud City. Proud City is kind of an open source platform obviously a lot less, much less expensive than your typical 20 and 30,000 to redo your home website. But what that meant is we had to dedicate Camille for almost all her time to get trained. And that's how we're able to be so nimble and flexible when we're doing all these changes to the website. So she can go over that. But for COVID-19, if you go on our website, we had to create all these buttons, different sheets, all these type of things that in a traditional approach, we would have had to pay somebody much more money than we did for Camille. And she was able to do that using the different modulars and buttons that they have for Proud City. But the only reason I bring this up, it's communication technologies. This year's budget, we didn't do it. Maybe next year's, maybe even do it mid-year. We might start to separate out those responsibilities more under admin rather than under recreation and community services, because most of her functions, Camille's time has been going to that approach. So we might separate that out so you could see that better. So with that, I'd like to turn over to Camille. Maybe I said exactly what she was going to say, but that was important. I provided some introductory comments.
Yeah, thank you so much. I did write something, so I hope it's okay if I read it, just because I didn't want to miss things.
Sure.
So first, I want to thank the council for prioritizing the communications position in 1920 budget. It's been a really good year with increased community communication. The Parkade paving project is kind of the first time we saw this happen in a really smooth way. We created a really robust communication plan, and it helped the community feel much more informed. It started with a flyer that we designed that Renee passed out to the merchants. And then we created a special page on the website under major projects. And we updated it several times a week. We created a constant contact email list, and we did constant news posts on the website. So it took a big project that could have, it was upsetting and disruptive to the town, but it made it much more smooth. And then we've expanded all of our email lists to target other things like Miranda Heights, Cascade Drive project, and specific areas of interest so that we can respond when big things come up. Our world is evolving rapidly. Never has this been more apparent than during the COVID-19 crisis. And we have to be ready at a moment's notice to create a clear communication campaign, which is what we did. And from the moment we got the shelter in place order, we created the website page for COVID-19. And then it's been updated daily. I send weekly newsletters now, every other week with Renee's message. And then supporting age-friendly and recreation with every other week. And that went from a monthly newsletter for age-friendly and the town, and rarely a recreation one, to weekly or bi-weekly. But it's helped people understand what's going on. So as my role has expanded to support most departments in town hall, a lot of work for the town council. I post all the agendas and any supplements that come up. And several of the boards and commissions, including Age Friendly. So I would like to see this communications and marketing role evolve into communications and technology. I work closely with Michelle Gardner, probably more than I do with recreation now. And I've been and I will continue to find innovative ways to support our teams with the systems they need to streamline their work. We've moved all payments for the craft fair for 2019 with great success. We moved them online, and that allowed a huge savings in staff time for Anne, myself, and Susan. And then it made it easier for the vendors to pay. We've implemented a camp registration program for 2020 that goes completely online. And then I'm working with building and planning to bring all their online payments as well to help them in this situation. So an investment in this role can bring services in-house. Michelle and I worked with Proud City to create a meeting management software or a system within the website, within what we pay for the website, which was another savings on top of just going with Proud City, and avoided using something external like Granicus, which is what bigger towns use. And we're considering similar options for surveys. We're currently paying OpenGov quite a bit per month for surveys, but we might be able to save that. San Rafael, a really good anecdote is Proud City just told me that San Rafael, who's used Granicus for years, and we looked at them they went with Proud City first to build their website. And so we use them as an example often in the process. They just decided to go with the meeting management software that we figured out within Proud City. So they're using us as an innovator now, which is kind of nice. So thank you for your time and consideration of this important role. As we are called to meet the needs of the community in an increasingly online world, I look forward to adapting our communications to meet those needs. And I wanted to let Michelle to add to anything here since we work really closely together, and then also questions after that.
Thank you, Camille.
You're welcome.
Hi. Yeah, thank you, Camille. It's been really great working with Camille, I have to say. It's been a lot of fun. She's super responsive, and I think we make a great team. The collaboration has worked out really well between content, design, legal regulations, compliance issues, noticing, and I look forward to continuing working together.
So any questions about all of this and how it's evolved?
Anyone?
Camille, I was just curious, what hours are you working right now? And is there any changes to that in this budget?
Currently I'm approved for 25 to 30 right now. We haven't changed anything in the budget because we couldn't make any increases with all the unknowns. So Garrett wants to revisit it in 6 months. I'm working close to 30 or more, and I have 3 kids home homeschooling, which is super challenging.
Yeah.
And my hourly rate is based on being in the recreation department. So these are things we might have to revisit when we know more about sales tax and all of that. But I am working about 30 hours a week.
Thank you.
Bruce, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is really exciting, great work. I did not realize all the different aspects of what you've been doing, but I've certainly seen incredible benefits with what I have seen. The town website looks great, and just the ways that we can keep people appraised of different projects, the mailing lists that people can get on to keep appraised of projects that they're particularly interested in, and just the ability to raise the level of our town conversations about things by giving people timely and accurate information so that people know what's going on. It's just fantastic. Thank you so much. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Will definitely keep
Anybody else? I just had one thing. And just to piggyback on Bruce's comment, do we have a number, a percentage of increased people signing up for the newsletter or notifications?
I don't have a percentage, but since I've been keeping track since March, which is also when our town, we did a postcard to increase signups, and it came out the week that COVID-19, that the shelter in place happened. So everyone was home to receive it and wanted information. So it's about 150 and counting right now, which doesn't sound like a ton of people, but our overall mailing list for the newsletter, which includes emergency updates and as an option, is 1,350 right now. And our population is 7,000-ish, but that's not households, that's people. So Michelle and I estimated that we're more at like 2,800 households, or I think our mailing list for current residents is 2,800 households. So we're close to half of that. I mean, my goal, I don't think it's unrealistic, is to try and get near 100%, 80%, something, but we're definitely edging towards that, and it's a really big increase in a small town, I think.
Yeah, it's excellent. I just, can you explain the 150? What was the 150?
Well, we have 150 new signups for the town newsletter list, or for various lists. Like, that's how many people have responded since the beginning of March to increase their communication. They can sign up for all sorts of lists, but that's kind of the overall increase.
That's increased just newsletter, or for any kind of the things that they can check the boxes on?
Well, often they check off multiple boxes.
Right.
So I haven't had the time to kind of go granular on it, but I'm keeping a general tally of almost everyone so newsletter is always, and then on that list, they may say building and planning or Miranda Heights or age friendly. but so I don't know the numbers for each list, but I know that there's definitely 150 increase for the overall updates.
Okay. I mean, it speaks to the vital importance of what you're doing, because we have to have everybody's contact. And this is one strategy, but thank you for getting us so far on down the road on this.
Well, we've talked about having neighborhood groups, and I think there's so many things we can do with a little more time and headspace around it. But in a weird way, the emergencies have helped people to really take it seriously that they want to be informed. So
great,
I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. May I?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's clearly, I mean, I'm thinking back to 15 years ago when we were trying to develop something like this on the volunteer board, and really there was nothing driving it, which is really what, you know, it's the silver lining in what we have right now. And I mean, I mean, I can see a lot of things going this way, and really, you know, I just worry about, you know, how to accommodate all the need that's going to be coming this way, especially when it really gets into people's way that they communicate with the town, find out what's happening and how they can interface with that. So kudos to it, to you and all that you've done here. I mean, I think it's always a collaborative effort, but it takes a key person such as yourself to kind of pull it all together. And thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's been good.
Okay, Barbara?
Just a quick one. I want to, first of all, thank Michelle and Camille for working together. When I think back, what was it, 2 years ago or so, when we were dealing with the old website, which was so difficult, you couldn't search, there was so much missing. And also just Camille worked with me and Chance Catrano on getting the open space website as part of the town's website, which, since I used to manage that crazy website, that was great, and she was very patient. But I just want to say, you know, some of us who've been on the council a long time really dealt with the past, and just we are so great. And also, I know when we started this, Garrett said, well, Camille won't be able to put those agendas right away, and I noticed that the agendas go up at 8 o'clock at night on a Friday or something like that. So thank you. But both of you have done a great job, and we really have moved into, and I know Michelle really led the effort to start the new website. We really are in a new era. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, we had amazing timing, you guys. I mean, I know we were trying to follow compliance issues, but Proud City is now onboarding 11 municipalities. And so I have to assume we got much more one-on-one attention when we did it, and we were ready. We're ready to do this. We had a little time to experiment. The time's gone pretty fast from when we launched, and then it took time to add all the external sites. And that's been a huge savings too to all the boards and commissions, because we're all in one place now. And I have the access to update everything. So we just really rode a wave that we didn't even know was coming, and it's paid off big time. So
thank you so much, everyone. So where are we, Garrett?
So we have two more general fund items, and then we could take our lunch break, and we're probably about a half hour behind schedule. So the next
public comment too.
We're also going to have public comment.
And then public comment. So yes. So now we're on to what we refer to as non-departmental. That's page 54. Non-departmental are all those expenses that we don't charge to a specific department. Things like workers' comp, insurance premiums, retiree health, repayments of the town, the loan from the county for capital projects, and our contribution to OPEB, other pension obligations. And also one of the big items that falls under here is all the obligations we have with the other JPAs, like Marin General Services Authority, which is streetlights, and they have the contract with the Humane Society for Animal Control. Our yellow bus contribution of $30,500. Our meetings that are televised, that comes out of this budget. Sustainable Fairfax, any of our website support, and things like that. So that's what's all in here. in looking at it, again, this is another example of the year-end estimates. I see that they're not quite right because it shows our yellow budget's contribution at 3,000, and really it's 30,500. And then I see some other contributions where it's, well, that might be zero, but I'm pretty sure we paid something. And so we'll go back and modify that. But what we tried to do within that is try to represent what the different increases are. Some cases, we're still waiting for some estimates. Some others, not, and we'll slightly refine it. We cut it a little bit, but in essence, that's this category. And one thing I need to check with Michael on is our liability and property insurance. Shows it as 140. That's the premiums for our coverage, but I think it's a lot more than that. But again, we have to get together and talk about that. You'll notice the one thing on this thing that's lower is our OPEB contribution. It's down from 120 to 100. That reflects roughly a 20,000 annual savings because of switching from anyone hired after, especially for public safety. Before it was anyone hired after July 1st, 2013 could qualify for 50% retiree benefits. But in negotiations, we eliminated that. And so that equates roughly to a $20,000 year savings to the town. So that's the non-departmental. So if there's any other questions, then the next one is what we refer to.
Sorry, anybody questions about those? That's a lot of funds. Quick question. You have the JPA for solid and hazardous waste on there? Do we pay into that JPA?
There's no contributions. That's actually strictly paid by ratepayers countywide.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so then we go to building maintenance, and that's Fund 50, that's page 55. And what this is this is janitorial services and supplies related to the daily maintenance of our buildings. What happens here, though, is this number actually doesn't show up. Actually, for this sheet, it's not laid out directly as a cost, because what happens is these costs get spread to all the departments. So each department pays a share of this building maintenance. This is just where we show where the expenses are. And you can see here, again, janitorial has doubled, and that's related to COVID-19. Again, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put out a request for proposals, or basically ask for quotes from a few firms just to see what it costs to maintain our facilities and meet the standards of disinfecting per COVID-19 to go to 5 days a week from 3 days a week. And that will also include the Perry Park restroom. And so these are just all these added costs. Just to be safe, we doubled it. We don't actually know what's gonna be, but I assume we'll be in this ballpark. No pun intended, because it could include the ballpark. Anyway.
Is the porta potty and sanitizer included in this? Because I imagine it'll go ongoing for a while.
No, that's actually in our FEMA budget, Fund 52. And I don't know how long that would go on. Ultimately, that'd be a council discussion item if you actually wanted to keep that there that long. But that is $3,000 a month, because that thing is cleaned. Is it 5 days a week or 7 days a week? Maybe it's 7 days a week. And so that's a pretty huge cost if you were to do that on an annual basis, because that's $36,000. Maybe there's other ways to keep a public restroom open. But once we open up Town Hall, then that's a public restroom. Perry Park's a public restroom. And so those are discussions we could have. But that's pretty much all the 01 general fund expenses. And then right now is where we suggest you take public comment. Then after that, take a little break for lunch.
Okay. Sounds good. So thanks, Garrett, and thanks to all the department heads. You guys are amazing, and I feel very lucky to have a staff like you all. So public comment time. Bye, Ann. Michelle, can you let us know who's waiting, or if anyone's there to ask and to comment?
Yes. Why? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, here I am. So yes, we have 2 public comments. Would you like to take them now?
Yes, please. And I want to thank everyone for waiting, because this makes it more efficient. And so we're anxious to hear your comment.
Okay, first one is Pamela Miggs.
Hi, Pam.
Hello again. Hey, I'm really happy to hear you have a FEMA application going. That's great. That'll help the porta potty, I would hope, because all these expenses will add up for COVID, and they can be in almost every department if you're pulling that data and following it and track it. This is what I just learned from the Ross Valley Sanitary District. Secondly, I have a couple of projects I would like to talk about for funding, but do I need to wait till, I can wait till the end? Is that what you're looking for, this last public comment?
I think so, yeah,
Okay, that's
because
fine.
once we get the landscape, we can start to talk with a little more information.
Okay, no problem.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the next one is Stephen. Is
that your roommate, Pam? Okay, Steve.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'd just like to second the comments that you counselors have made about the communications that are going on now. I felt that since I moved here that the Fairfax was a wonderful little sleepy town, and that its awareness of modern communications technology and mechanisms to engage citizens was a little bit behind the times. But it's been clear that something has been changing pretty fast, quickly. And listening to the report of Camille and Michelle, it is pretty exciting. And as a citizen, I thank you, the two of you, and the town for making this happen. And I look forward to seeing lots more exciting things happen. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Much appreciated. Anyone else? Oh, Bruce?
Oh, there's one more public.
Oh, okay.
And that is Jody Timms.
Hi, Jody.
Hi, again, I want to just add my deep appreciation to Camille and Maria and Anne. They're incredibly awesome. They're so responsive and just a huge help. We have a fabulous staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. Bruce, did you have something?
Yes, in part in response to something that came up as Pam commented, that you remember I was on the disaster preparedness ad hoc subcommittee of NCCMC, and one of the things that came up there was the strong recommendation that in any kind of a situation where we might get reimbursed by FEMA or any other agency, but primarily FEMA for something that's happening, that it's important that we keep track of volunteer time as well. And that's a challenge because, of course, we're all, or staff in particular, are working very hard to actually provide the services and take care of things. But if we keep track of volunteer time that's being used, that can help us with reimbursement later on. So just pointing that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. No other public comment, Michelle?
No.
All right, then. So my understanding is that we are going to break for lunch. I'll miss the days when we could all eat lunch together. Alas, there will be those days ahead of us. What time, Garrett? What do you think?
Well,
Half an hour?
yeah, it's 1:05. If you want, you can say 1:30 or 1:35, whatever you like. It gives you like a half an hour, so you don't have to eat on screen.
Okay, that's good. So 1:35.
Okay, we'll put something on the screen.
All right, thanks everyone, and everyone who's getting off the call, staff-wise. Thank you so much, and hope to see everyone soon. Okay, bye. All right, so I think we should just zoom right into it.
Okay.
Tom.
So now, Michelle, you might want to bring the PowerPoint back up. And we're going to talk about the other general funds and special funds.
Okay.
Okay, so go forward on that. And then we had our, okay, perfect. There we go. Okay, so the other general funds. So as we've been having this discussion today, we talked about general fund reserves or general funds consist of 8 funds. The primary operating fund is what we refer to as just the general fund. It's Fund 01, but there's funds 2 through 8. And so we're going to talk about those funds. And so the first one is what we refer to as the dry period fund, and that's on page 56. What that was, well, that was a fund the council adopted back in, or I think it created back in 2011, that was really created to help maintain a reserve balance in an event of emergencies, whether natural disasters or economic downturns. So that's what this fund is. And what we've done here is it normally keeps what the council wanted to maintain was $1 million in the fund. And so we're just taking $325,000 out of the fund to be used to fund the gap between revenues and expenditures. The key thing on this page at page 56 is on the bottom, it shows the reserves in each fund through 1 through 8. And that shows you on the bottom. And then it gives a line that says whether it's designated or undesignated. Undesignated means it's a reserve that can be used for anything. Designated means it has a specific purpose. In some cases, like the next one we'll talk about, retirement fund, it's a restricted fund. So that's a dry period fund, that's 02. And then the next fund is Fund 03, and that's on page 57. And we call that the Field Equipment Replacement Fund. And in essence, what this pays for is it pays for a solar panel lease on the pavilion, which is going to expire soon or be paid off. It includes money that we put in there in case one of our radios breaks, because those things are pretty expensive. And it includes for this year, we had to include $30,000 for new basically radios and mobile computing, basically mobile laptops that go into the police vehicles. I didn't have the chief stay for this, so I don't think he's still on. But in essence, there's a whole change of software and technology that they have to upgrade all this equipment or almost replace it just to, So I'm just reading, he just sent me a text regarding this question. So if you have questions, then you can call him. But anyway, this is a requirement to basically upgrade the systems in the vehicle so we can actually communicate with all the other entities. So I think the chief can provide more clarity in that if you like. And so maybe we could just put him on before I butcher what the explanation is.
That'd be great.
And that was under field equipment? Is that?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's under field equipment, and the car leases are also under this too. But the chief can.
Hi, this is the chief. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not on the web right now, or on camera. So just to further explain, because this is a complicated item, not really, but it is, and that's why I'm glad I happen to still be listening. The $30,000 we want to allocate is actually for the police 911 dispatch radio recording system. And what that does is, and we're mandated to have that, it records all the telephones that come into dispatch, including the 911 telephone calls, and it records the police radio traffic, all the traffic. And we have to maintain that for a certain set of time. I think it's 120 days before anything can be deleted. And then even then, if it's involving a criminal case, we have to maintain that. And the current system we have is not just extended its lifetime, but it's actually surpassed the Windows operating system updates, and it's no longer DOJ compliant, if that makes sense. And I can explain that in more detail. But the operating system is out of date, and because of that, it's not DOJ compliant. So we have to replace that. And then the other portion of that 30,000 is Garrett was correct. It's for the laptops and the cars, but it's the modems that actually connect us to the world, keeps track of the cars, where they're at, the speed, and of course the communication with the other county agencies and our CAD system in the station. Those modems are also out of their lifetime. We've kept them longer than we should have, and they're no longer supported and have to be replaced.
Great. Does anyone have any questions from Chief? Of the Chief? I guess that's clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chris.
Chief.
Okay.
Oh, so we'll move on to Fund 04. That's our building and planning fund. That's where all the fees that are collected by building and planning go into this one Fund 04, and then it gets transferred over to the general fund. So in essence, what we've done, there's a whole list of fees, and that's page 58. But in essence, what we did, we reduced our estimate for fiscal year 2021 compared to the adopted budget in 1920. We dropped it by 8%, but really it's more of an effective 15 to 20%, because the council may recall that the fee schedule that you adopted to increase planning and building fees, that takes effect actually July 1. So building fees were going up 5%. Planning fees, it's hard to say what because each fee is so different, but on the average, planning fees were probably going up, depending on the fee, 10 to 15%. So in essence, on paper, this is saying we're dropping 8 compared to fiscal year 1920, but this accounts for that fee increase, which is roughly probably equivalent of 10% effectively for building and planning fees, maybe less. But so in essence, we really dropped building estimates from 15 to 20% on this budget, because this accounts for that fee increase in this number. So now, as Ben mentioned, if Miranda Heights actually goes through the process, then actually we probably would generate more fees, but we didn't include that in this estimate just due to the uncertainty. So that's Fund 04. Unless there's any questions, we go to Fund 05, which is the Building Improvement Fund. This is the fund that we put for building improvements. This is also the fund in which we put $20,000 for energy efficiency, which was related to recommendations from the Climate Action Committee. For fiscal year 2021, we just put $10,000 in because in essence, something always breaks. And so we'll need to do some level improvements to the buildings. Fund 06, and maybe what I could do is I'll just go to the end of the funds and then you could ask questions. Fund 06 is the retirement fund. What this is this is actually a pension obligation parcel tax. In essence, people pay, I believe it comes out to equivalent of $900 for every $1 million of assessed value. That's in essence, if you put it into numbers, what it comes out to. And this can only be used for retirement purposes. So our retirement obligations, any side funds pre-2013 unfunded liability, it goes to pay for that. It goes to pay, while fire is a contract, fire also has retirement and unfunded liabilities associated with that for our share. It also goes to pay for that. Since it's based on assessed value, it goes up at the same rate as regular property tax. And for 2021, we're thinking we'll generate over about 1.7 million, but we're actually transferring some of the fund balance also into the general fund. Fund 07, Special Police Fund, that's pretty much the COPS grant. I forget what COPS stands for, Community Orientation Policing something type grant. We get that every year. It's roughly 100,000. Sometimes it's more, but that's just the standard grant amount that we get, and we put in some of the fund balance. Also, that always transfers in to the general fund to pay police services. And Fund 08, Office Equipment Fund. And what that is primarily that pays for our copier lease, any scanner charges related to the copier, related to document retention. It also includes any software upgrades or computer upgrades that we'll need to have. Council may recall I went to you earlier this year for $20,000 in the current year's budget to pay to replace all our computers because they've really passed their age of effective, plus they're on Windows 7. So we're all gonna have to update that in the next couple of months. So that's all referred to as the general funds. Those are funds specifically here, we're talking about funds 02 to 08. So are there any specific questions? Or can we move on?
Quick question about, I'm sorry, guys, I can't see you on the other page when we're in this, so I'll just check. But so real quickly, in terms of the retirement fund, when we talk about fire, I noticed in the fire budget the other night that we were paying into retirement, and it was noted on that budget, and now you're mentioning it here. So could you just clarify that?
This budget, how it works is for these funds in 06 retirement, there's no actual appropriation specifically. The money gets transferred to general fund, and then we take that revenue and then we pay for our share of fire. So fire retirement is actually paid in our contribution to fire. That's included in the fire department budget.
Okay, okay. I got it. Thank you. Anybody else? Barbara?
Just a question on fire. Since I think you're still the executive officer, Garrett, is it possible for fire to look at refinancing their pension obligations, so maybe we can lower that at some point in the future?
Yeah, that's definitely on their work plan. Obviously, they've been busy with other things, but that's something that we clearly have talked to the fire board and something we're going to explore.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we can move on to what we refer to as special funds. Sometimes these special funds get transferred into the general fund, but special funds generally are restricted funding, can only be used for specific purposes. Although the first fund's kind of different because it's the Fairfax Festival. And so this is an oddity that's just a Fairfax oddity because we don't really do it. I mean, we are not actually responsible for administering the Fairfax Festival, but we run their budget through our books and we run it through our budget. So the Fairfax Festival, it's a group of volunteers, they get together, they do their fundraising, they charge their fees, they collect whatever, and then we pay, they give us a portion of the funds and we use that to pay for all their expenses. So we actually write out the checks, they approve the expenses and write it. So, but it runs through our budget. But what we've discovered here, and I don't know if these are the most current numbers, but we've discovered that they've actually been running a deficit every year. And what happens is the town's responsible because these are obligations. So we actually have been paying those expenses. And so this past year, we actually sat down with the festival and Larry Bragman was great as the chair. And we talked about here's where we think you are in terms of a deficit. And that really the only way you can correct that is to bring your revenues and expenditures more into line and over time kind of pay that back. And so obviously there's no festival this year, but there were some expenses. And so I don't know, Michael would have to chime in how accurate the projection is on expenses, but I know there were some. And then in fiscal year 2021, we just punched in these numbers, how accurate they are, who knows at this point. But you could see the game plan was to try to generate more revenue than expenses so that it could try to make up that deficit. And one of the key things that you'll note here is typically, while Public Works works a couple weeks ahead of time to prep the whole community for the Fairfax Festival, we only charge them $5,000 for all the police overtime. And in essence, all the overtime Public Works has to work, as well as all their dedicated time during the week, plus our administrative costs, and that's only $5,000, which clearly doesn't cover our costs, but that's what we usually try to receive. And so you can see for 2021, we're actually not putting that in there because the reality is they're already running a deficit. That would just make the deficit bigger. But anyway, that's just so you know what's going on with the Fairfax Festival. So we move on to
Garrett,
fund. Yes.
Sorry, we're still carrying forward what we have generally done. We're not calling out deficit, but we're going to still be working under the same protocol as you discussed with Larry, correct?
Yes, well, assuming he's chair again, but yes, the concept would be revenues at a minimum need to match expenditures because we can't keep on going in the hole.
All righty. Barbara?
Just, I guess, forgive my ignorance, but since the festival is canceled, why do we have 31,000 appropriated? I know you said that they already spent some, but it looks like it's the same as what it would be in a year when we actually had the festival.
No, actually,
yeah.
sorry. Well, I was going to say, go ahead, Michael.
The festival is in June. So the festival is canceled for this year, which is the current fiscal year, right? I have 6,000 of revenues in there, but those are revenues that we received for last year's. We received them sort of late. We didn't get our payment for
I get it.
one
Thank
big
you.
portion of it until December. So, you know.
Okay, makes total sense. Thank you.
Okay, so Fund 20, that's, well, okay, we have the wrong measure. But anyway, it's a special municipal tax that thanking the residents approved and extended. And this coming fiscal year, it's actually increasing by $5 per dwelling unit. And so normally this current fiscal year, 1920, we collect roughly whatever, 713,000. It goes up and down, depends. And for next fiscal year, 2021, it reflects the additional $5, which is about 731. What we've done this year is we took a more aggressive approach and only allocated 20,000 to CIP projects, which I think went to sidewalks, and the rest we're transferring to the general fund to pay for police, fire, youth services. And so this is kind of it varies year to year in general, but 70 to 80% always goes to public safety, police, and fire. Usually we might put more to capital, but I think what we wanted to do this year is put it more to the general fund. And then when you have your budget review, then you could take a better look if you think you want to reallocate the funding of their special municipal tax. Fund 21 is the gas tax.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Well, okay, you notice that it's supposed to be measure F,
right?
Not C. C is the sales tax, but you know, the whole write-up at the top, you know, we added something about wildfire. It's also written, it says Measure C is a 5-year tax effective July 2015 and expiring June 20th. That's not correct. It's something like an 11-year tax. And it doesn't just renew Measure J and then it says replace the general purpose tax. That's incorrect. Measure J consolidated the general purpose tax into the prior parcel tax or property tax. So let's kind of make this clear, but we need to go back and look at, we did add something about wildfire in the write-up, and let's make sure we start calling it F. But there is some stuff that would be good for the public to understand what they voted for.
Sure, we could update that.
And one of the things I'm not sure I agree with is the idea of transferring all this money into the general fund, because this is a special purpose tax. And I think we need to start really looking at what are we spending this money on, and we need to convene that Measure F committee because we haven't done that. And I think it's important to really start saying, what are we spending this money on, rather than just lumping it into the general fund. And we know that it can pay for police and fire, et cetera, but that becomes a very big hole, rather than letting people know, you know, this is what you supported. So I realize that's a level of detail for not a lot of money, but I think we ought to reconsider the way we're doing that. Thank you.
I think I would agree with Barbara on that, given the amount of, I was surprised at how much pushback you got on F for that reason, right? I don't think people need more transparency and awareness on how these funds are used. And if you continue to, if you're able to isolate them as if I'm understanding you correctly, rather than channel them into the general fund, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, and the good news, there was some pushback, but actually it passed at the highest. It was close to 80%. But I do think, you know, this is the kind of thing that we need to continue to support the town. And who knows where we'll all be in 11 years. But I really want us to really, and I echo what Stephanie said. So let's really think about that. I know it's a hassle, but it will be helpful.
So I'm
I mean-
sorry. I'm
Here,
sorry. Go ahead, John.
Let's let John speak.
Okay, I would like to echo both Barbara and Stephanie. I mean, I think this is really important, and the reason that people tell me that they voted for this tax is that the money stays in Fairfax for things that people want. You know, I mean, police and fire are going up to 93% of this fund in this, the way this budget is written up right here, which I don't think is at all what people voted for. In fact, when it was originally on the ballot, I forget what letter it was, but it failed because it only had police and fire on it. And so we added in youth and senior programs, the trails, matching funds for public safety grants. And that's really what got it across the finish line. And that's why I think it got 80% support. You know, and you can also see on the bottom line that there's 0% allocated for matching funds for grants. And that was going to be my question is, do you not anticipate there being any grants that we need matching funds for? Or, you know, and I think it's a problem. I think that we should, I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it's money that people care about, and it's paying for things, hopefully, that people care about also. And, you know, frankly, closing the budget gap on police and fire, while important, is not what people care about as much as they care about, you know, public safety, youth and senior programs, you know, public trails, safe routes to school, things like that. I mean, that's really what got this to pass. So I just want to say that.
Okay, thanks. Garrett?
So as clarification, the bottom shows how we allocate the funds over time. We do, if you're saying, well, we want a sheet that says what it goes for, specifically for public improvements or for what kind of youth programs, yeah, we can add that. I'm just not sure if that's what you want to be added when the statement was transparency, because we're showing exactly how the funds get allocated on here from the budget level, because when we talked about this before, we actually had all the details. So we can put that in appendices. Now, the council can allocate these special municipal funds any way you like. That's fine. The only caveat is you just got to remember, if you do that, then you need to find the pot of money to make up the difference if it's funding police and fire, because really the only place you could take it is from police and fire. And so if you just even kept it the same as previous years, 60,000 matching funds for grants, then we would need to figure out where we come up with the other 60,000 for police and fire. That being said, when we get to the CIP, yes, the approach was trying to limit the need for matching funds for projects. And so we took a more creative approach in trying to maximize revenue. But that being said, you could either talk about it now or you could talk about it later at the end in terms of, and we'll write that down, in terms of that's something you want to consider is whatever, putting money, like, for example, putting more money back into trails or on whatever. And we'll talk about that on the next few slides.
Can I just make a suggestion? And yes, we can talk about that. But the bottom line, when you look at allocation of revenues at the bottom, most of this, as John says, is going to police and fire. And I can say that people supported police and fire, so that was one of the reasons why it did pass resoundingly. But to do this way, I don't think an extra sheet is where we're going. I don't think the level of specificity that you just talked about, Garrett, is needed. I think when we sold this, and I ran this a couple times, is that we sold it based on this list of big ticket items, perform public works safety improvements, youth and senior programs, the trails and the wildfire something, whatever that was that we added. I think we need to split out money more than the way it's split out here. And so, you know, I don't think having an extra sheet is helpful. It's right here in the budget. And so I think we should definitely get there, and we can talk about it more later. But I've been sort of bringing this up over the years that I don't like that we're really not showing it. Thank you.
So we do have 40,000 in fire for vegetation management. We didn't necessarily say that's from Measure F or special immunity tax, but you know, a portion of that could go to that, but it's just wrapped into the fire number if that's when we look at it. But that being said, have it down the list. And so what we would need ultimately when it comes to policy decision, if you just said, make it up, you said, we'd like to see whatever, 60,000 go more toward capital projects or some of these other activities, then you'll be expanding those as you touch on those pages in the CIP or generally, and then we know what the direction is, and then we would figure out how we fill out that portion of the budget. But okay, I get it. So gas tax.
I would say this. I don't think the council needs to get into the level of detail of saying 60%, 50%. I think what you're hearing from at least 3 of us is we don't like the 93% in police and fire. And I would trust you guys to split it out differently, but I don't see us needing to go into that level of detail. But I will stop talking. I apologize.
Okay, anybody else, or can we move on?
Let's move on. Yeah, I agree with Barbara.
All righty. So Garrett, where
tax.
let's keep
So
going.
we're on gas tax. We call that Fund 21. That's on page 65. So gas tax has 2 components. One component is what everyone I think knows is SB1, which is the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act. That specific money where in the state actually, or did that go to the voters? Anyway, went to vote. Anyway, SB1 was passed. And what that did was that increased the portion of the gas tax money that can only be used for capital projects. And so what you find in gas tax is we have a portion that's used for capital projects, and the other portion is used how we normally would use it, which goes to fund street operations because that's all eligible to be spent for gas tax for road maintenance and so on. And so that's what we've done. But no surprise, and gas tax is based on the number of gallons sold. There's just a fixed amount. It doesn't have to do anything with actually the price of gas. That affects our sales tax revenues. But as you go through this, you'll see Michael in 1920 and 2021, he's added a line there that said estimated impacts of COVID-19. And so you could see what that does is it reduces revenues anywhere from 10 to 20%. And right now at the state level, there's not a revised estimate on gas tax. Typically the state works with Michael Coleman, who's a financial consultant. He's the guru in all of this. And so for fiscal year 2021, he's saying somewhere he thinks the impact is going to be between 10 and 20% to gas tax. And so what we've done is we've kind of gone in the middle and used roughly 15%, or in this case, thinking gas tax would be down from the previous fiscal year adopted about, $40,000. And how it gets broken out 129,000, which is the SB1 portion, gets broken to capital, and the 175 goes to pay for public works, street operations, and all the work they do with roads. And so that's how gas tax is being broken out, but obviously it's less than we anticipated. So that does have an impact ultimately on the general fund because public works, street maintenance does receive some of that funding. So if we move on to Fund 22, that's TAM tax, that's sales tax, and it's Measure A/AA transportation funding. Their estimate for 2021 is about $134,000, give or take. I think they dropped their estimate down, by about 20%, something like that, 15, 20%. And so again, that's money that has to be specifically used for projects. And when we get to CIP, we could talk about how that's all going to work, because I have some suggestions for the council on which will require some reprogramming of TAM Measure A funds, because SB1 funds could be collected in the future to pay for projects in the past. But when we get to CIP, we'll talk about that. So that's Fund 20. Yes.
Real quick. So this may not be the appropriate place, but when you talk about the Yellow Bus program, which has a percentage of the funding from AA, I know that you know, in Mill Valley, that bus program is failing. Does it affect what we will have allocated to the Ross Valley program in turn affect what we may need to, you know, potentially reallocate? Or is this apples and oranges?
It's apples and oranges. That's a different pot of money that was reserved under Measure AA that went to yellow school bus or school bus programs. That gets allocated by a formula. So if there's less coming in, then yes, that would mean that the program revenue is less. And so you either need to increase pass fees or figure out where else the money's going to come. But that's different from this dollar amount right here that we're talking about of the 134.
Okay.
Okay, and now we move to Fund 23, which is Measure A, but that's the park tax that the county receives and they dole it out to communities. Typically, if our budget workshop was later, we would have scheduled the Measure A subcommittee meeting in order to allocate the fund. So we're still going to need to do that. If we get something done in May, great. Prior to public workshop, that'd be great. But anyway, ultimately, you get a recommendation from the subcommittee on how to allocate funding. But that being said, the funding for 2021 right now, I think the projection is 20% lower than previous times. So normally it was in the low 60s. So our projection right now we're using is 47,000. Obviously, it is whatever it is. So the numbers usually vary slightly, but usually they're pretty spot on. But we don't know in this case because no one knows what the lasting impacts of COVID-19 is going to be. But ultimately, the committee will have to get together and figure out how to allocate the $47,000. That's Fund 23. And then
I have a question, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Renovation of Women's Club, are those actual numbers? Have you been making upgrades to the Women's Club year over year?
No, well, we're still working on these numbers, but because I think that's an older number. We didn't get the projected number. So the number look at the bottom is the adopted 1920. Those are actually amounts allocated for specific projects. What we end up doing under the requirement for the county for the use of these park funds is that we have to keep them in this fund until we actually spend them. So what happens is ultimately each project, if we haven't spent it, like for example, parkland acquisition, that's a number we can't transfer to the open space fund, but we can just keep it in the Measure A fund. So that's just going to keep rolling over. But to answer your question, the projected number, those are old numbers. That's from previous fiscal year. So
yeah, but I think
updated.
here what Stephanie is asking is, have we done anything in the Women's Club? And I believe what we've done is renovate 2 of the bathrooms so far. We have other stuff that we want to do with the stage and stuff, but isn't that what you've already spent is 8,000 something was on renovating the bathroom?
The whole appropriation section, thank you, Barbara, it was. So the whole appropriation sections is that from, let's say, 2017, 2018, these columns aren't necessarily actual spent, it's just what you allocated?
It's how the funding is allocated. It's not what we spent. What happens is ultimately the council has to approve. Basically, there's a work plan on expenses. So the council ultimately that goes to the council. You'll see what we spent. So that $8,500, that was the amount to renovate one of the bathrooms in the Women's Club. I'm not sure if that occurred this fiscal year or that occurred the previous fiscal year. I'm kind of thinking the previous fiscal year because the 5,000 was vegetation management. That was clearly the prior fiscal year. And so difficulty in what we're trying to figure out on here is the bottom numbers were to show how the funding is allocated and how it rolls over net of expenditures. As this has been around longer, if we try to keep a projected column in, then we need to have an appendices that shows how the money was allocated over time because you won't be able to see that. So that's something now that we're struggling with. But for the 2021 budget, the number you'll see is the actual funding actually available for all projects. So the Women's Club It's a little scary. But if the Women's Club, we spent 8 and there was 25 budgeted, then that number would be 17. But a lot of times the committee reallocates money for projects, giving them new funding, and so those numbers change. And so to answer it, that column that has no heading, those numbers are not correct. All the adopted are what the committee and the council adopted for allocations of Measure A park money to projects. And it's cumulative. So every year has to include the previous year in it, less whatever was spent.
Okay, and then this is the third place where we have funds for vegetation management. Is that right?
Well, we did one year, but it depends if the committee wants to recommend to the council to allocate funding for it. So it was a one-time thing. That was the only time we did allocated park funds for that. And so you could see trail repair and maintenance. We've had funding in there, and then there's the big number for Perry Park equipment replacement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So so the next fund is our debt service funds, Fund 44 to 46. In essence, and Michael can answer any questions you have, but this is basically the Measure K general obligation bonds over time. And so whether they've been reissued, refunded, and then refinanced, that's what this is. It's a payment for that level of debt service. And on the bottom of the sheet, which is page 68, you could see what the balance is and the final payment for some of the different bond issues. But if you have any specific questions, that's where you should be asking Michael. Nope,
Barbara.
Yeah, I have a question, and I know I've asked this in previous years. You know, as we know, bonds are the gift that keep on giving forever. And I wonder now with the change of, you know, interest rates and such, I know a couple years ago I asked you and Michael if it was possible to refund this or refinance this, and at the time you guys had already looked into it and it wasn't the right time. Would it be the right time to consider looking into it now? You know, because it seems like this is a never-ending check that we have to write, and it's quite expensive.
One of the things that makes that we've done in the past is there comes windows when you can actually refinance these things. When, you know, due to the call features and other things that are on it. I'll open up a conversation with Mark Pressman, who's helped us with these in the past, to see if there might be an advantage to that.
Thank you, Michael. That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just all depends because there's issuance costs, and sometimes you go through it and the issuance costs, you ultimately only save like $20,000. So it's not worth it, but sure, we can talk about it. One would be another, next one would be another one for Michael. And this is what we refer to, we always call this our pension side fund and the pre-2013 UAL, which is unfunded accrued liability. You may recall as the council, you adopted a financing structure that was this lease arrangement through the Fairfax Financing Authority, in essence, that took those two obligations off the CalPERS books, put it onto ours. We had a much lower interest rate. I've been paying it off over time. I forget, I think it might say here, I forget the portion of this debt is related to specifically the side fund. I believe that gets paid off maybe next year. The pre-2013 UAL, that's another, whatever that is, 10 years. I think we thought we'd save about $1 million in interest. But this is one of the obligations that we're looking at refinancing or consolidating with our unfunded pension liabilities that right now is up at CalPERS. So that's something we're looking at. But any specific questions, definitely should go ahead and ask Michael.
Barbara.
Just a quick one. At the top, it talks about a total of 1 million something in savings. This is different than what we've been talking about, which is, I think, 1.44 million in savings over 20 years. So it would just be good if we could be more consistent. I realize it changes and all that, but that would be helpful. Thank you.
So there is an appendix page, page A5, which has the debt service schedule for this. And Garrett made reference to the fact that in fiscal 22 that the side fund portion of this will be paid off. And the debt service on this will drop dramatically. So this is the one that we were talking about at the last council meeting as far as an opportunity to refinance this.
Thank you.
Okay. Garrett, do you want to carry on with debt lease agreement?
Sure. I just did. I don't know if you had any questions on that. Oh no, Michael just talked about that. So now we're on, open space, and I have to tell you for Fund 73, which is page 73, oddly, is we haven't really looked at. I don't know if the projected's correct. I know the council adopted a different way to handle the ongoing funding for the open space related to administration, and so we haven't looked at this page at all, actually. So this might be slightly revised, but the reality is it's only going to be a few $100s here or there because the total is 4,000.
Garrett, for those several of us who, well, I was there, but who came on after this conversation happened about the $4,000 allocation, could you just explain the structure of this fund? Because I know there's been a lot of conversation over the years, and there are a lot of people interested in the funding for the open space fund.
So open space, as you know, you have an open space committee. And so over time, the open space committee does fundraising, or the council may allocate extra funding for different property purchases, or maybe some grant funding. But all of that flows through the open space fund. And so when you go to the bottom of page 73, it tells you of the 46,000 available, that 10,000 is designated and 36,000 is undesignated. I believe this number though does not include the amount of money you're putting in from Measure A parks. That's in addition to this money down here. So they have 46,000 right here, and another, and I forget, in Fund 23, it looks like they have another 53,000 available for park purchases. Those two numbers together is $100,000. Now, in terms of the administration, a long time ago, Open Space said, hey, we need seed money to pay for fundraising. To, obviously you need some money to start and then to fundraise, and then we might have some other things that we need to do. And so a long time ago, the council allocated a certain amount each year. In this case, at one point, it was $4,000 for administration. And then we had this policy is we would keep adding $4,000, and whatever they didn't use went into the fund balance. So in essence, the town was contributing every year. But I recall, and Michael can help me out, it was either last year or the year before, the council said you wanted to handle this a different way. And so how we have it in here, I don't think is correct. And we go through this every year. So Michael may have to chime in, but I believe the council.
Can I add something?
Sure.
So when this started, it wasn't just about having money for fundraising. It was so that they'd have some money for all the things that they wanted to do, like making copies or buying t-shirts and other stuff like that. That's my landline going. And I think there became a misunderstanding. It was never really, being the liaison to the Open Space Committee, it was never the idea that every year we would put $4,000 in, but that just continued. And I believe I raised it a couple of years ago saying, wait a minute, the idea was to just have a little pot of money to deal with some of the costs that come up. And so I think that's when we changed it to just, making them whole on always having $4,000. But, and then the other thing with the Measure A Parks money, Larry and I started a few years ago the idea of trying to take about 10,000 of that money every year to create a kitty for the idea of being able to purchase property. And last year we put a little bit more in, but I don't think we'll be doing that this year, given that we're taking a big hit. But that's kind of the history of it, and it sounds like we've corrected it now.
My question though is, and thanks Barbara, because that's my memory as well. But so they have an undesignated balance of 36, correct? 36,116.
Yes.
So are they accounting for whatever it is that they take from that 4,000 in a separate bucket?
Yes,
Money?
yes, that's a separate bucket.
Okay, so we know what to.
Operation funds are different than the fund set aside for any capital acquisitions.
Got it. All right, thank you. Okay, can we?
So now you're to public comment or council
right.
questions, public comment.
Okay, excellent. So Michelle. Michelle, where are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I like to see your face. Oh, there you are. Okay, great. So thanks for everybody's patience. And I think we do have members of the public. So could you let us know who is lined up to speak, please?
Yes, we have Pam Mix.
Okay.
And I'm unmuting you, Pam.
Hi again, Pam.
Hey, I better, okay. Just, so is there a policy about the open space and how much they get each year? And it wasn't quite clear how the money is being tracked, where it's coming, where it's going, who's making the decisions. If you could just clarify that, that would be great.
Okay, we're going to do what we did before, Pam, and just write down the questions and then we'll come back to them.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Thanks. So next speaker, please.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, well, that's easy. So I think we to some extent addressed Pam's question, but maybe you could fill it out a little bit, Garrett.
So
the allocation.
Right. So we do track in a separate fund, in Fund 73, the money for capital acquisitions or land purchases, and that's the 46,116. That's tracked. Every penny, every donation runs through us. I could tell you it's double checked by the Open Space Committee. And so that goes into that fund. The funds for parks, which is allocated under the park program, which is Fund 23, that's in a separate fund, but again, that's based on allocations each year done by the committee, and that's how we track that. Expenses are the same way. Open Space pretty much gives us receipts for their expenditures. Then we do reimbursement checks. Sometimes we pay for things directly based on our approval, and then that runs through the budget. So it's just like anything else, just one more step, because it's usually some Open Space Committee member that's approving something one or the other. However, any land purchase or any capital purchase, that actually has to go to the council for approval. So they would make a recommendation and then the council would have to approve it.
Right. And Pam, you heard the part about the 4,000, right? Pam?
I'm sorry, she's not on the line anymore.
Okay, well, we'll assume she heard that because that was quite a discussion. If not, we'll take it offline. Barbara.
Can I just add something that's confusing me about this is the allocation of fund balance. Designated for capital acquisition is 10,000. Undesignated balance is 36,000. That seems pretty huge for undesignated, and I think having been on the Open Space Committee for many, many years, I think a big chunk of money should be designated towards capital acquisition, with the 4,000 left out as a seed money kind of thing for other stuff.
Actually, as clarification, designated means the donor restricted it. So that 10,000 can only be used for the purposes as specified by an anonymous donor. The other money is used for land acquisition, but it's called undesignated because it's not specifically restricted by the donor.
Yeah, but it
Okay.
may also be used for things other than land acquisition. It could be used for some of their fundraising expenses and other things like that. So,
Yeah,
well,
but I don't think, okay, so that, not 36,000. I mean, and also the designated capital acquisition, we went back to the anonymous donor to ask if we could spend the money on Sky Ranch, which she agreed to. So that $10,000 was for something else. And so I think this is not correct. And I think we ought to really talk to the Open Space Committee. It was never envisioned that they would spend multi-thousand dollars on a fundraiser. And
I'm not sure Michael's correct with that statement. I think this money is only allocated for land or capital acquisitions. Again, it'd be subject to council approval, but we could double check. But I believe that 10,000 was from another donor restricting it because the Sky Ranch portion we would have already spent.
yeah, but I think it's a mistake from the past. I think
Okay,
that's
we
what
can
it
look
got
at it.
spent on.
Sure.
But anyway, I'm sorry, I probably know too much history.
I have a question. Does anyone else have a question?
Oh, go for it, Stephanie.
Is there land acquisition costs from property owners on Meadow Way in here?
No, Meadowway right-of-way is funded fully by Caltrans and the Federal Highway Administration program. That's a separate, that'd be a separate budget line item.
So we don't pay for any of the land acquisition costs?
No, if there is any, it'd be temporary, but there could be, and no, we don't, that's covered all by Caltrans.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, it's me. There is another hand raised.
Oh, okay, great. Let's let them in, please.
Okay, and that is Jason Brooks.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thanks for all your hard work. I'm a resident on Meadowway, excuse me, and I just wanted to, the comment about Meadowway raised a question for me. Could you just comment if there is any information on sort of what has been spent on Meadowway to date, and then what if the EIR request is approved and that additional cost, what that would do to the budget overall?
Garrett, would you like to comment on that now?
If you could wait till we get to the CIP, which is the next slide, that'd be perfect.
Okay, Jason, so come back with that, and we've written your question down, and I think there's several of you out there, and we'll address that when we get into the capital improvement program.
Okay, thank you. This is my first budget meeting. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. So we're going to go forward into the draft 5-year CIP. Garrett?
Okay, sure. Michelle, if you could put the slide up.
Coming.
Okay, thank you.
And while we're waiting, I think I would totally support being more transparent on this open space and making it clear from that page, because I think sometimes it's been unclear to people on the open space committee even. So that's it.
Okay. There we go. Let's see. Okay, our capital improvement program 2021. So what we've done here, obviously there's a lot less than past fiscal years, probably about, I forget what it was compared to last year. I have that right here. Sorry, lost the number. I don't want to say last year was 2 million. Oh, yeah, about 2 million. So about 2 million. So this is significantly lower. Again, we took the approach of trying to just use restricted funding and anything that already received grant funds. So right now, the capital improvement budget is about 1.2 million. That's a preliminary estimated what it is. In here, we do have what we refer to as the scenic road retaining wall. That's in Ridge and Scenic. Originally, we thought this was eligible for FEMA funding. FEMA has since indicated it's not eligible for FEMA funding, but they have indicated that the Frustuck project that originally they said wasn't eligible is eligible. So it's almost a trade between the two projects. The scenic road project, we're actually proposing this, well, okay. Why don't I just go ahead and talk about that? I'll just go through this. Well, maybe, okay, sorry. I was just kind of thinking what's the best way to do this. I'm going to run through these really brief, and then I could go back and get a little more specific, just so there's a kind of more of an overview. So scenic road retaining wall, that's in here. 145 Canyon, that's a road stabilization project that's been on the books for a while, being funded by TAM. We're at the stage where we're applying to all the agencies for permitting. Women's Club improvements, that's kind of continued year to year. I think right now the number is still 25,000, most of that being measure after special muni tax. And I noticed we also have some Measure C there, so we'd have to go back and adjust our Measure C dollar amount by about 3,000. Miscellaneous park improvements. What we have here is basically the Perry Park equipment replacement. We have a number of about, I think it's about $90,000. Normally in here, we also would have trail improvements that would be funded by Measure J. What we're kind of thinking is Measure A, there's a pot of money. Maybe there'd be more Measure A money be used for trail improvements, and we use that instead. Pavilion seismic retrofit project, council may recall that just a few months ago, FEMA gave us preliminary approval to increase the project cost from 600,000 to 2.5, so we could do the full seismic retrofit. This is the continuation of the design portion of the project. We're about 65% design. However, we're at the part now where we're working with FEMA and the tribe to work on the archaeological issues that since come up, different things they want to change. One of the interesting things on this is we have to do a canine study. Canine study means you bring in essence, cadaver dogs, and they walk around underneath the pavilion, and they could smell any remains that are hundreds and hundreds of years old, to provide a little more background to the tribe and the archaeologists and the historical consultant. They have had lines. So these are different things that we work on that make this project take a long time. Sidewalk repair, we did cut back on this, and we could talk about that. We just allocated 20,000, and that's for the sidewalk repair grant program. We provide matching funds up to a certain amount for residents. I know sidewalks, we can come back and talk about a little bit more, because obviously at the last council meeting we reported we did about 60,000 worth of improvements for sidewalks there on Bolinas, Sir Francis Drake, and Taylor. There are a few more sidewalks if you want us to undertake, either this fiscal year or next fiscal year, and we could talk about that more. The new project that hasn't been on the books is Azalea Sir Francis Drake. This is intersection improvements. What it is high visibility crosswalks, rapid flashing beacon system, and a sidewalk installed that would be on the east side of Azalea, running from Sir Francis Drake down to Broadway. That is a 2-year project. It's from TAM, their Safe Routes to School grant. It's about $250,000. How it works is you could design it next year, and in the following fiscal year, you could pay for construction. However, the town does have the option to do it all in fiscal year 2021. Your only issue will be TAM will not reimburse you for the construction costs, which is estimated at $200,000, until the following fiscal year. So TAM made an effort to try to spread out how it allocates funding to the projects. So you can advance it, but you're not going to get it for the construction part. If you did it sooner, you're not going to get it for another year.
But TAM is funding the project in its entirety, correct?
Right, $250,000 completely funded by TAM, Safe Route to School program. What is the cash flow issue. If you wanted to do it all at once, then you'd have to wait a year for the $200,000 for construction. That's the estimated construction, $50,000 for design. Street resurfacing and repair, we have another slide there to talk about maintenance programs, pavement management plan. And the one thing that we really didn't detail out very well in Fund 52 was all the FEMA projects. There's some from 2019 that we're working on. We're still working on some from 2017. And so these are all in flux as we're trying to get the different numbers, and we hope to have that fleshed out a little more. How it would work, in essence, 93% of the project gets reimbursed by FEMA, Cal OES, and the town share is about 6.5%, roughly, something like that. So maybe, as I think about this, maybe to go back up. So scenic road. So for scenic road, we're using the TAM monies for the scenic road retaining wall project. Sorry, I'm just that, and that's what we call, that's project, oops, sorry, everything's all upside down. That's, where do we, oh, here we go. So that's project, in our things, we have Capital Improvement Fund 51, that's 51810, that's on page 79, and we anticipating using this year's TAM, transportation funding, to pay for that project. Canyon Road, that's, like I said, we're in the permitting process for Canyon Road, and that one is using TAM money allocated from previous years. Women's Club, 25,000. I'm sorry, all my sheets are all mixed up. Women's Club, that's 25,000, bulk of that being the Measure A park funds. And then I talked about Perry Park, Pavilion, and sidewalk repair. So sidewalk repair, just to reiterate, if you wanted to allocate more funds, that'd be something you could talk about when you talk about allocation of funding. And so that kind of wraps up these projects on the 5-year capital improvement project. And then I have a separate side for bridges and for the pavement management plan. So go to the next slide, Michelle. Okay, bridge projects. So this is preliminary, and this is my answer to some of the questions, some of the metal.
Garrett, I'm so sorry. I feel as though maybe we need to, maybe you all disagree, but if we could go back to the CIP projects outside of the bridge projects and just ask any questions, because once we get into bridges, we're going to go deep into bridges. Could we do that? Does anyone on council have any questions about just this first page of the 5-year cap? Barbara?
Yeah, I'm just actually a little confused. I'm looking at page 76 and Garrett, when you talked about sidewalks, you talked about the grant program, which we typically funded at 40K, but then you also mixed it with the downtown sidewalk improvements, and which is some of the work we've been doing downtown. So at least what I see on this page is that you're allocating 20 for the grant program, which I'm not in agreement with, and also that you're allocating 50 for the downtown sidewalk improvements, which I don't know that you are. And I'm a little confused there. And then going back to Azalea Avenue, you said it's 250K, at least on this chart, it looks more like it's 285. So I'm just confused. And then there's a general fund at the top. It says something general fund measure C transfers of others. I'm guessing that's measure F. I don't know. But I'm just confused on this page. Maybe could you just help explain some of that?
Sure. So maybe, oh, are there, okay. So for Azalea, that's under downtown sidewalks. We just call it Azalea Sir Francis Drake intersection. That's actually page 90. And so that's the 250,000 spread over the 2-year period. So that's Azalea Sir Francis Drake. That's page 90, project 53,820. And so that's the 250 for Azalea. Okay. So let's talk about sidewalks. And I do apologize. I think I did mix a little bit, but I think what's throwing me off is the pages are double-sided, but they're upside down. So I'm trying to find.
Sorry, Garrett, on your clarification just now,
Yes.
downtown sidewalk and improvements. Azalea. Okay, so 95 is just a breakout of 53,830. Is that right? Page 90, rather.
Yeah, page 90. Yes, page 90 is the Azalea Sir Francis Drake intersection improvements project, and you can see the 50,000 in 2021 and 200,000 in 21-22 for a total of 250.
Okay, anything else, you guys, on this first page of the CIP?
I'm just wondering if Garrett's going to clarify the sidewalk.
Sidewalks,
issue.
yeah.
Sorry.
So, okay, so hopefully that answered Azalea. So sidewalks. So on page 89, sidewalk replacement repair, that's 20,000 for the grant program. And then we, obviously council could allocate more, talk about that more. So that's just for the grant program. And that's on page 89. Now, what we did not do is we did not add any additional funding for any more sidewalk repair in the CIP. But what I brought up is I think that could be an item of discussion. And so that's what we need to get some council direction on.
Okay, all right. So I guess we do that later.
Yes, that'd be better. I could just talk about the next 2 slides and then we can,
Okay,
you could either
I'm
talk
just
about CIP.
confused. Thank you.
Okay, so we go to the next slide. So bridges. So bridges, obviously this comes from the Federal Highway Administration funds going through Caltrans. I understand it might change a little bit in terms of the funding sources. It's going to be the same amount, sorry, I'm stuck on something. It's going to be the same amount, but how it maybe it's a block grant now that comes from the federal government to the state and they allocate it differently. Anyway, for the CIP, what we did for Meadowway Bridge is obviously the council has been discussing it, so it's unclear what our next step's going to be. Rather than trying to project anything in the budget, all we did was just continue on with numbers we had before. For the next phase would be construction drawings and right-of-way, and then construction. And so these are just placeholder numbers, so we don't know really at this point what that means. Now, to answer the base question of if the council, and again, this isn't for discussion because you're going to discuss this at your June meeting, is yes, if the council decided that we want a EIR process, then what happens is all these numbers would slide to the future years, and then you'd have to come up with funding to pay for EIR, which is somewhere probably between 100 and 200,000 or so on. But that's a discussion for June. Now, in terms of the question being, how does that impact our funding from Caltrans for the bridge program? We don't really know at this point. Once the project clears NEPA, it's kind of in another stage where it can get funding. So it's a little unclear to us. And the reason it's unclear is because I'll talk about the next 2 items, and that's where the unclarity is. So what Caltrans has told us related to Creek Road and BPMP bridges, Creek Road's a sidewalk retrofit project. BPMP is Bridge Preventive Maintenance Program, federally funded. That's for bridge maintenance. So like Spruce, basically it's a new surface, Canyon, Marin bridges, or some other improvements. But what Caltrans has indicated to us, and we're in the process of trying to get NEPA clearance, but what Caltrans has indicated to us in terms of the phases, because there is no money, they're trying to find money, the federal government's trying to find money, they are recommending all these projects, Creek and BPMP, be delayed for at least a year. So our funding requests into them wouldn't be considered until not fiscal year 2021, but fiscal year 21-22. So those projects would be delayed. And so it's unclear to us if we were to delay Meadowway, whether that could be also tossed into the hopper. Don't think so. Don't know really. We're talking to Caltrans right now about Creek and BPMP, making an argument. We're so close to NEPA clearance that this is an unnecessary delay for the project. But this is something everybody's facing. San Anselmo, I know, is going through the same problem with Caltrans for their bridge projects, bridge removal and other things. There's building, I forget whatever their address of the building is, building removal. So that's a great unknown that we're trying to figure out. For Meadowway, probably more appropriate to talk in June. Hopefully get some answers. Now, the oddity of this is Azalea Bridge still has money to move forward in its phase that it's in now, which is kind of environmental, very preliminary design. And so that's not really held up. And we're uncertain for BPMP and Creek again. That we can convince them that might be back to the CIP for next fiscal year. Have no idea at this point in time, other than we're talking to them and making a pitch. In fact, I think I have letters I need to sign to send to them. making those type of arguments, and then we sit down and talk to them. So that's bridges. And then unless there's any questions on this slide, then the next slide, we talk about the pavement management program.
Yeah, let's stop at this, Barbara.
Just, so you talked about the potential delay of a year, which you're working on, but there also, I think a gentleman earlier raised this, and I've been thinking about this. Is there also any danger the longer you delay that, you know, kind of what happened with the OBAG or whatever it turned in grant on the parkade, that we could end up losing these grants or end up having another meeting on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve? So do we know anything about the potential of losing these grants, period?
So the grants for Creek and BPMP, they're not up against the 10-year rule, even if it's delayed a year. So we're okay. Well, set aside if they say there's no funding at all, so you need to wait longer. There's no statutory limitation on the funds that a year delay for Creek and BPMP would make it so they're not available. For Meadow, we have no idea if there's a delay on that, what that does to the funding. Does that throw it into the same realm of a 1-year delay, or what it does? And those are questions that we're trying to get answered.
But we don't think that there is a 10-year rule applying to these bridges, is what you said.
Yes.
Not about the idea that the feds just say there isn't any money, but we're not backing up against a timeline.
No, my understanding is we looked at that is Creek Road, BPMP, there's no such, this 10-year rule is not going to come into play on those projects with a 1-year delay.
I see Bruce's hand up, I think.
I have a question too. Whatever order you want to go in is fine.
Okay, Bruce, go ahead.
I didn't have my hand up, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Stephanie.
I'm sorry. This might be clear to others, but Garrett, I'm not tracking on the distinction between Meadow and the other three. I guess it's Spruce, Canyon, and Marin, and why Meadow wouldn't be subject to the delay, or like, what's the distinction there?
Distinction is NEPA clearance, which is equivalent of the federal version of CEQA. So once you clear NEPA on projects, which Meadow has cleared,
right,
puts it into a different phase of the project. Not CEQA, they only care, the federal government only cares about NEPA. So once you pass NEPA, then that puts your project in a different phase. Creek and BPMP, we're still in the environmental phase, and while we made funding requests for future phases or additional funding, they're not processing those requests. That's the bottom line. At this point, they've just said they're putting all of those on hold. So while we may have had it into them for a few months, I forget when, it's got to be at least a few months. They've just done that with all the bridges. So in general, and I don't know how accurate these numbers are, but a few years ago, Caltrans said, we get 300 million, or we have 300 million a year for bridges statewide. There's $1 billion of requests and need to continue on an annual basis, $1 billion versus 300 million. So they prioritize generally, some things they process, some they don't. But I think now it's more come to a head because I don't even know how much of that 300 million they even have or that went up. But the answer to your question is Meadow's in a different phase because of the NEPA clearance, and the other two don't have NEPA yet, and so they're in a different phase.
Okay, thank you.
And before we move on from bridges, I would like to see if there were 2 members of the public that actually spoke and asked questions about the Meadoway Bridge way early on in the meeting, and I just want to make sure that their questions were addressed, if I may, as this conversation has evolved. So, Michelle, is there anyone waiting there to reiterate a question or
Mayor, I just am checking. I don't know if you can see it on my screen, and it looks like nobody from the public has a hand up.
Okay, let me give it 1 second.
Oh, a hand just went up.
Yeah, the reason I'm doing this is only because the other questions have been very specifically addressed after each item. So I wanted to give that chance to this group of questioners.
So it is Jason who asked about Meadowway Bridge. Shall I unmute him?
Yes, please.
All right.
Hi there, thank you again. I guess I would be curious, as you guys are doing the budgeting process, like how does the EIR, if it goes forward, how does that fit into this? In other words, like where does that, I guess my questions come from, like where does that money come from? And then how do you, if you are then contingency planning for loss of the federal or state grant money, and how, and again, I'd like to just understand that. So playing out two questions. One is, where does the 200K come from for the EIR? Question one. And then question two, if it delays and then we do lose funding, as discussed as a possibility, how would that fit into the budget planning process as we look out for the next 5 years?
Garrett, can you address that?
So I think if the council, again, that's for the June discussion, if the council decided to move forward EIR, then that'd have to be funded out of another source of funding, and we'll have to figure it out. You could use it out of general fund reserves, maybe you could allocate other capital funding toward it, take it away from something else, but that's discussion that, you know, that'd probably be 1 to 200,000, take 6 to 9 months. Now, in terms of Meadowway, it's unclear whether or not Caltrans will actually delay the funding. I don't think we're talking about Caltrans never funding the program. They've never said that it would just be a delay in funding. I mean, there's a little difference there. So there is no contingent planning for if Caltrans said, now hear this, we're never going to fund the Meadowway Bridge. That would be a completely other different discussion. So that's not anything that we're planning for. Again, what it would be is we don't know if there would even be a delay if we went, you know, other than if you did EIR, the time it took to do that, whether or not there'd be additional delays from Caltrans for some reason or another. That's what we're asking the question of Caltrans, and we don't really have an answer at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'm going to recommend now that we go to the last one on the pavement index, and then we'll come back and take public comment on the entire capital improvement 5-year draft plan.
Okay. So next slide. Okay. Pavement management plan. So for some of you may recall, every 2 years, we do an assessment of our pavement, and it's under actually the MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. They actually undertake it pretty much for $2,000. That's our share. Every community chips in something. Probably MTC bears a lion's share, and they do all the roads everywhere, at least all in Marin County. And they come up with the study, which is called the Pavement Management Plan.
Yeah, MTC.
I did, Metropolitan Transportation Commission.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
So, so PCI. So, pavement management plan pretty much assess the condition of your pavement. PCI is a pavement condition index. So right now, in 2000, when did they do it? 2020, or is it? Sorry, I have it in front of me. I think they just completed it. Of course, it's a big old document. Huh. All right. Well, okay then. It's piled in this paper somewhere. Here we go. February 2020, I'm sorry. February 2020, they completed the pavement management plan. It said the average condition of our pavement is 60. 2 years ago, our pavement condition was 62, so you could see it's dropped about 1 PCI per year. Now, 68% of our roads are classified as good to excellent. Good, I think, is from 50 to 70. 70 to 90 is very good, and 90 to 100 is excellent. I think it's something like that. 32% of our roads are in poor to very poor condition, and we have a little over 54 miles of lane roads, or 27 miles of center line, which means the center line going down the center, that's how many roads you have, but in essence, you have a lot of 2 lanes, so they just make it 54 miles of lane road. So under the pavement management program, it says this. It says you would need to spend $3 million or $600,000 a year over the next 5 years in order to maintain a PCI of 60. For us, well, some years we might have spent 600,000. It's pretty impractical to think we can come up with 600,000 or 3 million over 5 years in order to do that. So what we're trying to do in this year's, for what we're trying to do is we're trying to try a little different approach, and that's trying something that's called asphalt rubber, which is different than rubberized asphalt. And what it has to do with the rubber content in the material. And so what we've seen in communities that use asphalt rubber, it's a different technique for application, but you can actually, it's more cost effective in terms of what you have to do, and maybe as long lasting as we would need it for our community, because we have a lot of roads that maybe don't get a lot of cars on it. And so something like this may be actually more efficient for what we're looking at. But for this year, all we have budgeted is 140,000 for road type maintenance. And how we came up with that number is, and this is where it gets a little confusing in terms of this is an action ultimately council will have to take. But what we're doing is last year, this current fiscal year, this current fiscal year, getting it mixed up, 1920, we had 140,000 in TAM transportation funds. And we also receive SB1 monies. And so what we're going to ask the council to do is I'm going to have you reprogram that money that we use for Upper Scenic Road, 140,000, to this program here. And what we're going to do is we're going to take our SB1 gas money and take that and apply it retro to the Scenic Road, Upper Scenic Road rehab project. And the one thing to keep in mind, the reason we could do that is SB1 lets you take future SB1 money, gas tax money, and apply it to projects retro as long as you had them on the list. And so we have Scenic Road on a list. And so in essence, you're kind of floating it until you get paid back, but you could take funds that you were going to spend on it and use it for your pavement management plan. And so, you know, ultimately it's going to have to go to accounts for approval, reprogramming of TAM funds. But in essence, we have about 140,000. We're talking to some other communities if they're interested in trying this asphalt rubber. Probably exists if we were to do it and it's big enough contract, there's enough economies of scales that we might be able to do twice as many roads or maybe even more than we normally could for 140,000 on the maintenance level. And so in their pavement management plan, there's different scenarios that are run at 100,000, 200,000, it's all these different funding scenarios. And then what the program does, it takes a look at the roads and it gives you a recommendation of which roads you should do maintenance on. Maintenance being things like slurry seal, which is like heavy coating you put on roads, or little minor maintenance of chip seal and all these other things they talk about. And so what we're looking at is following that 200,000 recommendation and moving forward with that. Typically in the budget, we attach that sheet in the appendices, but we didn't this time around. So that's kind of the discussion here on the roads. We've only allocated, the key takeaway is we've only allocated 140,000 for this. Typically we allocate at least 200 or more. In current year, fiscal year 1920, we pretty much spent 100,000 just on regular road repair and reconstruction, like Bolinas. I think in the accomplishments for Public Works, it lists all the roads where we did some major pothole repair. Maple, there's a sinkhole, we had to fix that. And so a lot of times major pothole repair entails we actually have to dig out the road. Pretty much you're repacking the base rock, doing some other things, and then you're pouring asphalt over the top. And that's something way beyond what our guys can do. Although they did do a pretty good job of repairing Hickory Road. The pothole repair, they did a pretty excellent job of that. But that's awful lot of work, and usually not something that's right in our sweet spot. But they did a pretty good job. It's not something that's sustainable on every road. Can be in some cases. But again, what we're trying to be creative and try something that's a little different. It's a proven product. We've seen it used in other communities where they just put it over the top of existing roads, didn't do any road prep, It actually held up pretty well for 10 years, starting to show some cracking, but much better than what we have now. Caltrans has used it on some projects and so on. So we think it's worthwhile to try.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. Any questions before we go to public comment about the PMP, since we already talked about our capital improvements?
Yes, because I mean, my understanding is that they needed a certain critical amount of roads to do with this new process, you know, because they have to set up a local place to make the asphalt and then roll it all out. And so you string all these roads that need it together. I mean, I think it's a great idea in that it's a lot less expensive than the conventional way. And as we know, it's kind of like getting your teeth worked on. You know, if you can catch these roads in time before they deteriorate to the point of where Hickory is, or was, then you can really keep things lasting for a lot longer. So I'm in favor there, but I think we need, you know, a certain amount just to be in the game, because they need something like 5 miles of roads to deal with it. Isn't that true, Garrett?
Yeah, it's something that's, oops, man. Oh, yes. Yes, it's something like that. There's a certain economies of scale that they need to create so much. And you could have a plant here, they could truck it in. It just sort of depends on what seems to be the most efficient thing. Not sure you want that little mini plant in town, although maybe some locations outside of town would probably work fine. It's far enough away.
Yeah, if it makes it work. You know, I mean, I think there's a question of, I mean, the stuff's got to be made and it's hot, and then you bring it there, and then it cools
gotta maintain
on the
certain
road
temperature.
surface. So you're limited as to how far you can bring the stuff.
Yeah.
And
They thought
obviously,
they thought they could make it work into Fairfax, but you're correct. You need to have a certain amount. We need to talk to some other towns. Maybe we need to increase this in order to get to the sweet spot.
yeah, it could be
just the minimum
collaborating with
amount.
San Anselmo, or, you know, I mean, I can imagine, I mean, obviously nobody's talked to him, but, you know, one spot might be, you know, Michael McIntosh might have some space, and he could get, you know, something there paved as, you know, in exchange for the use of his land for that, you know, week or two whenever they're setting up that little plant and making the stuff, and you know, kind of be a win-win all the way around, because it is a lot cheaper, and it's a lot you know, certainly for these less high use streets. I think it really does make sense, because we've got a lot of streets that are deteriorating fast, and it's good to catch them before they get into extreme disrepair.
Great. Okay, thanks, John. Anybody else before we go to the public?
I have one. I actually have two. So we talked about this about a year and a half ago, and I think the parkade sort of stopped us from being able to pursue this at the time. But one question I'm kind of confused about is A8, the Appendix 8 has a whole table showing about 200,000 being spent on roads, but you mentioned 140, so I'm confused there. But the other thing I wanted to bring up, when I was at the Air District in enforcement, we got huge complaints on rubberized asphalt emissions as well as odor. And you may or may not know that you can get cited for odor complaints. There is a whole enforcement arena with that. And as far as emissions, so I think I was for this when we talked about it last time, and I'm still for it, but I think you really are going to need to explore this with the Air District, because I think you could run into huge problems, and we will probably have people complaining about the smell, and they have inspectors that are trained in odor complaints. It's a whole area of enforcement, and I'm not sure about the emissions. But anyway, so I would just caution before we go full speed ahead that we check in with the Air District. And as far as I know, none of those people are working in the office anymore, so it may be kind of difficult to contact them.
Okay.
But could you clarify to me, what is A8? Because A8 looks to me like it might be an old page. I'm confused.
It's an old page.
Okay.
So we haven't, on the appendices, Michael updated some, and the others he just continued from last time. So that's from 2017.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. But where is the 140,000? What page is that on in our budget?
Oh, the 140 is fund. Sorry, I just took everything apart.
Page
That would be,
76.
yeah.
Page 76.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And I would be
3-887.
okay, and I would be pushing for, let's really consider the 200,000 because we keep falling behind. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's true, and I guess, Barbara, I'd like to clarify whether this is the odor when they're making it or odor when it's already laid down.
It's when they're making it, so it may be very difficult to do in our area just because of the odor emissions. And we were getting huge complaints up in Santa Rosa and demonstrations for a plant up there, but also where they were laying it down. So I'm just saying it's a great thing, but we maybe need to look into this a little more carefully.
Okay, the first thing that comes to my mind is also up at the Meadow Club. There's, a parking lot that's gravel, adjacent to Bolinas Road that might be within a workable distance. Obviously, it's in the county. But
You know what, not to interrupt, but I think this is definitely going to take some deeper research. So let's.
I'm just throwing it out there before we move on.
Good job. Okay, thanks, John. I just want to make sure we have time for the discussion that really needs to happen when we finish this. So Michelle, I'd like to go out to public comment, and that would be for everything that's come in the capital improvement 5-year draft budget.
We have one public comment right now. Would you like it?
Yes, please.
Okay, and that is Stephen Keys.
Hi, Stephen.
Hello. This is a question, I guess, at Garrett. I've been thinking for several years up here on Cypress Road is widening and water's getting in, and at some point it might decide to go down the hillside. I was just wondering if those of us who are amateur highway engineers could get a bucket of that stuff and ourselves fill up the cracks. That's a question for Garrett.
Garrett?
Yeah, I don't think it works. The bucket part doesn't work because it's sprayed on by a truck. But I haven't looked at, we've gotten a lot of requests, obviously Hickory, Cypress, Ridge, I guess different neighborhoods wants to take a look at these different things. So that's something we have to evaluate it. I have to go look exactly at the pavement management plan because it's a program that's run and it would say what roads you should do something on. But I will duly note that Cypress is on the list of streets we should take a look at.
And if I may, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Just a short phrase may explain it more. 600 degrees Fahrenheit is the temperature at which this material is sprayed, which is really hot in case, you're thinking about getting a bucket of that. I've poured metal and stuff like that, and even getting close to it, it puts off a lot of heat. And so just to give you an idea of it's better to job it out to the professionals, I'd say.
As a side note, how it works when a truck sprays, there's a guy actually suited up, and his thing is to keep the nozzles clear. He just takes a brush. It's got to be so hot. Anyway, that was just a side.
I see no more public comment, Mayor. Oops, you're muted, Mayor.
So thank you very much. Unless anyone on council has anything else they want to add here, we will move on the agenda. And anybody? I can't see everyone, so sorry, it's taking a minute. Bruce.
Well, this isn't about the budget, but just with regard to pavement, I presume all of us have been getting emails. I get one every once in a while on our council email from people, I don't remember their name right off, but they keep talking about a pavement product that I think somehow involves recycled PET bottles. And so I don't know what that is. I don't know where it stands, but of course they promote it. I have questions about it for sure, but just wanting to make sure that's on the radar as we evaluate these technologies.
Yeah, quick response to that. It's a very new product out there. Unknown how well it works, how long it lasts. My understanding is either Caltrans or LA County or City, or LA County and City, are actually trying a few pilots just to see how well that product holds up. But you're not going to know for a few years, just like this asphalt rubber. Took a little while. Caltrans actually tested it on some of its roads with no prep just to see how well it holds up. And so that's kind of the process where it is right now.
Okay. So moving right along, right now it's 3:10 and we were slated for 2:30 to start talking about our council funding requests and priorities and goals. So Garrett, are you thinking that we are going to end at 3:40 because that will guide how we work here?
Well, it was a time approximate, so I think you just need whatever time you need to take. But is there a next slide, Michelle?
Yeah, before we do that,
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Can I check in with council members? Because this always happens to us at this point. So Stephanie, Barbara, Bruce, and John, can you guys hang till 4? So we can do justice to this unless we get through faster?
I can hang. I might need a restroom break at one point.
Okay, Stephanie, are you all right?
Yes.
Okay, John, Bruce, all right.
I'm feeling pretty exhausted, but this is really important. So yes, definitely.
Okay, excellent. So we're moving on to the next section, and I'm going to ask Garrett to organize this conversation the way you foresaw it happening. So can you go ahead and guide this?
Sure. This is the part where typically every year we have this section where you're talking new programs, projects, enhancing programs, what your priority are. In this case, the one key difference here is I think it'd be great to have a list of things you'd like to fund, prioritize, and then you could decide a subset that would be, are you talking about doing it now as in funding it so it could take effect in fiscal year 2021, or wait until the mid-year review and then at that time consider its priorities. Within this too is anything in the current year in that you want us to undertake, and then the CIP and roads and things are under here. But really one of the driving principles would be at the policy level, if something is fairly general, then we could figure it out, as Councilmember Kohler said. So if you said, well, we want to allocate more of our special municipal tax funding towards something, we think that's important, then we would figure that out. Your disaster coordinator, I think that's what someone had mentioned. We have been talking to San Anselmo and Ross about sharing a similar type position, as well as maybe some other things. But, that's just good to know if that's a priority that's, okay, let's move forward with that thought, or let's put it in there knowing as a placeholder we want to do it, but hold off until mid-year review for actually funding it. So that's kind of what I was hoping, is just get a list, figure out what's most important, what you want to do now, what can wait, and then that would help us. And then when you come back to you in June, we could give you a little more detail over how it would all work.
Okay, and so my suggestion is that we go council member by council member, and then this isn't a chance to advocate for what it is, because I really want to hear from the public who waited patiently with some ideas, I imagine. So let's just go one by one, do that list, and then see what the discussion brings after the public speaks. So can I start with who I see beneath me on the screen, and that's Bruce?
Okay. I guess you see a different screen than I do, but
yeah, we all see a different screen.
Yeah, it's funny. We just sort of jump around.
Yeah, we do.
So I do, I'm interested in Barbara speaking, as I'm sure she will, about the idea she suggested earlier, but I feel like I need to, and Stephanie also, Stephanie and I are both the council representatives to the Climate Action Committee. And so we definitely need to bring that committee's thoughts forward here. So the committee did have a chance to meet, and thank you all for giving us that opportunity to meet this month. The meeting was just Tuesday, and so it's kind of difficult to get anything into this packet after that meeting. But the committee did formally vote on and unanimously among the people who were there pass a resolution that as you recall, the Climate Action Committee had a couple of months ago brought to council a range of ideas of things that they wanted to do, and understanding now the situation that we're in, this general belt tightening around COVID, the committee was sensitive to that and said that the priorities that they would like to bring to the council right now were that two things that they specifically spoke of, and one more that I think was implied, but the two that were specifically in the resolution were the pavilion work, and I'll speak about that a bit, and then that would be maybe around 15,000. It's actually less expensive than what we talked about when we brought that, when the subcommittee brought a report to council in April. We've talked with John Sarter and come up with an even better design that is really exciting, and I wish that we had the chance to tell you about it. I'd like to actually ask that we get that on the agenda in June so that we can tell you about it in more detail and tell the public about it. But it's a very neat design, has incredible benefits, and is lower in cost. And then the other thing that the committee wanted to put before the council was the idea that had been proposed. This is just taking this one idea out of the several that were proposed and prioritizing this one, and that is that the town consider essentially an internal price on carbon for town operations, which would go into a fund that could then go to projects, including projects of residents, through some kind of an application process. So that would require setting this up and figuring out what the criteria would be, but that would essentially in a formal way mean that the town would become carbon neutral in its own operations by doing that, by paying offsets into this fund, which would go to citizens for projects. So that would be, that's been estimated to be about 5,000 based on the audit of the town operations. So that's what the committee's resolution was about 15,000 for the pavilion project and about 5,000 for that process. And I certainly would like for Stephanie to speak some toward this, but I will go ahead and speak about the pavilion project because I'm on the subcommittee.
Bruce,
Yes.
I'm really, I just want to, so we have like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
We each have
So-
things. So I was going to say that I understand, and I hope we can agendize some things so that we can learn more about these things. But for now, it's not really an advocacy for what these things are, but to really let us know what's on the list in a very brief description. And I'm excited to hear about it, but I want to make sure everyone gets through.
Yeah, and I understand, and as I say, I'd love to tell you all about the pavilion project, but the one thing that I need to put before you that's relevant to budgeting is that that 15,000 for the equipment for the pavilion project, 5,000 of that is for a battery, and there's a program called Self-Generation Incentive Program, SGIP, which would pay $5,000 for that battery. So basically the battery would be paid for. However, the application process, the application window for the SCHIP opened on the 12th, 3 days ago. And we don't know yet. It's expected that there's going to be a lot of applications for that. So we don't know whether if we waited a long time, we might miss the SCHIP window. So that's this, it's beyond what I can figure out how we can move this forward. But as I understand it, and I was hoping to get more detail on this, but it hasn't come to me yet, hasn't been provided to me yet, but exactly what would need to be done. But I think in general, we need the council to approve the project and have some sort of, definite, we're going forward with it in order to get the SCHIP application in. So it's puzzling. I don't see how we can necessarily resolve it today, but if we can try to move toward resolving that as quickly as possible, like at the June meeting, it might save us $5,000.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. I'm going to move on. Stephanie, would you like to add to the Climate Action Committee part and then go ahead and express your other priorities and requests?
Yeah, I guess I do have a question just from a process standpoint. So how is it that we're going to wrap up this section in terms of making decisions, Renee?
I don't know, and I need Garrett to chime in. Are you there? Because first we have to hear each other. With the time that we have, I'm not assuming we're going to vote on these things. We need to know numbers. We need to know what kind of pool we're working from. And as you know, there's a million puzzle parts to this. So Garrett, people are going to put out, Bruce has put out numbers. How would you like us to end this process?
So typically how it works is you're not voting on the budget, obviously, but if a majority of you seem to support something, then we would put that in the budget. If some of you are unsure, then what we do is we bring back all those options you talked about. Even at your public hearing, you're continuing to give us direction. You actually don't adopt the budget till your July meeting. And
Right.
so it's an iterative process, because even now you could all say, we'll put it all in the budget. And well, I prefer we have a list as putting in the budget, because once we put it in, then it gets really confusing if you start taking it out later. But if there's a consensus on some things to be in there, then we do that. If there isn't a consensus, you don't need to decide now. We could just have it as an option to be considered. And that's where it falls into, you could put it on the list, but not fund it until you do your mid-year priority. You could have that type of agreement. But even that, you don't need to decide right this second.
Okay.
A list would be great.
If that's the case, then don't you need to hear either support or pushback from us as we each go along?
Well, yes, at the end of the day, what we would do is we would kind of go back and run through these things. To the extent there's a straw poll and some go, yeah, that sounds good, then we do that. To the extent there's not a consensus or a clear non-consensus, then we would just put it as the options to be considered in the
Some of
future.
these things, we don't know numbers. And so they'll carry forward if there's general support. So Stephanie, it's not scientific, but I think we usually do pretty well in seeing what we want to bring forward for the next 2 public hearing opportunities.
Okay, but again, I'm just asking because I just heard from Bruce, but I don't know what Barbara's going to say quite yet. So maybe she's got something that I feel is a higher priority than what Bruce, this is hypothetical, right? So yeah. I'm not going to throw all my weight against what Bruce just said. If Barbara might have, something that didn't occur to me that I think is much higher priority.
You want me to go before you, Stephanie?
That's not really the point. The point, I'm asking for what the process is.
Stephanie,
why don't we do a straw poll after everybody talks?
That's what it sounds like is the way to go.
Yeah,
we all hear all the ideas. So when each of us speak, we don't necessarily have to be saying, my idea versus somebody else's idea.
Yeah.
We just put out our ideas and then we might even vote, that we're not so excited about the idea that we described after we hear all do it all together.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's go ahead.
Okay.
Let's hear Stephanie.
Thank you. So I really don't have too much, but I did want to echo Renee's comments to Anne and Park and Rec on the success of the teen programming, and I'd really like to see that continue. I still get feedback on those last couple of events, so obviously depending on how things ease up with the shelter in place and how we're able to host events, I would like to see that continue. I was a little concerned about how much we have in the budget for sidewalks, because that's something I heard so much on the campaign trail, and it doesn't sound like we have enough slated for that, honestly, but that I just took a note on. That's not something that I had planned to talk to you all about. So this is not going to come to a surprise to any of you. I really believe that we need to transition to a 2 meeting per month schedule in alignment with the rest of the towns and cities in Marin. But I've also done research across the state of California for towns that are similar in population size and budget. And as you probably know, we are relatively understaffed comparatively. And that's favorable if you think about the size of our reserves and what relative good standing we're in right now to deal with the crisis that we're in. But the past couple of months, Renee and I have been doing so much work that I feel if we were fully staffed, I wouldn't be working 10, 12 hours a day. And Maria and Camille in particular have been phenomenal. But I really, really think that we need to hire at least one intern. Bruce, you just mentioned that, we are so fortunate to have a CAC meeting, but we basically had to beg for a resource to get a Zoom link up on the website because we are understaffed, and we almost didn't get to have a committee meeting because we don't have enough staff to support us. And that just feels unacceptable to me. We have so much work to do. And we had a subject matter expert speak at 12:30 in the morning during our last council meeting. All of us are like barely staying awake. I feel like it was really disrespectful to the speaker because I don't know that any of us could really process, retain, or play back what she was saying. There was no public attendance at that point. So we're not engaging our public. Off the record, our peers across Marin County, they think we're crazy for having one meeting a month that lasts 6 hours. At 1 a.m. our meeting lasts till. So I would really appreciate your support in at least hiring an intern to help us make photocopies or do whatever it is that we need to do. And there's a couple of proposals out there in terms of how we would work this. We could do one meeting and split it into 2 parts. The first meeting could be items that we don't vote on. The second part of the meeting on the second day would be items that we do vote on. And we don't have to get into that now, but there's just a lot of work to be done in this town, and we don't have enough time to do it in one meeting. So that's my item.
Okay. Thank you for that, as my brain's just trying to process like how that funnels into what we're doing in terms of our budget, but I absolutely understand what you're saying. We would just need to
either fund an intern for the town. And frankly, it could be, I bet you we could find, in this environment right now, we could probably find someone unpaid, but a small amount of money to fund an extra person. And I think this person could help with some of your communication strategy too. We don't do much on social media, and that's where the people are. There's a lot of things that there's a lot of ways that this person could support our current strategies.
Okay, great. Did you want to add anything to the CAC conversation?
No, I mean, if I had to choose one, I mean, they're both very important projects, but in terms of supporting the overarching goal of being carbon neutral, the carbon tax item would be my priority project, but they're both very important.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. Who would like to go next? Barbara?
Yeah, so my list is probably a little longer. I talked about the neighborhood response group coordinator, which would be part-time for 6 months, 20 hours a month. It adds up to about $5,000 to $5,500 for the 6-month period at a rate of something like $35 to $40 an hour. I know we don't have time for advocacy, and there is somebody already doing this. Potentially we could capitalize on that for now and think about something in the future. I think Garrett's idea of working with other towns is a great one, but I don't think we can afford the time to wait and do all that coordination. The second thing is the sidewalk repairs downtown. You know, I don't think we finished Bolinas Road. I've asked the question about how much is left. I know Garrett has said, Mark and he think Broadway is pretty good except near the ball field. And potentially Sir Francis Drake. The problem there is the 2 areas that are bad downtown have basically liquid embers that have pulled up the sidewalks. So the trees would have to be removed. So that would have to go to the tree committee potential. But I would like to see us consider, at least while we are in somewhat of a shutdown, maybe we could actually get this done, because as soon as things open up, we're not going to be able to do this. We don't want to inhibit the businesses any more than they have been. The other thing I would like to advocate for on sidewalks is the grant program, which started when I was mayor in 2015. And I know first Garrett didn't think it would be enough money, and it's really taken off, and we've allocated more money on the reimbursement side. And I believe through 2018, we have something like 18 people taking advantage of that program. We don't have current stats for last year, but I would like to see us fully fund that at $40K. I mean, potentially we could start with the $20K and revisit this in the fall, but that program has really taken off. And remember, this is all about making our town age-friendly, which isn't just for people like me who can't walk very well. It's also for all of us, the kids, everybody. And then the other thing, I have 2 more things. The pavement management plan, you know, I think one of the goals of the council is to have basically our basic infrastructure doing well. And so I'm a big advocate for our streets. I'd like to see us at least allocate the 200,000, and potentially we could start again with the 140,000, because I don't know how much we got done last year with all the storm repairs, and revisit in the fall. And the last thing I have, where I think we already have the money allocated, is the Women's Club renovation with the stage and all that work for ADA, that while we're not meeting in the Women's Club, this would be a perfect time to get this stuff done that has trailed over every couple of years. So that's my list. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. So we've got John. Hi.
Oh, thanks. Let me see. So I think in no particular order of importance, but top of my list, of course, is I think I'm somewhat frustrated that our trail maintenance, you know, Fairfax Trails program is not really moving along, but we've got a tree down in one of the neighborhood, crossing the trail, closing it in the Willow neighborhood, which is a neighborhood that also only has one way in and out, unless you're cutting through somebody's garage port, for quite a few houses. And people are walking around a lot. I mean, it's actually, you know, the people are getting dogs just so that they have an excuse to go out and walk and exercise. But also, if you go to the SPCA, there's none available. Usually they have a lot, but I think trails are one way. You know, people don't know where they are, and then there's a lot of things that we can do. We have the money okayed, and we have people to do it. It's question of communicating. Now we can do construction again, and I think it's a perfect opportunity. The same goes for sidewalks. You know, and I can think of another place on Drake, which has a liquid amber adjacent, but it's not lifted, but it's Bell Market, or Fairfax Market, I should say. And that may be a good candidate for the program, the collaboration program with the adjacent owner, or it could be something that we just fix. But I can think of one little stretch there. It's about 10 feet long, but it's basically a pile of gravel because the concrete has deteriorated so much. So sidewalks and trails, both on that walking around bit. I think streetlight shades, I mean, it seems very superfluous to some, but it really changes the quality of life to have streetlights shining in your windows, and on a complaint basis, people are getting shades in, you know, in 1s or 2s or something like that. But I think that we could do something. I've experimented with a colored piece of plexiglass, which changes the color temperature, which does a whole lot in terms of making it a lot easier on night vision, things like that. So you're not blinded by the edge of the streetlights. I think the pavilion battery thing is very good. We're going to be there, you know, and the PSPS situation with PG&E shutting off power is probably going to happen again this summer. And, you know, that will help.
John, I'm so sorry, but literally it's 25 minutes to 4 and we haven't gone.
I'm running down the list pretty quick here.
Thanks, John.
I also would like to look into putting some way to charge electric bikes in the, let's call it the Bank Street Park, where the current bathroom is, doing a teen policy. And I also support a number of the other things that people have brought up. So that's what I'm adding to the list. Tiny house policy.
Sorry, I'm not trying to pick on you. I just really want to make sure we get this done.
Yeah, I'm basically reading off the list here. Yeah, so bike charging station and tiny house policy.
Okay. Perfect. So I'll just be quick. I'm on board with a lot of these things, some not, but we'll come back to that. I'm seeing this as an opportunity to say, what do we want to do right now? What's most vital? And then most of these things, because many have been floating around for a while, could come back very easily to our mid-year or our fall budget review when we know a little bit more. The only thing I want to add to this is Chipper Day and continuing the door-to-door pickup and putting that money out there, because it makes a massive difference to how much we are able to remove from the neighborhoods. Our budget right now is not necessarily including the door-to-door. So I would like to make that's my advocacy piece. I think we need to continue to fund that. We had talked about expanding the funding, but at least keeping it at that level. Yeah, the only other thing is we have got to finish Perry Park Playground, but I do understand that we have lots of priorities, but I just want to put that out there. Yeah, I think we've put out a lot. So I would like to go out to the public at this point and hear what your ideas are, where you think we should put our money where our mouth is, and yeah, let's go with that. Michelle, anyone out there?
Yes, we have a few people in line. Number 1 is Stephen Keys.
Okay, hi, Stephen.
Hey, folks. I'd like to really encourage you all to figure out a way to hold 2 meetings. I think it really cuts off public awareness and participation when you all have to. And I'm sure it's brutal for you all to have to run to midnight and later to hold meetings. So that's one. The second is, it was suggested get some interns. Having been a Peace Corps volunteer, all of the Peace Corps volunteers have been brought home. They're all looking for things to do. If there were a possibility of getting one, they understand the need to find problems and solve them. You don't need to do any motivation work or worry about training them. just get a hold of one, and I bet we could get somebody to house them for free, and so the only cost might be enough for them to eat. So I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Stephen. Who's next?
Next is Pam. Pam Mix.
Hi, Pam.
Hey, thanks for all your hard work, you guys. It's been a long day. Okay, so going to the disaster planning, as you know, some of you may have heard me grumble over the years, and I'm talking years. I used to complain there was no siren. We didn't get a siren until we had a flood. So here we are now with fire, PSPS, and now a pandemic. So this NRGs or block leaders, they don't like that word, but I kind of like it. I've been one here for 2 years. There's only 3 of us up here, but we're in sort of a powder keg. And I really advocate that you put some money towards this. I agree with Barbara. I mean, I love the idea of using 3 different towns, but I just want to get it going. I don't want to drag it out, but I think the $5 grand is what I calculated. And so, you know, it's safety first, save lives is my thing. All right, second, I just recently found out that the senior luncheon's gone, and I guess it's been gone a long time, and I was one of the initiators and advocates who spent many meetings hours getting that thing to go and start. It's gone, and we need to get that back. It's, you know, Marin has the highest number of seniors in the Bay Area. And so I'm willing to create a task force or help out or something. I know about the 1,000 meals at the county, but that's a one-time shot. This, you know, if West Marin can do it, we can do it. And I really believe with the right kind of committee and maybe looking for matching funds, whatever, maybe a little money from the town to look like there's interest. But I really think we need to get a senior lunch out there, even if it's a bag lunch to go. I just don't feel good about not having some kind. I know we have the food bank, but it's doubled now. And so the need is there. And I'm trying to go fast because I want to go too. Where is this? Oh, the street, the repair street and sidewalks. So I'm assuming that you all talked to the sewer district and the water district. Some years back, there wasn't a good communication. Everybody was doing their own thing, and it was a lot of money, taxpayer money wasted because the projects were not coordinated together. So I'm assuming, Garrett, that's already being handled. Okay, that's it. Have a great day.
I just want to add something quickly. I've been working on the senior lunch with Jody and Bennett House, and we did secure funding, but from the county, but because of Bennett House renovations, we weren't able to proceed. It stopped quite a long time ago because the community church did not want to continue it. So we can get back there, I believe, once Bennett House is finished with the renovations.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. Thanks, Pam. Who else is out there? You're muted, Michelle. You're muted.
Sorry, my phone was ringing here. We have Jody Timms now.
Okay.
And
Again,
one more after that.
Hi, Jody.
Hi. Just quickly, the Age Friendly has been advocating, as well as others, for the NRG coordinator. So I just want to put a big plug in for that. Even if we just do it a part-time person for 3 months versus 6, I think we can really capitalize on the neighbor-to-neighbor program. We need to identify folks who are vulnerable and those who can help them. And that program, the block captain program, is really the way to go, as far as I can tell. The sidewalks, of course, have always been important for the age-friendly crew, again, for all ages. And I've spoken already about the Climate Action Committee requests that I think are really paramount. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Jody. You said one more, Michelle, or anyone else? You're muted again.
Okay. I am
Hello?
unmuting the phone caller. I think it's Helen.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Helen.
Oh, okay. So I am being heard?
Yes, you are.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, first of all, I think it's a great idea to meet twice a month. Wonderful idea. And then I'm going to address something that John addressed a bit, and that's to ask the town to seriously address the issue of fire and protecting the residents in case of fire, and to give a substantial amount of the budget toward opening the existing trails so that residents have an option in evacuation. And for example, if a tree fell over the entrance to Redwood or the entrance to Upper Scenic or Ridge, high on Manor Hill, the cars would be stuck and unable to evacuate. And those trails are not in good shape, either are not in good shape or just need a little bit of fixing. And I'd like to remind you that in the Oakland fire, there were actual lives saved by people fleeing on foot on existing trails. I think just most important is that a small amount of work or a great deal of work wouldn't cost the town that much and may end up saving, even if it saves one life, is really, really important. I think that the first thing is to identify all the trails for all the neighborhoods, but for particularly, I'm just speaking of Manor Hill, where I'm on the steering committee for the Firewise group, and that there would be 60 residents affected by Ridge closing off. There would be about 40 residents on Upper Scenic who would be affected in case of needing to go out on foot. And I know that some of you know that several years ago, Mill Valley undertook to restore and to mark their whole trail system. And they are absolutely a model of what can and should be done by Fairfax. I know we can do it. And the gentleman's idea about Peace Corps is a wonderful one, but I think the town needs to put serious money toward this in order to possibly save lives. Okay, that's pretty much what I have to say. I know I've come before the council before and requested money for trails, and I can't see that anything is more worthwhile. I know there are many projects, but this is one of the very most important. So thank you very much for all your hard. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Anyone else, Michelle?
No, that is it.
Okay. I have a suggestion. You guys can veto if you want. There are so many important things on here. What do you guys think of if we each take a few minutes to ourselves? Actually, I think we should take a 5-minute break, use the restroom, and spend this 5 minutes to do this. Rate your top 5 of things that we need to deal with immediately. And then put 5 or however many you want for what we will revisit when we get back together, I hope early fall, when we have more of a sense of what's going on with the budget. Does that sound okay? Because otherwise we're just going to go on and on. Anybody?
Great suggestion.
Okay. All right. So right now it is 3:49. Let's take really 5 minutes, come back at 3:55, and then we'll see if we can spend 10, 15 minutes and get it done. All right?
Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you in 5. You lose. Okay, so no, John, we need you. Well, let me talk about how I think this should go, and you guys can please jump in. But Garrett, I'm wondering if you could be our tallier.
Sure, that's fine. And actually, I have some comments on some of the things people talked about.
Oh,
that
okay. Well, we'll start with that.
My comments?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, that will help.
Sidewalks. So people have talked about sidewalks. Just so you have some numbers. So in terms of sidewalks, if we want to continue sidewalks this current fiscal year, the curb ramps that we would need to put in at Bolinas and Elsie, which is on the Bolinas Park side, right in the corner, and goes across the street to Bolinas. those two together are probably about 24,000. And the only reason it's so expensive is the corner of LC and Bolinas has a storm drain. So we'd have to relocate that storm drain. That adds a lot of costs to those curb ramps. On Bolinas itself, there's probably a little part where the sidewalk's sinking over around Bliss or somewhere around there. That's probably about $10,000. And then the sidewalk that's right on School Street, right next to the ball field, that driveway sidewalk approach is probably needs to be addressed, and that's probably a little less than 10,000. And for Sir Francis Drake, we don't have any estimates. Part of the problem is the trees are pushing up the sidewalk. And so while maybe you could ramp a sidewalk up and over the roots, I think all you're doing is at some point those roots will start pushing that up. So it makes no sense. But if we take it out and you say cut some roots, then you get the issue of probably you're going to kill the tree or make it unstable. So you're going to need to take it out. And you know how that works when it comes to liquid ambers. I got it. We'd go to tree committee. But so you have some numbers for the sidewalks if you wanted to continue this fiscal year, which we could. That's about $44,000. The other thing I think to talk about is Women's Club. I get it. That didn't have anything. That was like the current fiscal year to move forward. Chipper Day, we have the same amount budgeted. Just a matter of who's going to do door to door. Prairie Park's different issue. In terms of funding, intern, I think issue for intern, we used to have interns. The issue is where does the intern sit? What does the intern do? Completely different discussion on support for the different groups. We do have some staff capacity between Maria and Ann that could do some of this stuff in the interim, like the NRG and something. I talked to Jody really briefly about that. So there's some of those things with the reallocation of staff resources, given that there's some remote issues here, that you could, in the interim, take on some of these things. And so that's just something to keep in mind. But in general, what we do at the end of this is we could come up with lists. You'll say what are the cost implications, and then in June, we come back to you with some of the different numbers as associated with some of the items. Including, like if you said 2 meetings, doesn't have a budget impact, but we could come back to what that would all take.
Okay.
Just a clarification, when you said the Chipper Day, are you saying that we have enough money allocated to do the door-to-door or not?
Yes, we budgeted the same amount as last year, slightly more. Set aside whether the issue is where that needs to be a new funding or whatever for.
Okay, well that's fine because that was one of on my list. So okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it would do in essence 3 Firewise communities door-to-door service.
Garrett, I'm sorry because it's also one of mine, so it's better to clarify. I thought you, when we talked, you said that wasn't the case, that it ended up running us over that 96 last, or we had 80, I think we 90 last year.
We had 90. And so what the case is, if you follow last year's, we did 3 Firewise communities door to door. We didn't do more than 3 door to door weekends. So that's, assuming that plays out, that's how many you could do. You couldn't do door to door for every neighborhood. So it's
Okay,
96.
You
Right, so
the MWPA money.
right,
Because
that's what we put in.
Okay, so we would be saving the 96 that we put in last year from general funds.
That's correct. And then MWPA may also do local chipper days to augment, in which case maybe you could spread the money. Set aside any restrictions, that's what we did. We just replaced it with that money.
Okay. All right, terrific. So unless anyone wants more clarification, let's go ahead and just do what we used to do with council goals and priorities. We all used to say ours, and then we would put them down with level of most interest. And this isn't a final do. This is just where we want to put our focus right now. So my screen shows Barbara at the top left. So do you want to go ahead? And I'm just...
Yeah. Sure, I got it. I'm supposed to identify 3, but I want to say something. We never had the retreat. So obviously all of us have more council goals and priorities, but here's my list. My list is number 1, the NRG coordinator, and I don't think that should be done with town staff. And then number 2 is completing the downtown sidewalks for the work that Garrett just discussed. And hopefully we can take up the other stuff next year, but that's number 2. And then I did have number 3 to the door-to-door pickup, but it sounds like we have that handled. But remember, we have 10 Firewise communities. So my number 3 would be the battery, not all the work in the pavilion because we're going to redo that, but the battery work that the CAC wanted would be number 3.
Great. Thank you. Perfect. And Bruce? Bruce, are you there? You're muted.
You're muted.
Did I think I went the wrong way. I thought you had said 5, so I'll try to quickly think about 3 instead. Or you want 5 or you want 3?
You can do whatever you think. I was just trying to be very, keep us realistic about this first step.
So it won't surprise anybody that I really think the pavilion battery work is a really good one to explore, and I look forward to talking about that in June. So that would be on my list. And well, I'll just go with the 5 because I had a chance to think about 5 of them. I would say hiring an intern is a good idea because we do have really a lot is riding on just the overworked staff, and we're so lucky to have such a great staff, but we just can't run them forever at double speed. So I think hiring an intern could be a good idea. The neighborhood response coordinator seems like a good idea because for obvious reasons, and the trails, just continuing work on the trails is a good thing. And then the 5th one that I put down was to do some of the work on the women's club. And I would suggest that we coordinate that with the fact that the CAC has been wanting to look at the women's club. We actually got kind of held off on that because of COVID. So those of us who we're going to actually look at it have not had a chance to do that because of social distancing. But let's coordinate the things that we're thinking about or that we might think about with the women's club. It does need a lot of work. It's not just like improving the stage, but it's structural work. And that would preserve the building and also make it a lot more comfortable and the sound better if we did it right. So I'd like to focus on that. But I also will say that the 2 meetings a month is an idea that when I first heard it, I just thought I can't stand that. But, if we could
really have to
warming up to the idea. So let's explore it anyway.
Okay.
But those are my 5 anyway.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And then if you wanted to throw in your 5 for mid-year, you can, but just list so that we kind of we've heard it from each other because
No, that was my 5 right there. I kept to 5, yeah.
Awesome.
And then exploring the 2 meetings a month.
Okay, John, you're the next on my screen.
Okay, well, I'll hit the button so I'm not muted. So yeah, running down a list. I think trails, I think those are on the list. Sidewalks, it's a good time to move ahead with those. 44,000 is a lot of money, but it's easier to do that without a lot of people around. Likewise, the women's club, now's the time to do it, so I think that's a good thing to do. Likewise, time is of the essence on the pavilion battery situation. I like the idea of a neighborhood response person and intern. And in terms of something that all we got to do is write a letter. Transportation Authority has money for a bike charging station. All we got to do is write the letter and we've got a place to put it. Nobody else is in line for this money. So I think that would be a good thing to do also. And
write it, John, write it.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephanie, are you finished, John? Sorry.
Yeah, well, also support the 2 meetings a month. We gotta.
I thought we were keeping this to 3, now it's 5, now it's 7. I mean, I have a longer list too.
Barbara, it was 5 and 5, but three was clear and good and concise.
Yeah.
So I think we can keep
Yeah, I
going.
got my 5 in there.
Okay, awesome. Stephanie?
Mine's 15. Am I going to get in trouble? No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, go for 25.
So top priority is fire. I think we're all pretty nervous about what lies ahead. And so I would like to get behind an NRG coordinator, but it doesn't make sense to me to pay somebody external to do this when again, I feel like we're short-staffed today to get the work we need just current state done. So to me, they're tied together. If we need an intern, and before we do that, the sidewalks is the second one, intern, and then the CAC initiatives. And then floating out there, just so you know, I think you probably know that the skate park, there's a groundswell of community support for a skate park, and I'm not going to ask for funding for that at this point, but that is out there. And I think there's a petition circulating right now as we speak to get it on the agenda. There's definitely support for it out there. So.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to go through mine. What I did is kind of thought, what's the biggest bang for our buck right now? One is I'd like to support the NRG coordinator. I do think it should be an outside person. I think there's a lot of use for our staff right now with things that are not even able to be kept up with. So I'd go outside person at $5,000. Just need a really organized person. Second is just to make sure that we have the chipper days handled, but it sounds like we're good. I would then support $15,000 for the pavilion battery storage project, and an intern I would use for a specific purpose so that we don't end up having an intern floating around and Garrett having to train them or Michelle having to train them. I would say we hire a youth coordinator intern. That's a succinct and really clear task and something very, very manageable. We've got to do something for the teens. And then I put trails. That was my 5th, but that's for now. And then I was just going to throw these because I said 5. I would then look mid-year at sidewalks and sidewalk grant program, which I think is vital. Sustainability coordinator to deal with climate, if we can collaborate with the other cities, and I will always put out public works director of some sort that's on staff that knows the town, that is there when we need them, like we're going to need them in the next month. So that's my 5. Thanks. Garrett, did you kind of keep a tally and numbers and all that for us?
Can I add 2 quickly, just because I thought it was 3?
Yeah.
So I would say trails and the sidewalk grant program.
Okay. Can I ask a question about trails? We already committed to Willow though, right? Like that's in the books, right?
You're muted, John. John, you're muted. John.
Sorry about that. We have a long list of different trails that need work, and things are up at the top of the thing. That the one in between Willow and Maple that has the tree down is in that top 3, if not 5. You know, maybe it's number 1. I mean, it kind of depends on who's doing the work. But there's several in the Willow neighborhood. There's Fur Trail, things like that too. But yeah, yes.
Okay, thanks. And then the other thing I wanted to just add on the pavilion one, you mentioned, Bruce, that there's a grant possibility that you need to apply for the $5,000 for the battery. Is that right?
Yes, there are actually different ways that could possibly be funded in general, but in any case, all of them share the fact that you could get $5,000 off the price if we can get the SCHIP application in.
Yeah, I mean, I know we don't want to get into it, Renee, but there are alternative sources of funding for that project.
Great.
Which
Yeah.
all are interesting and complicated, but we can talk about that, I hope, in June.
Okay, that's awesome. And I forgot to say on my second batch that 2 meetings was to be explored on the top of my list for mid-year. Okay, so Garrett, can you help us out with this so that we can like know what we want to have and show up in June, and then
Sure.
where we're going to go for the
Sure.
mid-year?
So it sounds like, now I'm kind of basing this on what's in your top 5 as opposed to what was number 1, but it seems like all of you support NRG coordinator at whatever it is, 5,000. So we could put that in the budget. I'm assuming that's probably sounds like what you want to do. Downtown sidewalks, it seems like most people thought move ahead with some level of downtown sidewalks in this current year budget, so we can come back to you with something. And what I need to do is I just need to see where there's money, and if I can move forward within some of the different pots, then I will, and I can just report to that in June. It sounds like the pavilion battery backup is on people's lists. Again, that's in this year's budget, but it sounded like Vice Mayor Ackerman was going to report back to you in June before we actually do anything. Sounds like, now some people had kind of a slash intern NRG, but there's the intern issue, some about the women's club. Now the women's club money that we had was specific for some specific things, so I'm not sure how well the CAC stuff fits into some specific things, but we can figure that out. We had the intern / youth coordinator, though, is a little different. We didn't really talk about that. It seems like most people, or majority, or at least 4 of you had mentioned in your top 5 trails, so adding back more money in for trails. Then we had the sidewalk grant program. Those.
You got 6 there.
I don't know that we heard universal support for the sidewalk program.
The sidewalk grant program, well, it's a little, I read it as sidewalk construction this fiscal year.
Right.
Was at least 3 of you. The sidewalk grant, I guess that was on the bottom, but I'm looking more at the sidewalk, actual sidewalk improvements. So,
I've gotten resident feedback that it's not, I mean, no offense to anyone, but this is just feedback from residents that it's not actually comes at a cost savings.
What's that?
That they haven't found it to be a cost savings.
Well, they get $1,000 reimbursement, and at least 18 people used it up until 2018. We don't have the current stats, so you may have heard that from some people, but it started out at 500, it went to 750, and then it went to 1,000 reimbursement, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they have to pay for it all themselves.
Right. So the sidewalk grant program, that's a good mid-year thing because you have 20, then you could see if you need more. At least that would be my recommendation. The 2 meetings, that's more of a policy discussion, and then we could talk about how that would actually work from a staff level. I think based on this, we could come up with something. Looks like some things included in the budget, some things included in this year's budget. And then we could recommend some numbers for the, I guess specifically be the trails. And then the intern, we budget for an intern. It's just a matter of what exactly the intern's going to do, where they're going to sit. And it's support for the committees, which is completely different than if it's a youth coordinator, that's completely different. So I think there needs to be a little more discussion on that. You used to always do a planning intern, but an intern to help committees and commissions, that's a little different because then it's what exactly are they helping with? Agendas? Well, they can't really do that. Doing something? I guess they can, whatever that something is. So I think that's a little more in-depth discussion. Doesn't mean that we couldn't budget for it, but actually we have money for that in the budget already, typically, because we do budget for interns. We just have absolutely no place for an intern to sit.
Okay, so here's my only question. So it sounds pretty good on the near term. So is there a way to note somewhere what we want to come back to Did you capture that? Because not everybody gave their sort of second set of 5 or 3.
Well, I have the 5 or whatever people mentioned. If it helps, if the council wants to send us independently another list, then I don't have a problem compiling that. And then you, at your June meeting, we just threw out this list of here's some other ideas, and you could talk about that during the public hearing if you want.
I think that's something you would do at the mid-year, and I think we all gave our lists, which were more comprehensive than the 5. So to spend more time at the June meeting,
sure,
we're going to go off on tangents.
Yeah.
Rather than just going to,
okay,
let's hit what we kind of agreed on, and then mid-year. And I think you have all that, or somebody has all that, because we said it.
Right.
Yeah, we had it for the retreat that we didn't hold. I mean, if we had the retreat, then yes, most of your priorities and everything would have been already settled on as a group.
Okay, so Garrett, I would love it if mid-year was really truly like October and not next.
Yeah, we're thinking September, October.
Okay.
You know, obviously things change, but that'd be the game plan. You need to have it a lot earlier.
Okay. Anybody have anything last minute you want to say, or something that's bugging you, or anything else before we adjourn?
I think this was a really good meeting. It was exhausting. It ran me to the limit of my endurance, but I feel like we all just did really well. Staff did really well. Public comment was really on point, and it just really felt like a very, very good meeting under, you know, rapidly changing and curious circumstances. We have pulled it off. So good job, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Anybody else? Any closing comment? Bye, Stephanie.
So the last thing is your public hearing for the budget is June 3rd, but we'll compile this stuff, incorporate it, give you some recommendations and so on. But generally June 3rd, you hear all the public comment. Sometimes you add more things or agree on some things, and then you'll adopt it your July, I think it's July 15th. No, July 1st. That's right. We're holding a meeting on July 1st. So that's the game plan.
Garrett? Oh, well, since we're all here, is there a way you could poll us about the date, the 27th?
Oh, I haven't even sent that out. So you might, since you're
you
here.
sent it? Okay.
I didn't send it out yet.
Oh, could you do it? I know it's not
Right.
on the agenda, but it would be really great to have a yay or nay right now.
27th of May.
27th of May for us, basically a special council meeting, but it's a workshop.
And what's it on? What's the workshop on?
Oh, I think Renee might be able to describe it better than I
It's
can.
about a urgent response to the needs of our restaurants and merchants to expand their footprint in some way in order to accommodate and survive the crisis. So
And
presentation,
what time would we do that?
6 to 8. There's a presenter and a wonderful workshop to inspire people to be creative in their thinking. And I think everyone will enjoy it very much. The public needs to be part of a conversation because we have to respond emergently.
Okay.
Well, this is May 27th, like in a couple of weeks, because I
Yes.
see on the calendar 2 things. We've got MCCMC tentatively that night, and we also have the Objective Development Standards Workshop. I think that
Oh,
might
I
be-
forgot about the Objective Developments Workshop. Yeah, MCCMC, that's right. You're not going to have that, but I forgot about the Objective Development Workshop that's sponsored by Opticos.
All right, back to the drawing board, but we really, we have to do it that week.
What about Thursday? Thursday
I have a
28th?
board meeting on Thursday.
Yeah, I
from
have a TAM
6
meeting.
to 6.
Oh, what about May 26th, Tuesday?
26.
I have a LAFCO budget meeting.
Okay.
Well, we may not all be able to be here then. I mean, I feel, I don't know. I guess we should take it offline since we're not sure.
Right, we could think about it. I mean, the Objective Development Standards isn't a council meeting. It's just the meeting that's being sponsored by the, hosted by the
Mhm.
firm that the county retained to start developing standards. And this is part of their public feedback.
Will that meeting, the Objective Development Standards meeting, be recorded so that we could listen to it later if?
Oh, well, I actually don't know what platform to use. If it's on Zoom, it's recorded. I don't know. WebEx or GoToMeetings has that button.
Because I don't feel like I could comment at the meeting anyway, because we, as council members, we would need to just sort of listen unless we notice it as a council meeting.
Yeah.
So
That's a good
that
idea.
and doing this and then all listening to it later might work.
Right. I've tentatively confirmed a date with the presenter for that workshop. So if there's a way that we might agree that and check that it's being recorded, that would be excellent.
Or you could do it earlier, but okay. Yeah, all right. We'll check on that. Sorry. Thanks, Bruce. It's not on my calendar.
Put it on.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely weekend. What?
Yes.
Stephanie, you're mute. Stephanie, you're mute.
I'm sorry, what did we land on that? What day should I earmark?
27th.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you, Garrett. Bye.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Camille.
Bye, Camille.